developed from
Right.
AI going all over the country.
Yep.
And I was going through the whole list, and I'm like, this is unbelievable, until I got to the one story that said school officials are meeting over the next few days over whether or not students should be required to wear masks. And I'm like, we're going down this road again because of COVID and the flu.
Yeah.
I looked at the story. It was from 2002.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
AI picked it up.
Wow.
And so you're right. You find you're editing. You're doing a lot of editing.
Yep.
But in 20 years...
Another thing,
boy.
too, on the subject of AI is you also have to think about patient autonomy and patient privacy because some of my colleagues who use these AI systems to help them out with documentation or whatever, you have to ask the patient, hey, are you okay with this AI system recording our conversation while we're here? Now, it's a computer, which means it can be hacked and is subject to viruses. That patient's information can be compromised. So not every patient is going to want to subject themselves and their private health information to that. So.
One addition to that, though, I one that I think is going to be hit hard is the accounting world right off the bat. And the one thing that we're not considering, we're thinking about ChatGPT, where it's going out and it's searching the web for its answers. These big companies, these big accounting firms have created closed AI programs that's not going to the web. The information is not, somebody could hack in, I guess, but it's only working off what it has been taught. And that industry is, I wouldn't suggest your kid go into accounting right now.
Kind of
for that reason.
Two things. One, kind of specifically for your business. Here's the thing. Think about what liability is in regards to for you guys. It's very difficult to sue, ChatGPT. Easy to sue you guys.
Correct.
Right.
So, if you're going to be throwing all that stuff towards that thing, ultimately, who's going to be held responsible?
Oh, of course, us.
You guys are, right?
The AI program would merely be our agent. It wouldn't be a replacement for us.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you noticed, Tim, but the minute you said sue you guys, their faces went completely white. So
not very happy.
But we're well aware of that possibility.
But the other thing is that, there are billions upon billions of dollars are being spent on AI, and there's a reason why people are spending it on there. They're not doing it necessarily for, it probably will be for the betterment of society or whatever, but there has to be a payback from it.
yeah, they're making money.
I fear that the white collar is going to take it in the neck.
Yeah.
Well, to me, when I see that, AI and all these things, it's just another big electronic shovel. Another way of digging the same hole. We're not digging a new hole. You mentioned accounting. You said about medicine, a hole or a topic or whatever. The thing that gets me about AI, it always has an answer. It never says, I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah.
And sometimes,
although I'm told there are a couple of questions you can ask, and it'll say, I don't know, but it's very few, and they're philosophical.
Well, that's like Bill. He's a know-it-all.
That's right. Just ask.
and he's always right.
Yeah,
he's always
exactly.
right.
I will
just don't
always,
read the comments on
I have been criticized for always having an answer.
And the other thing, does AI have a sense of humor? That's what I wonder.
I do not think so.
Right.
Gentlemen, thank you so much. Again,
thanks, guys.
It all started with why here, and I think hearing from someone who's from here and not from here is a very interesting.
And just very briefly, so we still have a temporary freeze on new patients. We're asking new patients to call after the new year. I'm still interviewing and hopefully going to hire a new provider soon. But yes, and what you said about accounting may be true. But if you are studying to be a CPA and you're going to be graduating in June, please consider staying in Central New York.
That would be a good idea. That's a good idea. Yep. Gentlemen, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right.
The
Stay young
Falcon
and healthy.
Clinic in Washington Mills.
Get a smile for every season at Rosansky Family Dentistry. For crowns to veneers, we'll keep you smiling all year long. We're also excited to welcome Dr. Kataria to our team. With her arrival, we now offer Friday appointments from 8 a.m. to noon, giving you more flexibility for the care you need. Call us today at 315-732-1981 to schedule your visit. That's Rosansky Family Dentistry, 1 Paris Road, New Hartford. Find us on Facebook or online at uticasmiles.com.
Clearing out your home or commercial building, John's Cleanouts and Property Preservation will handle it for you. We handle residential or any size commercial property, before and after estate sale cleanouts, or any junk removal service. John's Cleanouts and Property Preservation is a 5-star rated and background checked business, providing service you can count on, and we're fully insured in the industry. Call John's Cleanouts and Property Preservation today and take the stress out of your mess.
I wasn't prepared to be a caregiver to Mom. I had no idea how hard it would be and what I would need to know. Things I never thought of, like how to improve her mood and ways for me to stay positive. Luckily, I found the Caregiving Resource Center from AARP. It had articles about the basics, but also information about the hurdles I was facing. Caregiving Resource Center at aarp.org/caregiving. Articles, tips, and tools to help you both care for your loved one and care for yourself. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
If your walls could talk, what would they say? I have sent children into fits of rage.
I am responsible for a child's speech impediment.
I am the reason a child can't read. Just because you can't see lead paint doesn't mean it's not on walls, doors, windows, and sills. Today, lead paint poisoning affects over 1 million children. If your home was built before 1978, log on to leadfreekids.org or call 800-424-LEAD.
Brought to you by the Coalition to End Childhood Lead Poisoning, EPA, HUD, and the Ad Council.
I want to bring in Assemblyman Robert Smullen, who's been waiting here patiently on the line here. Assemblyman, good morning. Thanks for coming on.
Good morning, Bill. It's great to be on your show this morning, this beautiful sunny day in the Mohawk Valley.
So I want your take on the. I think it's recently been announced. Actually, it's in the news today. The IRS may be. They say may be taxing your rebate checks. What are your thoughts? What are you hearing?
Well, taxes on taxes that don't need to be taken from the people to begin with. Isn't that ironic in so many ways?
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, this whole tax rebate thing, why don't we just lower our taxes instead and make it permanent? Instead of taking money out of people's pockets, just leave it there to begin with. That would be a more sensible way to run government.
Listen, it's called a rebate, a tax rebate for a reason. So you're right. It does not make sense. There's an easy way of doing it, and it's your way. Lower the taxes in the first place. And then how is the state being affected by this current shutdown?
Well, it takes a while for things at the federal level to actually filter down to the state, and that's what's happening. You know, there's been a lot of political hyperventilating over the whole issue. But, you know, from my time having worked in Washington, D.C., having worked at the Pentagon, about seeing how the federal government works, you know, now my time in state government, it takes quite a long time for it to actually take effect down at the level where people actually feel it. We're starting to get to that point in many ways, and it's a really easy thing to do here. The Schumer shutdown needs to be shut down itself. They need to pass a clean continuing resolution. It's quite clear there is no agreement on the policy issues that have caused this.
Yeah.
So, you know, the House passed it. The Senate needs to come back and needs to pass it. You know, it does need 60 votes in the Senate because of Senate rules, and that's where, you know, in this evenly divided government where we're, you know, at polar opposites in different parts of the country, it gets very difficult. But it's quite clear that this shutdown needs to end.
Yeah.
You know, Chuck Schumer needs to bring his side to the table, and then they can pass it, and then they can work out the details and negotiate over time, as opposed to causing pain for people around the country.
Well, I know the deadline is the end of the year for these tax breaks as part of Obamacare. So that is not imminent right now, although the shutdown is. Tim.
Robert, you know, you're uniquely qualified in regards to having both state and federal knowledge. There's a lot of concern in regards to health insurance. I think the rates come out in a couple of weeks or so, or whatever it is. What is the potential in regards to the shutdown? I mean, I know there's been a lot of stuff been said in regards to illegal aliens and that, but for the everyday consumer, as far as health insurance, are there real issues there in regards to this vis-a-vis the shutdown?
Well, they need to make sure that their coverage that they have, what the status of it is. People need to check. People need to know. People need to pay more attention to the health insurance that they had, where it comes from, how it gets paid, and to make sure that they are covered. You know, we obviously want everybody to have health insurance. What we do want to make sure is that it's done in the most efficient manner possible, and that some of the programs that are run very inefficiently, that all the waste, fraud, and abuse is taken out of those systems. So people really need to get more involved in their own health care, and particularly making sure that if they have a program through their employment that covers them and their family, that it's very solid. And that's really what's going on with these government-run programs. Is that there's been a lot of back and forth with the Affordable Care Act, with the subsidies. The subsidies are running out. They were from the pandemic. People have to remember this was from 4+ years ago that these were put in. And the argument is as to whether or not they should be made permanent. That argument needs to. The American people don't need to be held hostage while that argument is worked out politically.
I want to ask you, if Elise Stefanik decides to run for governor, will you run for her seat?
Well, thanks, Bill. That's really a question that's coming to an answer sometime soon.
Yeah.
A lot of people have urged me to consider the seat very carefully, and I'm doing so. I think that I would be a strong, substantive candidate. If it does come to the idea that she is going to run for governor, then as I have said before, and I'll say again, then I'll very carefully make that decision in the coming weeks and months as it reveals itself.
It is amazing for this seat. I mean, you're right. It's open. It's not open. It's open. It's open. Definitely. Nope. It's not open. And now we have this. Whether or not she's going to run for governor. It'll be very interesting. That seat would be very intriguing, I'm assuming, to you, based on your military experience, the fact that Watertown and Rome are both included.
Yeah.
That's right. So the 10th Mountain Division is an organization that I hold very near and dear to my heart. In each of my 3 tours in Afghanistan, soldiers from the 10th Mountain Division were there. I know the mission of the unit very well. And I appreciate all they do. In fact, they just had some soldiers down on the southern border helping to close the southern border most recently for a joint task force mission down there. I'm also very familiar with what Rome Labs does in terms of technology. One of the jobs I'd had at the Pentagon was actually evaluating technology for the Marine Corps and deciding what we should buy. So I actually know quite a bit about the cyber and the drone missions that are going on there at Rome. So I think I could be a very credible advocate for both the 10th Mountain Division at Fort Drum as well as the Air Force Research Lab in Rome.
I wanted to ask you just briefly on the Gaza-Israeli Trump peace plan that is hopefully about to end the war. However, my question for you is, should we all be extremely cautious? I think we know the answer to this. There may be a deal to end the war, but the hatred will remain over there.
That's right. This issue, it's been 2 years now since the surprise attack on Israel by Hamas, and we're still talking about hostages that have been held in captivity for 2 years. We're talking about the close of the military operations in Gaza. We're talking about bringing an end to the humanitarian crisis. And it really does. It really needs to end. But that is just the end of one chapter of a long-running saga of hatred between Israel and Hamas. And we're always optimistic that if a deal is reached, that we can set conditions that then lead to, a more permanent peace. But I'm always skeptical because I know the history. And, if the past is prologue, then, I'm quite sure that the animosity there is going to continue in the future. Yeah. And that's just that's a real tragedy.
It is, and probably there's even more hate after the last 2 years. And then I did want to ask you, as someone from the military, as a member of the State Assembly, are you at all concerned, or are you comfortable with the way the president is using the National Guard going into, in most cases, blue states into their cities?
Well, it seems to be very effective in the District of Columbia. So if that's a model that can be replicated in areas where there's, chronic crime insecurity in our cities, and there's, chronic instability in a lot of areas where local governments, whether they realize it or not, actually could use the help of the federal authorities in coordinating these efforts to be able to reduce crime, including making sure that there aren't illegals that have criminal records that are still roaming the streets of America. that's actually a good thing. We'll see how it works out. I've seen a lot of pushback in areas like Chicago, but that's all politics. That doesn't have really anything to do with the federal government integrating with state and local authorities to be able to reduce crime in these areas of chronic crime and poverty.
You don't think the president sending the National Guard against the will of these governments that are blue state cities is not politics? You don't believe that's politics by the president?
Well, yeah, if you take a look at Portland, for instance, where there are federal buildings that have been basically under siege by Antifa protesters, the federal government is actually obliged to provide security for those. So it is somewhat political in that when you have situations like Portland or crime situations like Washington, D.C., you look at where the federal authorities reside, and it's perfectly within their rights, just as it is for the federal government to close the border in states. So, yeah, it's politics, but it's playing out in real time, and it's actually what the American people want to get rid of all this crime and this insecurity. If the states won't do it, then the federal government needs to lend a hand.
I would agree with some of what you say, but it's what the American people want. I guess it depends on which American you're asking, because the poll numbers don't seem to represent that. I'm just saying. Assemblyman, we'll end it at that. I appreciate your time and your service and your knowledge of all of this that's going on in the world today. It is a very important time in history, it seems.
Yeah, thanks so much, Bill. I really appreciate it. Glad to be on WIBX this morning.
Thank you so much. Have a great day. Assemblyman Robert Smullen.
Hi, this is Ray Durso of the Genesis Group. If you're interested in keeping up with events and news in the Mohawk Valley region, I have the show for you. It's called This Week in the Mohawk Valley, and it airs every Sunday on WIBX. Join us as we talk with area business leaders, elected officials, law enforcement, educators, and more. Don't miss This Week in the Mohawk Valley every Sunday at 9 a.m. on WIBX 950 a.m. 92.3 FM.
Local small businesses make up a major portion of the economy, and places like our restaurant really define the personality of a city or neighborhood.
Small businesses are the heart and soul of a community.
Without them, we wouldn't have survived.
Hi, I'm Congressman John Mannion. Make sure to support your local small businesses because they're the core of our communities.
This message brought to you by the National Association of Broadcasters and this station.
It's time for Still Alive and Kicking with Clifford Crandall.
Today's suggestion is stargazing. This definitely stimulates the emotions, challenges the brain, and if you take the time to go to a park or outside the range of city lights for better viewing, it gets you out and about. Telescopes, spotting scopes, celestial binoculars are great, but you can use a regular pair of binoculars or just your natural eye. Solar objects to look for: constellations, blood moons, comets, meteors, showers, solar and lunar eclipses, and planet alignments. Stargazing can give you a different perspective on your life and our planet. It is a year-round activity, but be sure to dress for the temperature. There are tripods to hold your telescopes and binoculars, and brackets for your phone to take pictures. For more activities, go to stillaliveandkicking.org.
It may be hard to believe, but people just like you are already saving money. FeedThePig.org makes it easy. Their simple savings plan teaches you how to start saving without going overboard, so you don't need to sell all your belongings and live in a commune.
These dungarees belong to all of us now, Tom.
You don't need to get a second job as a stuntman.
We need a new stuntman!
You just need FeedThePig.org. Don't get left behind. Get tips and tools at FeedThePig.org. Brought to you by the American Institute of CPAs and the Ad Council.
Fox News, I'm Ted Lindner. Friday will be day 10 of the government shutdown, and Americans are feeling the pinch of the budget deadlock in Congress. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says the shutdown's hindering the Trump administration's efforts to support American farmers.
Chuck Schumer
would end the Schumer shutdown, we would have announced an ag program to bridge our farmers until the next season.
So far, 3 Senate Democrats are on board with the GOP-led spending legislation. And the Israeli government approving phase 1 of the Gaza peace plan to release all hostages. The process expected to start this weekend. Fox's Jackie Heinrich with more.
A senior U.S. official tells Fox Trump and his team seized on fallout from Israel's strikes on Hamas targets in Doha to force the deal through. Arab leaders wanting to avoid regional conflict ramped up pressure on Hamas.
President Trump expected to travel to the Middle East this weekend to finalize the deal. America's listening to Fox News.
Freeze warning goes on until 9 o'clock in the morning on Friday. Could have some frosty conditions, a freeze possible, a mainly clear sky, a low near 30, cover up any tender vegetation. Clear frosty start to Friday, sun-filled finish, a high of 63. Clear Friday night, not quite as cold, a low near 40. Sunshine Saturday, high 67. Small chance of rain Sunday, but mostly dry, high 63. I'm meteorologist Mark Thibodeau with the Weather Channel on WIBX 950 AM and 92.3 FM.
First News with Keeler in the morning on WIBX.
Joe Habaika in studio right now, and I'm not going to break. Let's keep going. Thank you, Jeff.
Okay. Jeff,
Comets tomorrow night. And by the way, chicken tenders still the juiciest chicken tenders I've ever had. They are so good. All right. Okay, what's going on at the school board? We're hearing a great deal of rumbling.
You know, we've actually had a good year.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. We got our audit back from the internal auditors. It was outstanding. We've corrected a number of longstanding problems. We have one issue it's a technical issue that has to do with inventory and the valuation and all this other stuff, which all that we're going to have to do because our internal auditor left. So we have somebody there now, but we need to get a valuation company. It's not like a loss of inventory. It's just how it's valued. It's a GAAP accounting thing.
Yeah.
So,
okay. All right.
We had an increase in our student performance in terms of education at the end of last year, and we're implementing a lot of things. We've had a significant reduction in student altercations in our schools.
That's been a real problem.
No, it's well, viewed as a real problem, and I agree that
anything is there's a problem.
Even if it's and I agree with that because I'm saying, and the board is saying, not in our schools.
Enough is enough.
Enough's enough. We've had enough.
Hold for 1 second,
Yeah.
Davey. Joe would like a steak. Could you and another cup of coffee?
Listen. Also, can I have some lobster as well?
You want to go down this road?
I'm going to go down it in a couple of minutes.
Okay.
I just want to talk about it. So
this is Joe's interview.
We're implementing juvenile delinquency filings as part of our system of care.
Okay.
And it's not as onerous as you think because we're not really looking to have anyone put into secure detention or non-secure detention. We want to help the parents and the children by getting mandated services in the home, thereby helping them curb some of the behaviors.
So if there's if rules are broken to a certain level, it could mean
it'll be more related to altercations that might or different significant incidents that occur during like where they could impact the kids around them or the adults around them.
Kind of like the way it used to be. When something was done really bad in school, whatever that level is, there was action.
This is more about the system of care. I mean, we spend $10 million a year trying to, deal with the emotional and mental health needs of social needs of our kids. So, it's just part of it. And, I don't think the board, I don't think the superintendent really wants to end up throwing a couple hundred kids out into the neighborhoods unfettered. We want them in school. I mean, if it were up to me, and nobody wants to listen to me, I say that, we create a location where and provide services where there's like de-escalation training every single day after school from 3 to 6 p.m. and the only way you can, be relieved of that obligation if you get into a situation is you have to participate in extracurricular activities or sports. Okay, that's how because I think it's a combination of kids get bored at home or they don't want to go home, and
time on the hands.
Right.
Yeah.
So we just I want to help them.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So that's basically where we're at there. And then, we open the CTE wing. So that's going to start ramping up, which is then going to generate, as time goes on, highly trained employees or, potential employees. So that's going to happen. And, and then we just had the sheriff and UPD, they were flying drones after school, to basically see what the dismissal patterns look like, the traffic patterns look like, and with the kids walking and other things. And even if they pick up some incident that occurs off school grounds, I think it would allow there to be a more specific,
an immediate approach to the problem.
Correct. Yeah. And you don't have to sit cars on a block.
Okay.
And, obviously we have, every community is suffering from shortage of police officers.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So, but according to some, we've done nothing right. Nothing. It's amazing. We transport.
You want to read my messages? I've done nothing right all day today.
So we transport over 7,000 students, right? If there's an issue, if there's no issues with 99%, and on one day or 1 week, there might be 70 students, which is 1%, that might have a problem. Obviously, we're aiming for 100, but things happen.
Yeah.
Okay? So, then the next thing you know, our transportation system's no good. We don't know what we're doing. We're not responsive. And, all of this stuff is tracked. So I welcome listening to valid complaints, but the reality is that what we have happening is certain community members are fielding these complaints, and they're not even complaints, they're narratives. Sometimes they're actually true. Sometimes they're just narratives, because when the investigation takes place,
you find out
the information isn't quite what the person is sharing.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying that we don't believe people. If somebody says something or they wanna make a suggestion or a complaint, we'll look into it and try to address it for somebody. But this idea that everything's out of control is just not true. So, and then we have, of course, every student altercation is highlighted, so it looks like Proctor is on fire. So, yesterday they said, oh, geez, there was a stabbing at school. It was posted all over Facebook. Well, guess what? There was no stabbing. And, why? We investigated it. We figured it out.
You're dealing with the same social media that communities
it's just
are dealing with.
But I have to say, the ability for us to keep the cell phones out of the school has, I think, increased a better mood in the school. The kids are communicating with each other, and
that process is going much smoother than it obviously the first few.
Listen, we have a lot of kids coming in. We got, it took that was the other thing. Like, you're supposed to have it perfect on the first day with 3,000 students. Please,
right. Yeah.
What's the standard that we're supposed to be held to? Okay.
Right.
I've heard from another school district that they were saying that with the cell phone ban, it's amazing during lunchtime because
kids
are actually talking to each other.
Yeah. Now, again, our goal is no altercations. Our goal is no incidents. It's a lofty goal. The board would like to have that happen. The superintendent would like to have that happen. Obviously, the staff would like to have that happen.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, our superintendent has actually been going into the schools almost, I don't want to say daily, but pretty darn close to see what's going on. He's going. He's speaking to the students. He's trying, he's beginning to learn a lot of things about, adjustments that we can make. Okay.
So seeing it firsthand.
Yeah. And and that's not to say he wasn't there before, but it's just interesting because he's spending more time, and the kids see him and they recognize him. And he's also speaking to them, and he's basically making it pretty clear that we're not, I don't want to use the word zero tolerance, because zero tolerance doesn't work, because we have to keep the kids attached to the education system.
Yeah.
But we also know that we need to increase the amount of participation in extracurricular activities and sports. And so we need to do something about that, and we're working on it. So, we had an unfortunate incident occur outside of Proctor where some young lady was crossing the street.
Yeah,
her family, owns the what's the name of it? Something delicious, Yummalicious. Okay.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, I think is great.
Yeah.
Okay. But then they're calling for the district they want the district to put speed bumps in the streets. They want us to change traffic patterns of city streets. So that's not something that we have control over. I would agree. To me, they made a decision 40 years ago or 30 years ago, whenever it was, that they decided that Proctor was going to be the place where they were going to have the school. Me, I thought it should have been UFA, but because there was less housing stock, it was something that could have been molded, but they picked Proctor. That's where we're at.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have to deal with what we have, because you got to get things approved by state ed. So we're doing what we need to do. I think this drone, the drone flyovers is going to help, because we're going to be able to get the bird's eye view of the traffic patterns. And if there's adjustments that can be made, I'm sure that the police, in conjunction with, if the school district is going to be provided with some information, we'll be able to make some adjustments. This kind of stuff, you can sit here all day long and just complain and say, oh, they're doing terrible, it's this, it's that. But, it takes a lot to make adjustments.
Yes. I am out of time, so we're going to have you on the other side. I tried to guide you here, and
I want to talk about what I want to talk about.
I have noticed that. And, I'm like, he already gave away $300.
He paid $300
to be here today.
Oh, Lordy. All right. Well, listen, I do want to get into...
How many hours is it going to be?
Well, it's going to be a quick newscast, and boom, we're right back.
All right, because I was just about to get into the latest outrage.
Oh. The latest outrage.
Oh, the latest outrage.
Involves food.
Yes.
And we're going to get into that coming next on the other side.
Clearing out your home or commercial building, John's Cleanouts and Property Preservation will handle it for you. We handle residential or any size commercial property, before and after estate sale cleanouts, or any junk removal service. John's Cleanouts and Property Preservation is a 5-star rated and background checked business, providing service you can count on, and we're fully insured in the industry. Call John's Cleanouts and Property Preservation today and take the stress out of your mess.
Osmosis, the Ozzy Osbourne World-Class Tribute Show, comes alive at the Rome Capitol Theater Saturday, October 18th at 7:30. Go through time to experience the energy of Ozzy Osbourne, capturing his solo career from Randy Rhoads to Zakk Wylde. Join the journey of classic metal and relive the complete Ozzy phenomenon. Osmosis, the Ozzy Osbourne World-Class Tribute Show, Saturday, October 18th at 7:30 p.m. at the Rome Capitol Theater in Rome. Tickets are on sale now at romecapital.com.
First, they said cigarettes were safe. We know how that turned out. Now, they say they didn't market e-cigarettes to teens? Fact, more than 1 in 4 high school students are vaping, and 80% say their first e-cigarette was flavored. Vaping is harmful to developing brains. The reason we think vaping is safe? Marketing. Same lies, different day. Tell Big Vape to quit lying.
When I was a kid, I wanted to be just like Cal Ripken. It's definitely humbling to know that now people are calling me a hero. Instead of finding the IED with my metal detector, the IED found me first, and that resulted in double above-knee amputations. It's hard to describe the feeling of meeting somebody that you've always wanted to be like. There are people now that are looking up to you for their inspiration and to be their role model.
Visit saluteheroes.org to learn more.
First News with Keeler in the morning on WIBX.
In studio, also warm, chilly, little heat. Maybe you just
no,
the
he's
opposite.
hot under the collar.
Heated.
It's cold in this.
Not wearing
it's cold in here.
It's terrible.
It is meant to be.
My hands are cold.
Yes, it is meant to keep you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt this program for Joe Habaika.
Okay, so as I was saying before you interrupted
me. So hold on, let me just do a setup.
No.
Let me just recap.
I can't set it up.
No, please. I gotta stop this. Stop the music, please. Okay. Joe Habaika is in studio right now. Good morning. Coming up, the county executive, Anthony Pacini, talk about his budget, which does have a tax increase, property tax increase for 2026. Habaika is the president of the school board in the city of Utica, the Utica City School District. And he's talked about all of the things, basically people saying, I'm just recapping, that
what a great job he's
everything
doing.
is terrible. And what you're saying is there are many improvements being made. And
that have been made.
Ultimately,
things are better.
There is far much more good than what is being complained about.
We're failing to meet the perfection standard, Bill. Don't you understand?
All right. Fair
See,
enough.
it's easy to create a perfection standard when you're not actually doing anything and you're just trying to tell people how they should aspire. Now, I agree. Perfect would be wonderful, but you know what perfect is?
Me?
The enemy of good.
The enemy of good. Okay.
So anyway, the latest outrage is about the board eating meals during executive sessions.
Oh.
Okay? And I just want to say, it's been a custom and practice that has gone back to the 1970s by the Utica School Board.
All right.
Okay? When I got on the school board, I asked our council, is this legal? You know, or should I be writing checks for my meals?
Okay.
I was told at the time that it was legal. Okay, it's not a violation of the law. It's not a violation of our policies. We do not just order meals so we can hang out and have free food, you know, on the backs of the taxpayers.
Yes.
Okay? So I'm used to being attacked by losers, dimwits, drug addicts, and felons. Okay? But the other board members and employees of the district shouldn't have to be needlessly attacked and have their efforts judged and the time spent improving the education system and the lives of our students diminished based on menu choices.
Okay.
Okay? So I am rejecting any further criticism because I've not only had it checked once by attorneys, I've had it checked 3 times in 3 different parts of the span, okay, of the time that I've been on the board. So I'm rejecting it. Now, if for some reason our menu choices offend you, I am deeply sorry. I am deeply sorry. I will acknowledge that it causes you pain.
Okay.
Okay.
Not me in particular.
No, I'm just saying the people that are complaining. I'm sorry. I understand it may shock you. Okay. And I'm sorry, but it's reasonable. It is not overboard. And now there was a complaint that we had cakes, we had cookies and things like that. We furnish those to many of the attendees and the students that come to our meetings. we don't do that every time. We do, we might do it at Christmas. We might do it when we have a number of kids coming in. That's when we do it.
So you're not calling executive session when you're hungry?
Well, I mean, apparently.
I didn't know.
Apparently. Oh. But I just think that, it's just another red herring, okay? It's just another opportunity to create negativity. And
if I can just go ahead, I don't want to.
I just have one more thing to say.
Okay, and then I want to.
And this is it. So we have a member of our community that has filed 79 FOILs.
Oh,
it's time for Still Alive and Kicking with Clifford Crandall.
Let's play golf. I realize many of you already play, but for those that don't, here's an outdoor activity that gets you out in the fresh air and moving. For you who may give it a try, I say golf is a great deal of fun as long as you remember it's a game. If you seek out a golf pro within 3 or 4 lessons, you can begin to play and enjoy this activity. You can find used golf club sets for sale most of the time, and as a beginner, that's all you need. Here again, you are never too old, and using a golf cart will assist you if you have mobility challenges. When I play with my wife or friends, it's about the company and being outdoors and conversation as we play. Yes, and that unexpected, amazing chip shot. For more suggestions, go to stillaliveandkicking.org.
I started my adventure as an aerospace medical technician.
Flight medic in the Air Force Reserve.
Satellite system operator.
As a space systems operator.
And I'm a pilot for the Air Force Thunderbirds demonstration team.
We deliver the world's timeliest environmental intelligence data.
Flying to Afghanistan, bringing wounded warriors back to Germany.
We take care of injured personnel on a daily basis.
And then flying them from Germany back to the States.
As a member of the Thunderbirds, I get to be a part of a team that passes on the message of the United States Air Force Reserve to the U.S. and the world.
It's a very exciting career.
One of the greatest things about the Air Force Reserve is all the different opportunities. The training in the Air Force Reserve is second to none.
It gave me the opportunity to go to college.
The Air Force Reserve actually paid for my education, which allowed me to commission. It was definitely a bonus.
Probably the most exciting thing I've done is support humanitarian relief operations in places like Haiti.
The Reserve gave me the opportunity to learn something totally different from what I did.
Being able to travel.
I enjoy the getaways that I get, and I enjoy the camaraderie and fellowship I share with all my unit mates.
We're really close-knit, we're unique.
And the Air Force Reserve gave me all those opportunities, and then even more.
Start your adventure in the Air Force Reserve.
From the Stanley Theater Studio, WIBX Utica, Rome. WIBX 950 and 92.3 FM, celebrating 100 years.
Getting the hostages back. I'm Ted Lindner, Fox News. President Trump expected to travel to the Middle East on Sunday. This after Israel and Hamas agreed to the first phase of a peace deal. Israel's cabinet is working through the agreement to end the war in Gaza. Fox's Jennifer Griffin in Tel Aviv has more for us tonight.
Waves of emotion erupted in Hostage Square in Tel Aviv. In Jerusalem, President Trump's envoys Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff met with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Fox News had the first official reaction from an Israeli minister after the deal was signed.
Is this the end to the war in Gaza?
This is the implementation of the first phase. There will be a ceasefire. And then the commitment within 72 hours of Hamas to release all the hostages. That should bring the end to this war.
A ceasefire had not yet taken effect when the IDF struck a suspected group of Hamas militants who got too close to them in northern Gaza. Hamas says it does not know where all of the 28 deceased hostages are.
Now, as part of phase one of the plan, the remaining 20 living hostages expected to be released Monday or Tuesday and swapped with nearly 2,000 Palestinian prisoners. New York's Attorney General Letitia James has been indicted on fraud charges in the latest case against an opponent of President Trump. She's calling the case political.
These charges are baseless, and the president's own public statements make clear that his only goal is political retribution.
And James has been accused of mortgage fraud, accused of claiming 2 homes as her primary residence to take advantage of mortgage loan rates. Trump has been advocating charging James for months. Previously, the New York AG led a case against then-candidate Donald Trump over accusations that he inflated the value of his assets to get better business loans. President Trump called that case a witch hunt. America's listening to Fox News.
You never know who might be taking the quiz.
Hi, I'm Teresa Giudice.
I'm Clay Aiken.
I am Dre DeMatteo.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jill Whelan.
Hey, everybody. It's Billy Baldwin.
It's Patricia Heaton.
Hey, everyone. I'm Nicole Polizzi.
It's Candace Bushnell.
Hey, everyone. It's Henry Golding.
Hey, everybody. It's Kevin Nealon. I'm Ted Lange, and it's time to take the quiz.
5 questions in less than 5 minutes every day. Listen and follow at thequiz.fox.
The world of business moves fast. Stay on top of it with the Fox Business Rundown every Monday and Friday. Fox Business reporters, anchors, and hosts will bring you beneath the stock market speculation and boardroom drama to tell you about the biggest business stories of today. Whether you're on Main Street or Wall Street, Fox Business is invested in you.
Listen to the Fox Business Rundown every Monday and Friday at foxbusinesspodcasts.com or wherever you download your favorite podcasts.
A judge temporarily blocks the Trump administration from federalizing or deploying National Guard members to Illinois.
Illinois Attorney General Kwame Raoul says U.S. District Judge April Perry's ruling means the National Guard cannot be active in the state.
I think Judge Perry did a very careful job of weighing the evidence.
Raoul had sued, calling the deployment unlawful and dangerous. Lawyers for the government argue the president has the authority for the Guard call-up and say it's necessary to protect immigration enforcement officers amid protests. The judge saying she's seen no credible evidence that there is danger of rebellion in the state, adding the deployment of the Guard could lead to more civil unrest in Chicago. She is expected to issue a full written opinion on Friday. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
The judge has ruled the National Guard deployment will be blocked for 2 weeks. President Trump is set to meet with Finland's president to discuss the ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine. Fox's Jackie Heinrich at the White House with more.
Even as President Trump celebrated this historic peace deal, he made efforts to keep his cabinet meeting short, saying he's got to get back to the business of restoring peace across the globe.
7. This is number 8. We settled 7 wars or major conflicts, but wars. And this is number 8. And the one that I thought would be maybe the quickest of all would be Russia-Ukraine, and I think that's going to happen too.
President Trump reiterated this week he's disappointed in Putin. A top Russian diplomat claimed momentum from Alaska is, quote, gone, and diplomatic efforts to end the fighting have fizzled.
Recent strikes from Ukraine on Russian oil facilities have caused significant gas shortages in Russia, according to Ukrainian President Zelensky. And an NYPD sergeant shot in the head while responding to a domestic incident in the Bronx Thursday night. The unidentified cop responding to the dispute around 10:30 when shots rang out. The officer struck when an individual involved in the dispute fired through the door. The officer's condition not immediately clear, an investigation underway. I'm Ted Lindner. This is Fox News.
Whitesboro Central School District is looking for bus drivers to join their team now. Whitesboro is a leading school system in central New York. With 7 schools, 3,100 students, and a 92% graduation rate, you can help drive our students' success. When you drive for Whitesboro, you get pay that's based on your experience. Great benefits, a flexible schedule, and summers off. Call Andy at 315-768-9740 or stop by the garage, 20 Wood Road, Whitesboro.
Freeze warning goes on until 9 o'clock in the morning on Friday. Could have some frosty conditions, a freeze possible. The mainly clear sky, low near 30, cover of any tender vegetation. Clear frosty start to Friday, sun-filled finish, a high of 63. Clear Friday night, not quite as cold, although near 40. Sunshine Saturday, high 67. Small chance of rain Sunday, but mostly dry, high 63. I'm meteorologist Mark Thibodeau with the Weather Channel on WIBX 950 AM and 92.3 FM.
Stay informed. Stay ahead.
This is where I get my news.
WIBX 950 and 92.3 FM.
From the heartland of America and the gateway to the West, good morning, good evening, wherever you may be across the nation, around the world. I'm George Norrie. This is Coast to Coast AM. Later tonight, we're going to take a walk on the paranormal side. Here's what's happening. Thousands of jubilant Israelis gathered into Tel Aviv Square, hopeful for the return of hostages held in Gaza after 2 years of fear and worry. Many wearing stickers reading, "They're coming back," waving Israeli and U.S. flags, and clutching photos of the hostages after Israel and Hamas reached a U.S. brokered deal of a hostage release and truce deal. The Real Food Healthy Kids Act on October 8th of this year. The law requires the state to develop a definition of these ultra-processed foods and identify a subgroup of especially harmful ones by 2028, with schools needing to phase them out beginning in 2029 and then fully ban them by 2035 deadline. Douglas Mulhall, author of Discovering the Nature of Longevity, with us here. Douglas, why is it going to take them so long?
Yeah, George, that's a real good question. But the good news is the Republicans and Democrats finally agreed on something. Isn't that amazing? And, it was almost unanimous. Start protecting kids from ultra-processed foods in school. Now, although that's going to take a long time, California is still the first state in the country to officially move in that direction by defining what those foods are and which ones should be banned. The new law defines ultra-processed food as having ingredients like non-nutritious sweeteners, high saturated fats, sodium, extra sugar, stabilizers and thickeners, flavor enhancers, many food dyes. You might recall we did a story about that, and more. Now, George, this is the umpteenth time you and I have talked about ultra-processed foods, so it is a step forward to see actually these foods being defined so that they can start doing something about them. These are big contributors to the total stress load that triggers most of our chronic diseases today. But like you said, there's a downside. Eliminating these foods from the school supply isn't going to be quick. You already mentioned that. And, the other thing is that it only applies to schools rather than the general public or, selling in stores. So we still have a long way to go, George.
We sure do. And what's new with the Discovering the Nature of Longevity?
Well, anybody can get it. This total stress load is the most important thing in people's health, and it's on Amazon, and you can read more about it at www.calcify.com. That's CALCIFY.com.
Super. Thanks, Douglas. Elon Musk's race to dominate our planet's orbit with his satellite constellations is creating tons of space junk. Enough of it, in fact, that we might want to start looking up. According to Smithsonian astrophysicist Jonathan McDowell, there are now one or two of these Starlink satellites falling back to Earth every single day. And that figure, according to him, is only going to keep climbing. The alarming statistic underscores the concerns around rapidly populating the planet's low Earth orbit with expendable satellites. Elon Musk's SpaceX has been launching thousands of them there using his reusable rockets since 2019, and more than 8,000 currently in operation. Can you believe that? What else is going on in the skies? Let's check in with the expert, Kevin Randall. Hi, Kevin.
Hi, George. How you doing?
Okay, buddy. How are you?
I'm good. And almost from the beginning of the modern era of UFO sightings, there have been talk of alien bodies recovered from the site of UFO crashes. And this is one of the most controversial areas of UFO research. It's been contaminated by some early hoaxes, and it was Len Stringfield who created a situation where we would investigate these tales of bodies recovered rather than just reject them out of hand. These stories have entered the mainstream, including the House of Representatives. A political journalist, Matt Laszlo, interviewed Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna, who seems to have lost the trust of the whistleblowers, probably because hearings have been canceled. Some of the whistleblowers have not been called to testify, and there are those who have suggested the ARROW be disbanded with the eye of turning the investigation function over to the FBI. It seems that Laszlo and Luna had a somewhat contentious conversation where she told him that she can't talk about bodies that she and Matt Gaetz saw. It is a bit of a vague statement by Luna, but she also said, and I quote, "I cannot discuss these things, and you know that," end quote. However, while some sources claim that Luna and Gates were in a classified briefing, but it also seems that both dispute having seen bodies, but then both refuse to comment on the contents of the briefings, and both seem to have said they didn't see bodies. In a world where half-truths are important by saying they didn't see bodies, which is not quite the same thing as saying they didn't see a film or photographs of alien bodies, it could mean that they did see pictures, given some of the weasel-worded statements that have been made recently and some of the outright hostility directed at the thought of providing unbiased investigations. We are no closer to disclosure than we were when the Roswell crash crafted back in 1947. According to Laszlo, Luna has now tried to block his access to the task force, which he said was the same as a gag order. Laszlo said that he was blocked from the UAP caucus investigations, contradicting Luna's promise of transparency. I'll note here that we have first-hand testimony from high-ranking Army Air Forces officers and several NCOs that bodies were recovered at Roswell. And why there are those who comment about all of this without having reviewed the evidence and who say that nothing alien has been recovered, there's just too much smoke for that to be some kind of fire. The change from UFO, which was came about to mean, or the UFO came to mean that the alien spacecraft as opposed to something unidentified, to UAP, which covers a great deal of ground, can lead to a sense, a resolution of a problem, meaning that not every UAP is an alien spacecraft. Stan Gordon, on his UFO Anomaly Zone's website, has published reports of what are known as orbs. Gordon wrote, and I quote, "I am of the opinion that these low-level orbs cases represent one of the most important parts of the UFO UAP mystery, and that these cases require more attention," end quote. He reported, and I quote again, "On the evening of January 13th, 2025, in Clearfield County, Pennsylvania, a witness had just opened the car door when a very bright round object was observed. The object appeared to be a solid white sphere that was positioned over some small trees nearby. The object was estimated to be about 20 feet off the ground, and the object rapidly accelerated straight up into the sky," end quote. Investigation by John Brown provided some additional information. He noted, and I quote again, "There was about 3 inches of snow on the ground in his yard, but in the area where the object was seen was a circle of melted snow about 5 feet across. The orb did leave some kind of apparent indirect physical evidence of its passing because of the melted snow. No explanation for the sighting has been offered." And that's what we have for tonight, George.
Kevin, 3 years ago, you wrote a book called Understanding Roswell. Has the story changed much from that time period?
Well, the book, it expanded on some of the things that have been talked about in the Roswell case, and gave some of the biographies of the officers who were involved in it. So it kind of expanded it out from there. But the general story is everybody agrees something fell at Roswell. There has been no credible terrestrial explanation offered for it. What's the next step we can take? It's into the extraterrestrial. I'd like something a little bit more concrete, but right now we have almost every officer on the primary staff of Colonel Blanchard, who was in Roswell in 1947, telling us it was extraterrestrial, or they'd seen bodies and things like that. Well, there's one exception, and he was just bothered by all the people calling him and wanted them to stop calling him. So we've got some good testimonies from very high-ranking people who, I guess, kind of risked their pensions and their careers by assisting Don and me when we were doing the investigation. Major Edwin Easley, who was a provost marshal at the time, I asked him if we were following the right path, and Major Easley said, "What do you mean?" And I said, "We think it's extraterrestrial." And Easley said, "It's not the wrong path." So we've got a high-ranking officer who is involved telling us that the extraterrestrial is the right path to follow.
Keep down that road for us, Kevin. Thank you very much. In a moment, prophecy expert Benjamin Baruch back with us We will talk about the state of affairs of the world next.
Forward for the new book, Pagan Threat. Authored by Pastor Lucas Miles, Charlie said that Pagan Threat could save America. Charlie said you must read, internalize, and share this book. It has the plan to stop the wokeism infecting America. Already a #1 Amazon bestseller, Pagan Threat is available wherever books are sold. Get Pagan Threat free with Newsmax's special offer and save $30. Go online now to paganthreat.com. That's paganthreat.com. Millions are tuning into Newsmax on all major cable systems. They're downloading our free Newsmax app on their smartphones. And they're getting Pagan Threat to see Charlie Kirk's final words. Go today to paganthreat.com. That's paganthreat.com.
Real people, real stories.
I have bruising that's all over my arms. 3 weeks after I was on the carnivore, I noticed, I'm looking at my arms, and I said, gee, I don't have any bruises on my arms, and I'm always full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening. I have to tell you, that has to be the carnivore.
I've got a Labrador. She could hardly lift herself up off the floor. I won't tell you what the veterinarian said, but the treatment was chemotherapy. And I said, no way. That's when I said, you know what, this could be the ticket. So I started administering it, and she took to it right away. In 3 weeks, you could tell she was very alert. 6 weeks into the protocol, she seemed like she was 100%. She was going on 5-mile walks. I'm like, my goodness, she is just like prime again.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's carnivora.com.
WIBX.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you. Benjamin Baruch back with us, former military intelligence analyst. He works as a business consultant in the tax and finance field, advising some of the nation's largest real estate companies. He has an undergraduate studies degree at UCLA, where he focused on international finance and economics. He's got several books out, including The Day of the Lord is at Hand, The New Tactics of Global War, and The Day of the Lord Has Come, second edition. Benjamin Baruch back on Coast to Coast. Benjamin, how you doing?
I'm great. Good to be back, George.
Good to have you back. You've been in high demand. We've been getting emails from people over the last year saying, get him back on. And here you are.
Well, I'm delighted to be back. Thank you very much.
Back in November of 2019, you were on with us, and we were talking about how you believed the world would change forever. You were right. COVID hit. How did you feel that? How did you see that?
Well, I knew that the year 2020 was the 70th year, the final year of America's reign over the nations as end-time Babylon, and that prophecy is in Jeremiah 25, verse 12. And so I knew the clock was running, and I knew March 22nd was the Burning Man ritual of the Dark Ones. And so I knew they were going to begin the transformation of the world and of our country. I didn't know what would happen. I had no idea they would use a bioweapon. But I knew that something had been planned, and it would be dramatic, and it would change the world forever.
Yeah, and it sure did, too. It did dramatically. How did you get interested in biblical prophecy?
Well, I got saved. I met the Lord in 1971. I was 14 years old, and I started attending a Bible study on the book of Daniel, and I quickly learned that I was living in the last days and that Jesus would come back sometime during my lifetime. And I thought, well, that is absolutely fascinating. I really want to study this further, and I guess I devoted my life to studying Bible prophecy.
It seems that things are going to calm down between Israel and Hamas. I sure hope so, and we get these hostages released. But today, Russia has been bombing away at the Ukraine, hitting energy infrastructure. It's still a mess. I'm concerned, and a lot of European countries are concerned, that World War III is right on the horizon. How do you feel about that?
I think that is a certainty. I think you can prove the timing from Bible prophecy. And it's months away. It's not years away. It could be weeks away. the latest decision by President Trump to provide Tomahawk missiles to Ukraine, which would require U.S. guidance assistance, has angered the Russians to the point that they have responded publicly and said, if we observe Tomahawk missiles coming at Russia, and they use the words, we will launch on warning, and the launch they're talking about is not conventional weapons.
And of course, we would respond, and we've destroyed the planet.
Well, that's what is the common storyline sold to the American people. That's the old mutually assured destruction theory from the 1950s. And it was absolutely a reality in, decades ago when I was growing up in the 60s and the 70s. Yeah, that was very real. It was even real in the 80s, perhaps even the 90s. So that is not a reality today. The advances in the technology of fifth-generation weapons has created a gap in our defenses, a vulnerability that is not commonly understood by the American public.
Where does China fit into this, Benjamin?
China and Russia have been in a formal alliance since the 1990s. I was told that by Colonel Stanislav Lunev, who defected to the U.S. in the late 90s, and he was actually the senior officer in charge of planning World War III for over 30 years, working in the Kremlin with a team of several hundred analysts. And George, they studied America so closely. It's not an exaggeration to say Colonel Lunev knows more about the United States of America than I do or you do. For example, he laid out on a tablecloth, a paper tablecloth, he drew a map of the continental United States, and he literally laid out the attack plan that they had formulated, and maybe it's been modified slightly, but their plan is a surprise attack, George, in the middle of the night.
Isn't he the one who talked about suitcase nukes in the country?
Yes, he did. Yeah, he disclosed that small, satchel-sized nuclear weapons have been brought into our country, and senior officers in our Department of Defense have confidentially stated that they believe there are as many as 9 of them in the hands of terrorist organizations today.
When we talk about biblical prophecy, Benjamin, the Bible was written thousands of years ago. Where do we stand today? How did the Bible know? How did they know they understand the prophecy of our future? Or were they just talking about themselves?
Well, no, that's a great question. The reason Bible prophecy is so accurate, and we can get into the actual calculations of the window of time that we're now entering into and how you can prove it from the scriptures. But the reason that it's so accurate is it was actually written by the inspiration of the Holy Spirit. It wasn't just words written by men. These are the words of God, and God foreknew the entire history of the world before it happened. And so, Bible prophecy is amazingly accurate. The prophecies that Jesus Christ himself fulfilled number something like over 400. And, it would be impossible for some imposter to try to do that, intentionally without being the Messiah of Israel. And, it is amazing. I mean, there are people who've been taught that, we somehow evolved. A large, big clump of dirt blew up and formed the universe. I call it the dirt clod theory. There was a big dirt clod in the middle of nothing. It exploded, and you and I ended up talking on the Coast to Coast program. The probability of that occurring scientifically is 1 in infinity, just based on modern genetic science. The evolution of our various species require the alteration of DNA by random radiation outside of the organism. We know from modern genetics that if you expose DNA to radiation 9,999 times out of 10,000, you get death or deformation. You don't get a betterment. So the odds of each evolutionary step being successful are actually 1 in 10,000. And with 5 billion evolutionary steps required just of our species, let alone the other 93 million species that had to randomly evolve over time in a perfectly balanced ecosystem to support all these life forms, the odds of this occurring are 1 in 23 million pages of paper filled with zeros using a 12 font, which is a number.
Wow.
There's no measurement for this number. And I've debated this with the PhDs at UCLA in biology. And they told me, they said, we agree with you. We understand the calculation. It's 1 in 10,000 to the 5 billionth power. It's the definition of 1 over infinity, which is the definition of zero, nada. It didn't happen that way. Something created the universe, someone called God. The only question is, who is this God? Created this universe. That's a scientific fact. But the PhDs at UCLA told me, well, we agree with you that the odds of evolution are 1 in infinity, but we don't believe in God, and we are here, therefore we have to go with evolution. Well,
we're going to take a short break, Benjamin. Hold on for a second. We'll be back in a moment to talk more about biblical prophecy and your latest book called The Day of the Lord Has Come, the second edition. We'll be back in a moment with Benjamin Baruch on Coast to Coast AM.
Coast Insiders, the new version of the Coast to Coast AM app, is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
WIBX.
Before there was social media, streaming, and even color television, there was radio. Remember the golden days when you had to tune in to hear what happened to Hopalong Cassidy, or perhaps the Green Hornet? What if you could relive those days again? Hi, I'm Greg Bell, the host of When Radio Was, a show that's dedicated to the very best of radio's golden age. From classic performances by Jack Benny to tales of terror on Lights Out. It's all here on When Radio Was, starting every Sunday at 11 p.m., only on WIBX 950 and 92.3 FM. Which classic broadcast will you hear next?
My mom is a veteran and she was injured in the line of duty.
I hurt my leg in a training accident when she was only 2 years old. After my last surgery, I got an infection so bad I thought it was going to kill me. I'm doing much better now. I may have lost my leg, but I've gained so much.
Hi, I'm Congressman John Mannion. Make sure our veterans get the support they earned and deserve. Take the time to thank those who put everything on the line for us.
This message brought to you by the National Association of Broadcasters and this station.
Clearing out your home or commercial building, John's Cleanouts and Property Preservation will handle it for you. We handle residential or any size commercial property, before and after estate sale cleanouts or any junk removal service. John's Cleanouts and Property Preservation is a 5-star rated and background checked business, providing service you can count on, and we're fully insured in the industry. Call John's Cleanouts and Property Preservation today and take the stress out of your mess.
It may be hard to believe, but people just like you are already saving money. FeedThePig.org makes it easy. Their simple savings plan teaches you how to start saving without going overboard. So you don't need to ditch the car and start rollerblading to work.
I look ridiculous.
You look ridiculous!
You don't need to start foraging wild berries.
I was skeptical, but these are actually pretty good.
You don't need to sell your organs on the black market.
Lie back. This is gonna hurt.
Yeah, that hurts. You don't need to rent out your apartment to drifters.
I made a fire with the wood in your bedroom.
That's my dresser!
And your closet door.
You just need an internet connection. Don't get left behind. Start your personal savings plan with the tips and tools on feedthepig.org. That way, you don't need to sell all your belongings and live in a commune.
These dungarees belong to all of us now, Tom.
Brought to you by the American Institute of CPAs and the Ad Council.
Who do I play high school softball for? I play for my mom and dad who've never missed a game. I play for the smell of my leather glove. the sound of infield chatter, and that incredible feel of the ball jumping off my bat. I play for Sacrifice Bunts and Sacrifice Flies because they've taught me what it means to be a teammate.
Whether they're playing for their teammates, their classmates, or their community, high school student athletes in New York learn important lessons they'll use for the rest of their lives, like respect for the rules, time management skills, and the value of hard work and sacrifice.
I play high school softball for my friends who decorate my locker before every big game. That's who I play for. Play for keeps. Play for fun. Play on.
This message presented by the New York State Public High School Athletic Association and the New York State Athletic Administrators Association.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. The Israeli government has approved phase 1 of the Gaza peace plan to release all the hostages. Fox's Jackie Heinrich with more on what led to the peace deal between Israel and Hamas.
A senior U.S. official tells Fox Trump and his team seized on fallout from Israel's strikes on Hamas targets in Doha to force the deal through. Arab leaders wanting to avoid regional conflict ramped up pressure on Hamas.
And President Trump will travel to Egypt Monday to finalize the deal. New York Attorney General Letitia James indicted on mortgage fraud charges, accused of falsifying records to receive favorable loan terms on a Virginia house. James says she's being targeted by President Trump.
This is nothing more than a continuation of the president's desperate weaponization of our justice system.
Last year, James won a civil case against the Trump Organization over asset valuation fraud. America's listening to Fox News.
Gingrich. Freeze warning goes on until 9 o'clock in the morning on Friday. Could have some frosty conditions, a freeze possible, a mainly clear sky, low near 30, cover of any tender vegetation. Clear frosty start to Friday, sun-filled finish, a high of 63. Clear Friday night, not quite as cold, although near 40. Sunshine Saturday, high 67. Small chance of rain Sunday, but mostly dry, high 63. Meteorologist Mark Thibodeau with the Weather Channel on WIBX 950 AM and 92.3 FM.
Bringing you what's important, fast and factual.
It really is the best source of news.
This is WIBX 950 and 92.3 FM.
Don't take fame. Don't need no credit card to ride this train. It's strong and it's sudden and it's cruel sometimes, but it might just save your life. That's the power of love. That's the power of love.
You're listening to Coast AM with George Norrie.
We shall take your calls next hour with Benjamin Baruch as we talk about biblical prophecy. Lots more to talk with him about when we come back in a moment as well on Coast to Coast. Well, in 3 weeks, it's Halloween night, and on that Friday night, we're going to have our annual Ghost to Go show just for you.
Absolutely, we are, and we're looking for your ghost stories. We'd like your scariest, creepiest stories. Send them in to us. I'm going to give you the email address. It's ghoststories@coasttocoastam.com. Ghoststories@coasttocoastam.com. And we're going to rifle through those. We're going to pick a few. The ones we pick, we're going to call you back, and we're going to have you read them yourself on the air right here on Coast to Coast.
And if you missed any of that, just go to the highlight reel at coasttocoastam.com. All that information is there for you. And, of course, the Paranormal Podcast Network keeps cruising along, doesn't it, Tom?
It sure does. We're very proud of the shows we have on there. I have Captain Ron, host of the Beyond Contact podcast, with me right now. Ron, how are you?
I'm doing great, sir. How you doing?
Not too bad. So, new episodes of our podcasts come out on Fridays, and this week is your 73rd episode. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
Absolutely. We've got Greg Bishop tomorrow, and he's a UFO researcher that's been doing it for about 35 years, and he's right in my wheelhouse. He's a very balanced, critical thinker and has a very objective look at the phenomenon.
Ron, truth is very important to me, and I know it's important to you, so I have a question for you. How do you feel about most of the experiencers you run into? Are they credible?
Yes, I actually feel that the vast majority are. There are certainly some that I feel much more skeptical about. But a lot of these people, you know how it is, Tom, when someone tells you looking face-to-face, eye-to-eye, you can kind of get a sense that they really, something happened to them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I sure do. Listen, thanks for spending a few minutes with us tonight, and we're looking forward to your show that comes out tomorrow.
Thanks, buddy.
You got it. Well, listen, Captain, see you later. Thanks for spending a few minutes. Like I said, and folks, you can hear Ron's show and all the shows we have on the network by downloading the iHeartRadio app on your phone or by going to iHeartRadio.com. George?
Thank you, Tom. And here's something for you to build up that immune system.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Millay bring 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Millay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of ImmuStem and AdaptoStem together, supporting the body to be the best it can be.
Dr. Millay, how will I feel after taking AdaptoStem and ImmuStem?
The ImmuStem is going to have an immediate effect, but I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put AdaptoStem along with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit from Dr. Millay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit with AdaptoStem and ImmuStem is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code GEORGE for free shipping.
Order now to get your free gift, Mental Clarity, Natural Support for Mental Sharpness. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit at HealthyLooking.com.
Every Sunday morning, my family piles onto the couch, coffee in hand, TV on, and wrapped in the softest blanket we own. The Bubble Cuddle blanket from Cozy Earth. It's plush, textured, and honestly, it feels like a cloud hug. And when it's time for bed, that's when Cozy Earth takes comfort to another level. Their bamboo sheets transformed our sleep. Made from bamboo, they're temperature regulating and moisture wicking, so we actually sleep cooler, silky, smooth, breathable, and built to last. It's like slipping into luxury every night. Plus, you can try them risk-free with a 100-night sleep trial and a 10-year warranty. Upgrade the place you spend the most time, your bed. Visit CozyEarth.com. Use my code Jesse for 20% off. That's CozyEarth.com, code Jesse. And if you get a post-purchase survey, let them know you heard about Cozy Earth from Jesse Kelly. Because home isn't where you live, it's how you feel. Let's go home with Cozy Earth.
I used to stand in the paint aisle staring at all those products and wondering which one actually worked. I wasted so much money on things that didn't help. Then I tried Blue Stop, and let me tell you, it works. It soothes my sore joints and stiff muscles fast, absorbs quickly, and even smells great. Millions of people already trust Blue Stop, and now I do too. No prescription, no waiting. It's on the shelf right now at Walmart. If you want real relief, choose Blue Stop and feel the difference. Blue Stop at Walmart today.
Rising debt, stock market swings, and global shocks can affect your retirement. But even in this economy, there's still opportunity. Protect your retirement with a secure, tax-advantaged gold IRA. Instead of leaving a 401k or IRA at the mercy of markets, hold physical gold or silver. Real protection for your future. And Noble Gold makes it simple. Visit NobleGoldInvestments.com and chat with a specialist. The conversation is free, and the peace of mind is priceless. NobleGoldInvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals involves risk. Consult your financial advisor before making investment decisions.
WIBX.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie along with Benjamin Baruch. Benjamin, biblical prophecy. Is it prophecy of things that could be or will be?
Will be. That which has been determined. That will surely come.
Oh, geez.
And it'll come right on time, too, George.
So you wrote a new edition of The Day of the Lord Has Come. Tell us about that.
Well, the first edition was published in 2024, and then a second report was issued about a year later in early 2025. I actually began writing the book as a memo to one of my favorite clients after receiving a series of intelligence reports from a number of different agencies of, just how far close to the edge we were even back in 2024. And the memorandum got to about 70 pages, and it was full of detailed analysis, not Bible prophecy. And I realized this is going to turn into a book. Anyone interested in understanding what's really going on right now, I would encourage you to get a copy of The Day of the Lord Has Come second edition. Do not get the first edition because the second is updated for all of the intel that came out from April of 24 until about July of 25. And there's some very critical information in the second edition. And George, this war could come so fast that I wouldn't expect to see any royalties on the book. Amazon pays them 60 days after the close of the month. So we're in October, the payment would be at the end of December. I don't think we have that long, George. It's certainly in the next 12 months, and I can show you how you can get to that as an absolute conclusion. But I want to make one point. The war that is about to occur, and it is a world war that is about to explode, it actually began with 9/11, which was an attack on the United States. And 6 weeks before 9/11, I saw the United States attacked by commercial airplanes, by United and American Airlines in a dream. And I knew the planes were being used to attack us because they were flying very low with the engines on full throttle and the landing gear wasn't down. And after the planes roared over my head, back and forth, 2 from United, 2 from American, I was then shown the nuclear strike on the West Coast, and I saw the mushroom clouds, and the fallout began to come down, and I was catching it in my hands. And I woke up in the middle of the night, and a close friend, Jaron Nyquist, happened to be online. And so I got on the phone with Jeff and explained to him the dream, and I said, we're going to be attacked by United and American Airlines. It's going to start the next war. Could Russia disguise their bombers to look like United Airlines? Because I saw the planes and then bombs. He said, no, that'll never happen. I said, well, I don't really understand it, but we're about to be attacked. Some kind of attacks coming using aircraft from both United and American Airlines, and it's going to start the next war, and it's not going to end. This war is going to go on for decades until it ends in World War III. And Jeff asked me, have you ever seen fallout before in the real world? Never. I've never attended an atomic test. Jeff said, well, you've described it perfectly. It looks like chips of whitish gray paint, the size of a nickel or a quarter. And it's got the minerals that have reconstituted orange and brown and yellow, just contorted within these just chips that flutter down from the sky. But I knew I'd seen the beginning and the end of the war. Well, we're looking at the end of the war in the next 12 months. And, how many wars are going on right now anyway, or how many dimensions of this world war are currently either in conflict or on the verge of conflict? I mean, let's just go down the list. There's war in Ukraine. There's war in Gaza. We've been at war with Yemen and Iran, and that's coming back. We're going to go to round 2 shortly. We've been at war with Lebanon and Hezbollah. There's been war in Syria, where we've actually got military forces in position to have military conflict with Venezuela. There's been war between India and Pakistan. China's threatening Taiwan. North Korea's saber-rattling, and they possess nuclear weapons. The left versus the right in the U.S. are practically in a civil war. Islam in the West is at war in the UK and the EU. They're talking about war in the Balkans. There's cyber wars, AI wars, resource wars, currency wars. A time of unprecedented conflict has come upon the earth, and this time is known as the Day of the Lord. This is the time of the judgment of Almighty God. And there are prophecies that pinpoint this window, and there's 2 of them. One is the prophecy that Jesus gave us in the parable of the fig tree, which he told his disciples, go and learn the meaning of this parable. It was the only parable we were given as homework of the 40 parables recorded in Scripture. One was assigned as homework. Practically nobody studied the parable. I spent 30 years studying it. And in the parable, Jesus said, the generation that sees the rebirth of the fig tree, the rebirth of the state of Israel, would see the fulfillment of everything, which includes the second coming of the Lord. And so there's only two questions. When do you begin counting the rebirth of the state of Israel? And how long is the final generation? Well, King David in Psalm 49 revealed that a parable will be unveiled within the Psalms. Which parable? The most important parable, the fig tree parable. So what is the answer? Well, it turns out that the life expectancy of the current population in Israel is 82.7 years. And it turns out Psalm 82 verse 7 confirms it perfectly. The psalm deals with the judgment of God at the end of the age. And in verse 7, we are told, the Israeli people, you will die like men. Even though you are the children of God, you shall die as men. How do men die as a group? Based on life expectancy. So 82.7 is the key to the parable. Then the only question is, well, when do we begin counting? The Declaration of Statehood, May of 1948. No, that just started the War of Independence. The end of the war in the spring of 49? No, that began the negotiations for ceasefire agreements. By the fall of 1949, Israel went into a jubilee. The war had ended, the armistice agreements had been signed, and now Israel enjoyed a year of peace. And I can prove that is a jubilee year for our audience, but that jubilee ended in the fall of 1950.
And what does jubilee mean for us?
On the biblical calendar, every 7 years is a Sabbath year. After 7 Sabbath years, or 49 years, the 50th year is a Jubilee. And under the law of the Jubilee, all debts are forgiven. All property that's been foreclosed or lost is returned to the original tribes. And all slaves, if anybody sold themselves into slavery as a result of indebtedness, they also are set free. So it's a time of redemption, restoration, and freedom. Israel got their land back during a jubilee. Now, the experts who study these matters would tell you they don't know what year the jubilee is. I'm not sure how they're experts in a subject they know nothing about, but here's my thesis, that the rebirth of Israel would be within a jubilee. One of these years is a jubilee, and that at the same time, something related to the ministry of Jesus Christ would occur in a jubilee as well, because it's his life, death, and resurrection that is the reason that God has given us a jubilee spiritually, where we're set free from the slavery of sin, our debts are canceled, and we're restored to our relationship with the God that created us. So, if 1948, 49 to 1950 is a possible Jubilee window, how does that correlate to the birth or the life of Jesus? The only thing it correlates to is the birth. Jesus was born in 2 BC. Sir Isaac Newton spent a life studying that question. He confirmed that the commandment of Artaxerxes commissioning Nehemiah and Ezra to go and rebuild the temple in 444 BC occurred precisely in that year, according to the prophecies in Daniel 9. After 62 of these 7-year periods, or 62 weeks, the Messiah would come. The 62 sevens is 434 years, but every 49 years is a jubilee. So we have 8 jubilees within the prophecy of the 62 weeks. That adds to 442 years, which puts the birth of Jesus in 2 BC. That correlates to the year 49 because there is no year 0. You have to subtract 1 when you go from 2, and you add 2 BC plus 50 is the year 49, or the year 1949, when the Jubilee of Israel's restoration began. The generation that would see these things, God doesn't start counting a generation for the people born on a single day. It's the people born during an entire year. The prophecy is life expectancy in years. We measure based on an entire year of birth. Even as you graduated from high school in a year, you're the class of 2008, or in my case, 1974. I'm dating myself. But the point being, it's the generation that was born during that Jubilee from 1949, the fall of 49 to the fall of 1950. That's the generation that came alive, and the counting begins from the end of that Jubilee.
Where does Where does the Antichrist fit into this?
He's going to come to power immediately following World War III. World War III is going to result in catastrophic damage to the world's economy. The food production, food distribution will collapse. The financial system will collapse. And humanity will now be in a depression of unprecedented proportion. There's going to be starvation. There's going to be hardship. It's going to be a rough time. And the Antichrist will come forward and tell the world, we must have world government. We cannot fight another war. 2 billion people just died in World War III. We can never have another nuclear war. We can't do this again. We must create a one world democratic government, and they will. And a one world government will quickly come to power. The destruction of America is pictured in Daniel 7, the vision of 4 kingdoms that would come to power at the end of the age before the return of the Lord. The first was a lion, England, with eagle's wings, America, which came out of England. And then the eagle's wings are plucked. That's America's fall in World War III. And then the lion is lifted up above the earth, caused to stand on its feet as a man. And the heart of a man is given to the beast. And so the Antichrist kingdom comes to power following the fall of America in World War III. We will no longer be an economic or military superpower. But, George, I do have good news. The scripture is very clear. The United States of America is not going to lose this war. God is going to intervene, and the population that is left in the United States of America will not be conquered or subjugated.
But what is left, Benjamin? That's the question. What's left?
At least my estimates would be 30 to 50 million people will be left alive.
From 300 million?
360 million, yeah.
Oh, my God.
15%.
How could you say we win with that?
Well, we're not going to be conquered. The invading armies will flee, and we will remain free, and we'll be singing the battle hymn of the Republic.
But what's left?
Rid this nation. Pardon?
What's left?
I'm going to be left. My closest friends are going to be left. My kids are going to be left. And I'm sorry that there will be substantial casualties. I mean, World War II killed, 60 million people, 80 million people? This one's going to kill billions.
You'll be living without electricity, without buildings, without housing. Everything will be destroyed, won't it?
No, it's not going to be that severe. No.
So there'll still be places to go to?
Well, and God's going to intervene. Oh, absolutely, there'll be places to go to. Actually, for the remnant of God, these are our best days that are coming. It's a tale of two cities. For one group of people that just can't decide to see the truth, it'll be the worst of times. For the people who've embraced the truth, it's going to be the best of times. The Lord spoke to me audibly when I was shown these events, when I was actually translated into the future in 1996. And when he took me back to my living room, George, I reacted like you. I was literally hysterical. I was screaming. I fell on my face on the floor screaming, what must we do to be safe from what's coming? And he answered me audibly, and he was very calm. He said, I will protect that which is mine, and everything else will be destroyed. And so, that's what we're facing. It's a good time to, start reading your Bible. And if you don't have any faith, if you're an unbeliever, then pray to this God that you don't believe in and ask him to give you the gift of faith, because that's where faith comes from. And if you ask for it, you'll receive it. And you really want to come with us because we're going to be fine, okay? I'm sorry. I mean, it's just this reality. You don't want to go with the people that are going to be destroyed, because I don't know if you remember the song. This was from Midnight Oil back in the 80s. How can we dance when the earth is turning into the new age of the Antichrist? There'll be no dancing among the earth dwellers. And how can we sleep when our beds are burning? Well, the nuclear war is coming in the middle of the night for America. It'll be 2 a.m. in New York. It'll be 11 p.m. on the West Coast. It'll be 9 a.m. in Moscow when they launch these missiles. And the hypersonic missiles will come out of the submarines.
Gosh, no, absolutely. The subs are major battlefields there. We'll be back with more with Benjamin Baruch and your phone calls on Coast to Coast AM.
To find out where George Norrie's speaking, go to the coasttocoastam.com website, scroll down to the bottom, and click George's calendar.
Clearing out your home or commercial building, John's Cleanouts and Property Preservation will handle it for you. We handle residential or any size commercial property, before and after estate sale cleanouts or any junk removal service. John's Cleanouts and Property Preservation is a 5-star rated and background checked business, providing service you can count on, and we're fully insured in the industry. Call John's Cleanouts and Property Preservation today and take the stress out of your mess.
Local small businesses make up a major portion of the economy, and places like our restaurant really define the personality of a city or neighborhood.
Small businesses are the heart and soul of a community.
Without them, we wouldn't have survived.
Hi, I'm Congressman John Mannion. Make sure to support your local small businesses because they're the core of our communities.
This message brought to you by the National Association of Broadcasters and this station.
Well, I finally did it. I opened a 401k.
What? Why? Just wait for the inheritance. We've definitely got a rich uncle somewhere. We're one call away from the winner's circle at the Derby, dinners with multiple forks, a vacation home in the country, using summer as a verb.
You don't actually think that, do you?
When it comes to financial stability, don't get left behind. Get tools and tips for saving at feedthepig.org. This message brought to you by the American Institute of CPAs and the Ad Council.
Hey, Dad, how do you throw a curveball? How do you build a fort? How do refrigerators run? How do fish learn how to swim?
Kids ask a lot of questions.
How high can you jump?
But you don't have to know every answer.
How many phone numbers are there?
Because you don't have to be perfect to be a perfect parent.
How do cell phones work?
There are thousands of children in foster care who don't need every question answered.
What's electricity?
They just need you.
What's the moon made of?
For more information on how you can adopt, go to adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
From the Stanley Theater Studio, WIBX Utica, Rome. WIBX 950 and 92.3 FM, celebrating 100 years.
Peace plan set in motion. I'm Sue Guzman, Fox News. Israel's cabinet has approved President Donald Trump's plan for a ceasefire in the Gaza Strip and the release of the remaining hostages held by Hamas. Fox's Jonathan Savage tells us what's expected in the coming days.
The clock started ticking when the Israeli government ratified the deal. Within 24 hours, the ceasefire is scheduled to begin. A further 3 days are then allotted for locating and returning the 20 living hostages and also the remains of 28 who've died. The pullback of Israeli forces to the so-called Yellow Line, demarcating roughly half of the Gaza Strip, should take no more than a day. Meanwhile, Israel's preparing for the arrival of President Donald Trump. The president says he'll try to get there this weekend. He'll also look to conduct a signing in Egypt where the deal was negotiated. Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
Federal judge temporarily blocking President Trump's National Guard deployment to Chicago for at least 2 weeks. Fox's Christina Coleman reports.
Judge April M. Perry says deploying troops anywhere in the state would, quote, only add fuel to the fire. The temporary restraining order comes after some local and state officials sued the Trump administration over the troops' deployment. They called it a, quote, unconstitutional invasion of Illinois by the federal government. The Trump administration argued that the National Guard is needed to protect law enforcement personnel and federal property in the Chicago area. They say the levels of violence against federal law enforcement executing their lawful duties have reached an unprecedented high and that there is a lack of assistance from local law enforcement.
The Justice Department appealing the ruling. A tsunami threat following a 7.6 magnitude earthquake off the southern Philippines has now passed. Small waves detected on the Indonesian and Philippine coast. Officials say the damage from the earthquake is still being assessed. It sent people out of houses and buildings in panic, also knocked out power. America's listening to Fox News.
From
from around the world.
Trey Yingst, joining us from Tel Aviv, Israel.
To Washington.
I'm Mike Emanuel.
To your own backyard. If a story impacts you or your wallet, we're on it. It's the Fox News Rundown. We give every story the deeper look it deserves with must-listen interviews and smart analysis from the voices you can trust. Start your day with the Fox News Rundown. Listen and follow now at foxnewsrundown.com or wherever you get your favorite podcasts. From the Fox News Podcasts Network.
Hey, this is Trey Gowdy, host of the Trey Gowdy Podcast. Every Tuesday, you'll hear what's on my mind. Plus, every Thursday, there's a special bonus episode where we answer the questions that are on your mind. Make sure to spend your Tuesdays and Thursdays with Trey. Subscribe now at foxnewspodcast.com or wherever you download podcasts. Hope to see you.
America's listening to Fox News.
New York State's top cop is now facing charges. Fox's Kevin Cork with the story.
A federal grand jury in Virginia indicting the New York Attorney General Letitia James on 2 counts related to alleged mortgage bank fraud. James, or Big Tish as she's been monikered by some of her critics, was being probed for alleged paperwork discrepancies on her Brooklyn townhouse and her Virginia home. She allegedly declared both to be primary residences on mortgage applications, which you just can't do. She has publicly denied any wrongdoing. And she responded to the charges today with a video saying this about the president.
He is forcing federal law enforcement agencies to do his bidding. All because I did my job.
Last year, James won a civil case against then-candidate Trump and his companies in a lawsuit alleging he lied to banks and others about the value of his assets. The government shutdown continues with no end in sight as the Senate has left for the long holiday weekend. Here's Fox's Jared Halpern.
President Trump says the government shutdown, now in its 9th day, is damaging and will get worse the longer it goes on.
We'll be making cuts that will be permanent, and we're only going to cut Democrat programs. I hate to tell you. I guess that makes sense, but we're only cutting Democrat programs.
The president did not specify which programs could be on the chopping block. In the initial days of the shutdown, the White House Budget Office froze billions of dollars in infrastructure funding for Democrat-led states. The administration is also warning of layoffs, not just furloughs, for federal workers. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
A beloved sports chaplain has died.
Sister Jean, the longtime chaplain to the Loyola Chicago men's basketball team, has died at the age of 106, the school announced. Sister Jean rose to fame during Loyola Chicago's magical run to the Final Four in the 2018 NCAA tournament.
That is Fox's Joe Morgan reporting.
Hi, my name is Pete Donahue. I've been a school bus driver for Whitesboro for 18 years. What I like best about the job is to get the kids to school every day. I see their smiling faces every single morning. I also like the fact that when I get to drive the school bus, I'm kind of like my own boss, and I get to do the safety with the kids on and off the bus. And I like the time off that I get driving the school bus. You get the summers off. And Andy Kirk is like the best boss ever, and he's really good to the employees. The number is 315-768-9740.
Freeze warning goes on until 9 o'clock in the morning on Friday. Could have some frosty conditions, a freeze possible. The mainly clear sky, low near 30. Cover of any tender vegetation. Clear frosty start to Friday, sun-filled finish, a high of 63. Clear Friday night, not quite as cold, low near 40. Sunshine Saturday, high 67. Small chance of rain Sunday, but mostly dry, high 63. I'm meteorologist Mark Thibodeau with the Weather Channel on WIBX 950 AM and 92.3 FM.
Start your AM with more info ASAP.
It's the only way to start the day.
Keeler on WIBX 950 and 92.3 FM.
In the jungle, the mighty jungle, the lion sleeps tonight. In the jungle, the quiet jungle, the lion sleeps tonight.
To talk to George Norrie, call the Wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
We're talking prophecy, and we'll take your calls with Benjamin Baruch in just a moment on Coast to Coast AM. During Cybersecurity Awareness Month, which is this month, LifeLock wants to give you some helpful tips to protect your identity. Using multi-factor authentication can be a line of defense to help protect your personal information, like getting a text with a security code. But LifeLock offers more comprehensive protection against identity theft. It's important to understand how cybercrime and identity theft are affecting our lives, with lots of places accidentally exposing your personal information. That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points a second for risks to your identity. LifeLock detects and alerts you to potential identity threats that you may not spot on your own. Loans taken out in your name, crimes committed by thieves pretending to be you. If your identity is stolen, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it, guaranteed, or your money back. Start protecting your identity today with a 30-day free trial. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to lifelock.com and use promo code George for 30 days free. That's lifelock.com, promo code George for 30 days free. Terms apply.
Every Sunday morning, my family piles onto the couch, coffee in hand, TV on, and wrapped in the softest blanket we own. The Bubble Cuddle blanket from Cozy Earth. It's plush, textured, and honestly, it feels like a cloud hug. And when it's time for bed, that's when Cozy Earth takes comfort to another level. Their bamboo sheets transformed our sleep. Made from bamboo, they're temperature regulating and moisture wicking, so we actually sleep cooler, silky, smooth, breathable, and built to last. It's like slipping into luxury every night. Plus, you can try them risk-free with a 100-night sleep trial and a 10-year warranty. Upgrade the place you spend the most time, your bed. Visit CozyEarth.com. Use my code Jesse for 20% off. That's CozyEarth.com, code Jesse. And if you get a post-purchase survey, let them know you heard about Cozy Earth from Jesse Kelly. Because home isn't where you live, it's how you feel. Let's go home with Cozy Earth.
WIBX.
And welcome back, George Norrie, along with Benjamin Baruch. Benjamin, are your predictions based on strictly biblical prophecy or your own instincts?
Well, I look to biblical prophecy, and then I also receive intelligence information from multiple sources inside our country, as well as a number of our allies. And I also get information that leaks out of some of our enemies. And so, you know, I also take into consideration what's going on behind the closed doors. But
are insiders concerned about a World War III?
Yeah. Why do you think they built underground cities?
For themselves, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, of course they're concerned.
How about you?
No, it's my time. I'll be fine. I'd like to save as many lives as possible, absolutely, which is why I'm doing what I'm doing. I have a very successful consulting career. I do quite fine financially. A $4 book royalty is insignificant to me. And the time I invest in trying to warn and awaken a sleeping nation is, considerable. I don't even think I broke even on my book publishing, considering all the money I spent marketing. But it was never about making money. It was about trying to save people's lives.
We are going through strange times right now, especially on our own homeland with these National Guard troops. People are uptight about that.
Well, I understand. The borders were wide open for 4 years. Officially, they talk about 10 to 15 million migrants having come into the country. Several, five-star generals have commented privately. They think the number is closer to 20 million. And embedded in that group are 900,000 that are hardened criminals, actual trained terrorists, or foreign troops. All right. So we've been invaded. And among the terrorists, there's at least 5,000 hardcore Al-Qaeda, ISIS, Taliban operatives who've been supplied military-grade weapons by the Russians and the Chinese, smuggled across by the cartels. They've organized into teams focused on 10 cities in America, and they're going to unleash multiple terror attacks like the Mumbai attack, where one team for 3 days basically turned the city of Mumbai upside down. We're going to have cities where there's going to be 10 to 15 teams operating, and the casualty estimates are 50,000 dead and 100,000 wounded in the first week. And they plan on fighting to the death, and the expectation is that the battle, our own military is going to have to get involved in fighting actual wars inside of our major cities. How is our stock market? Go ahead.
Our police departments aren't going to be able to handle that load.
No, they're going to be part of the casualties because there's going to be, more than one team waiting in the wings. The initial attack will draw the first responders, and they're not going to survive.
What are they waiting for, Benjamin?
The go-ahead from Iran and the green light from Russia.
Which may or may not come?
Oh, it's definitely coming. It's 100% certain to come. I think they want this terror wave to be shortly before the nuclear strike comes on the country. And people need to understand, the Russians have hypersonic missiles that can be fired that release hypersonic glide vehicles over the South Atlantic, and they're going to come in at Mach 20. We don't have south-facing long-range radars. We won't know they're over our shores till they literally cross into American airspace. The submarines, the missiles will hit within a minute or two. And, our Trident submarines are not invisible. They might have been invisible in the 70s or the 80s. The Russians have tracking capabilities now, drone submarines that sit off our Trident bases. And so they have an approximate idea of the location. And, the Russians possess a Poseidon torpedo that it travels at 70 knots, 4,000 feet under the water, undetected, carrying a 100 megaton warhead. It's the power of 6,700 Hiroshima bombs. Millions of tons of seawater will vaporize instantly. It'll create a pressure wave of 10,000 pounds per square inch, crushing the hulls of anything within 10 to 15 miles. There'll be 200-foot tsunamis destroying vessels. They can take out an entire naval task force. This will be a 6-point earthquake measured as the shock wave impacts the crust of the earth. There'll be a 50-mile radius of the dead zone. And these will also create a tsunami that'll damage our coast. This thing is going to happen so fast, and our submarines will never even know what hit them. Our air wings, the last that I'm aware, are not fully alerted. They're on the ground. They're going to take 24 to 72 hours to get alerted and in the air. They'll be gone in 30 minutes. That'll leave us with 400 ICBMs, which we will no doubt launch. And I talked to Colonel Lunev, Soviet commander in charge of planning World War III. He told me their S-500 system equipped with EMP warheads would meet our ICBMs over the North Pole, detonate the EMP warhead, fry the electronics on our incoming missiles, and that their engineering calculations showed worst case for Russia and China is they would each have one or two warheads explode over one or two major military bases or one or two cities. The Russian and communist Chinese leadership will be in underground bunkers. And, these losses are equivalent to what Russia lost in Stalingrad in a month. It's the cost of warfare.
Now, you said earlier, though, we end up winning.
Yeah, we do.
Where's the winning? How do we win?
Well, look, the targeted cities are not going to win. if I were living in a target city, and I don't, I live in the Rocky Mountains, waiting for the fallout. And, I left the targeted cities because I knew this war would come one day. But, if you're in the targeted cities, I maybe, take a weekend trip out of town. I might leave on, maybe don't be around Saturday night, the 18th of October.
How long does this last?
Pardon?
How long does this last?
My estimate would be the war lasts about 6 months.
That's 6 months, pretty long. Let's take some calls for you. East of the Rockies, Mark in Baltimore. Mark, you're on with us.
Oh, thank you so much for taking my call, George. Well, I'm going to change my question. Mr. Benjamin Baduka, I have extreme military experience, and I have my own sources. And I'm glad you're hiding in the mountains. I mean, you just said you spoke to this Russian Colonel Luna or something on these warfare concerns. I'm telling you, the way you're talking, you got a lot of people worried out there. It's very sensitive information you're giving out. Or you believe the end times are here now, and who you heard that from? That's all.
Well, I can tell you from the scriptures that this generation that saw the rebirth of Israel will see the fulfillment of all things. And there's a second prophecy that has almost not even been observed in the Bible. In Daniel chapter 9, verse 24, the text reads, 77s have been decreed upon the people of Israel and upon the city of Jerusalem. Those are two distinct prophecies. Everybody focused on the detailed prophecy for Jerusalem regarding the commandments to restore the city in the time of Nehemiah, and then again at the end of the age. But the prophecy regarding the people of Israel itself, I didn't even know it existed until I first noticed it in the last year. The sevens are Sabbath years, so 70 periods of 7 Sabbath years each have been appointed for the people of Israel. Well, 7 Sabbaths is 49 years. That leads us to a Jubilee. So it's a prophecy of 70 Jubilees from the Exodus out of Egypt when Israel became a nation until the fulfillment of all things. There would be 70 Jubilees, or approximately 3,500 years. So the million-dollar question is, when was the Exodus? Well, all of the experts would circle around 1450 BC. No one knows the precise year. There's reasons why they would argue it couldn't have been 1500 BC, and they're correct, because if the Exodus was at 1500, the day of the Lord would have already occurred, and this would all be over. And if it's at 1400 BC, we've got 50 more years, which we don't have, as all the nations of the world right now are scrambling to prepare for war. The European leaders are telling everybody, well, Russia and China will attack us in 2026 or 2027, because then we'll be ready. Well, Russia and China are probably ready now. But back to the prophecy of the Jubilees, as I mentioned, the restoration of Israel is a Jubilee-type event. So if I put the restoration window of Israel, which is 48 to 49 to 50, and I also include in that either the birth or the ministry of Jesus Christ. Well, his ministry was in 27 AD to 30 AD. Some say 32 AD. That doesn't line up with the year 49. But his birth in 2 BC lines up perfectly with the year 49. And if you want the proof, go read Isaac Newton's book, published in 1793 in London. You can still get a copy today. Newton spent a lifetime confirming that the Messiah was born in 2 BC. So then the million-dollar question is, when was the Exodus? Well, if these events are coming down now, the Exodus was in 1452. And 50 years later, in 1402 BC, was the first Jubilee. 1949 to 1950 would be the 68th Jubilee of Israel. 1999 to 2000 was the 69th. And 2024 to 2025 was the 70th. And the reason it's only 25 years and not 50 is the final Jubilee is spiritual. It's not civil. God's not changing any civil relations among men. Nobody's being forgiven their home mortgage. There are no slaves in the natural being set free. And, none of this is occurring in the natural. This is the spiritual Jubilee. It began on the night of the great eclipse on April 8th, 2024. It ended on March 29, 2025. And the final events of Bible prophecy occur on the civil year of Israel which begins in September, October, based on the month of Tishri. We've just entered into that. And are things not accelerating at an incredible pace? The Russian government is talking about launch on warning of their nuclear arsenal in the event we give Ukraine the Tomahawk missile. So, folks, we're knocking at the door. Ancient Babylon was destroyed in the middle of the night. The Medo-Persian army came in. They killed the royal family and the political leadership. In the morning, the people woke up. It was over. That was in the year 539 BC. Babylon ruled from 609 BC to 539 BC, exactly 70 years. The United States became the de facto leader of the free world in 1949. They ruled through 2019, and then everything changed in 2020. And we went from, a bioweapon being released by the Chinese government to a war starting, to a war that is ready to explode. And we're right on track for World War III in the next 12 months. In my opinion, it's this fall. If I lived in a targeted city,
I'm hoping you're wrong, Benjamin. God, I'm hoping you're wrong.
I would be getting out of town for the weekends, George. And I don't think you're going to have to leave for too many before you realize that was the smartest move you ever made.
Let's go to Harry in Port Huron, Michigan. Harry, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, George. Ben, God bless you, Ben, for what you're doing, and you're doing the work of the Lord, and I confirm everything you're saying. So I'm calling because my question is, you mentioned the targeted cities, and I'm not panicking at all. I'm just trying to see if we can get some people saved, lives saved. Do you have a list of those target cities? Can you give us those cities? Can you tell us which ones they are? Those people need to be getting out of there.
Yeah, well, the Russian government released that list early in the Ukraine crisis, and they made the statement that they're humanitarians, and in the event the war turns into a global war with the United States, they wanted to warn the American people of the cities that they would target that are key economic cities. And we're talking about, San Diego with the naval base. We're talking about LA, Long Beach. We're talking about San Francisco, Seattle. We're talking about the Eastern Seaboard, Boston, New York, Washington, D.C., Miami. We're talking about Houston, Dallas, Detroit, Chicago.
All the big ones. All the big ones.
All the biggest cities, yeah.
Isn't there anything that can be done to stop this, in your opinion, Benjamin?
No, I'm sorry. No, this is absolutely determined. This is how the dark forces of the deep state. Look, there's a shadow government that took control of the United States of America. And, they're communist, they're globalist, and at the very top of the echelons of power in these corrupt organizations, these secret societies, they're Satanists. The scripture refers to them as Chaldeans. And the Chaldeans were a separate country that were south of Babylon. They usurped the throne of the nation of Babylon, which had existed for 2,000 years. It had been dominated by the pharaohs. It was dominated by the Assyrian Empire. But once the satanic Chaldean sorcerers took political power over Babylon, Babylon was lifted up as a world empire, ruled that known region for 70 years, and then was suddenly destroyed. It was destroyed in 539 BC. The United States is end-time Babylon of the book of Revelation. You can read about it in Jeremiah 15:51. You can read about it in Revelation 17 and 18. Columbus discovered the new Babylon in 1492 on October 12th, the same day. 2,030 years following the fall of ancient Babylon. That 2030 number is a code for the end times, and it's a clue that the events of the fall of ancient Babylon, which occurred in a moment, really, when the people woke up in the morning, it was all over, they were going to occur again at the end of the age. I had often thought that, this war might come in the same exact day, on the evening of October 11, the early morning of October 12. Well, that's Saturday. I don't think we're there. I think there's more. The war with Iran probably needs to reignite. We're probably looking at this war in the next month or two.
Is that one of the telltale signs when that happens first?
Well, there's a scripture in Jeremiah 50, verse 44, and it says, the Antichrist will come to power from the swelling of the Jordan, and then he will come against the habitation of the strong, the one remaining superpower. And then the Lord says, but I will make the enemies of America suddenly run away from her. God's going to get involved and protect the survivors in America. And once the Lord stands up as part of the defense of the United States, well, the enemies run and we will be delivered. And the scripture then asks, who will appoint me the time? The question in Jeremiah 50:44 is at least one person would discern the timing of these events. Well, I've attempted to do so in my book, The Day of the Lord Has Come, second edition. And the reason there's a second edition is 2 reports were prophesied in Jeremiah 51:46. The scripture says, lest your heart become afraid, a report will come into the land in 1 year, and then a second report will come, and violence will be in the land and ruler against ruler. Are we seeing violence in our land today? Yeah, it's insane how much violence is breaking out in our land. And are the rulers fighting each other? Constantly. And George, about 6 months after the first edition of the book came out, I got a phone call. And a friend of mine called me up and he said, I was reading Jeremiah 51:46 and I realized your book's the first report. And I said, yeah, and I gotta update it because I was off by 1 year. So I issued a second report. The amazing thing though, George, is a day later, I got a similar phone call. The same exact words were spoken, verbatim. I was reading your book and I was reading this verse and I realized your book is the first report. Well, the second edition is the second report. The violence is in the land. I don't have to recite the news of the last 6 months for you guys. I mean, people are out of control and violence is almost like an epidemic and our government is fighting itself constantly. So we're there.
Hold on, Benjamin. We'll be back with final calls with you in a moment on Coast to Coast AM with Benjamin Baruch.
Sign up now for Coast Zone, our free email newsletter. Get it today at coasttocoastam.com.
WIBX.
Hey, Central New York, this is Will Kane of The Will Kane Show, and you can now hear my show every weekday at WIBX. I do things a little differently when I'm behind the microphone because I turn it over to the listeners to learn and really dig into the issues that impact everyday Americans. The Will Kane Show lets you keep ahead of the headlines and understand what's really going on in the world with in-depth discussions from leading experts and the brightest minds. From politics to sports, nothing is off topic. Listen to The Will Kane Show weekdays at 6, only on WIBX 950 AM and 92.3 FM.
Get a smile for every season at Rosansky Family Dentistry. For crowns to veneers, we'll keep you smiling all year long. We're also excited to welcome Dr. Kutaria to our team. With her arrival, we now offer Friday appointments from 8 a.m. to noon, giving you more flexibility for the care you need. Call us today at 315-732-1981 to schedule your visit. That's Rosansky Family Dentistry, 1 Paris Road, New Hartford. Find us on Facebook or online at uticasmiles.com.
Live and Let Die, the music of Sir Paul McCartney, is coming to the Rome Capitol Theater on Friday, October 17th. Singer and recording artist Tony Kishman is the creator and band leader of Live and Let Die, a full multimedia experience celebrating the music of Paul McCartney. Live and Let Die. Tony's been bringing the music and the magic of the Beatles and Paul McCartney to a new generation. Free meet and greet after the show. All ages welcome. Friday, October 17th at 7 p.m. at the Rome Capitol Theater in Rome. Tickets at romecapital.com.
Kids have the craziest ideas about food. Where do they get this stuff? Like eating Brussels sprouts helps you hit home runs. And eating carrots gives you X-ray vision. It's nuts. And I honestly have no idea where my daughter got this notion that broccoli is the official food of professional ballerinas. Kids, The only reason my 4-year-old loves cantaloupe is because he's convinced it comes from the moon.
One small step for man, lots of potassium for mankind.
And the other day when my oldest came up to me and said, Mom, will eating peas and carrots really help me pull off a fakey frontside ollie with a twist? I look him in the eye and say, it can't hurt, honey. It can't hurt.
Moms everywhere are finding creative ways to help their kids eat 5 servings of fruit and vegetables a day. Get ideas, get involved, get going at letsmove.gov. Brought to you by the USDA, HHS, and the Ad Council.
Braxton was diagnosed with choroid plexus carcinoma, a brain tumor. St. Jude is helping us put away our fears. We have an amazing team that fights for the best outcome for Braxton. He has the best chance here. I don't have to worry that how much is that bag of fluid going to cost me? Can I afford it to save my child's life? The donations, they're paying for me to live every day with my son, be stress-free, and enjoy every day with him. I wish there was a word bigger than thank you, more close to the heart, because thank you's not enough. They've given me hope. They've given me my son.
St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
Fox News, I'm Ted Lindner. Sister Jean Dolores Schmidt, the chaplain for the men's basketball team at Loyola University Chicago, has died, this according to the university. Sister Jean rose to celebrity fame during the team's Cinderella run to the Final Four of the NCAA tournament in 2018. Sister Jean was once asked if she thought God was a basketball fan.
He probably is. And he's probably a basketball fan, more of the NCAA than the NBA.
Sister Jean was 106. And Friday will be day 10 of the government shutdown. Americans are feeling the pinch of the budget deadlock in Congress.
If Chuck Schumer would end the Schumer shutdown, we would have announced an ag program to bridge our farmers until the next season.
That's Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent speaking on Thursday. America's listening to Fox News.
Warning goes on until 9 o'clock in the morning on Friday. Could have some frosty conditions, a freeze possible, a mainly clear sky, low near 30, cover of any tender vegetation. Clear frosty start to Friday, sun-filled finish, a high of 63. Clear Friday night, not quite as cold, although near 40. Sunshine Saturday, high 67. Small chance of rain Sunday, but mostly dry, high 63. Meteorologist Mark Thibodeau with the Weather Channel on WIBX 950 AM and 92.3 FM.
The biggest headlines and the facts behind it.
Make me feel a little bit more intelligent.
WIBX 950 and 92.3 FM.
I fell for you, and I knew the vision of your loveliness. I hoped and I pray that someday I'll be the vision of your happiness. Oh, oh, earth angel, please be mine, my darling dear, love you all the time. I'm just a fool in love with you.
To talk to George Norrie, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the Gateway to the West, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
We'll be back in a moment with final calls with Benjamin Badouk, who is scaring the living daylights out of all of us. And the next hour, Diane Satterfield joins us to talk about the paranormal side of life on Coast to Coast. Have you signed up yet to become a Coast Insider? It's only 15 cents a day.
Hi, this is Jerry from Pearland, Texas. Loyal listener since 1996.
I love being a Coast to Coast insider because I can download shows to my phone and listen anywhere in Texas, from our Gulf Coast beaches to the mountains of Big Bend.
Hi, I'm Pam from Denver. I've been a Coast to Coast insider for many, many years and love it. I get to listen whenever I want and get to tap into Art Bell's show vault. You too can get these goodies. Become a Coast to Coast insider today.
This is Jack. I'm a Coast Insider and I love the show. I can replay the show from the night before or anytime with the show archives. All of the guests are very informative and super entertaining. Sign up and become a Coast Insider today. You'll be glad you did.
You sure will. A couple ways to sign up. Just go to our website, coasttocoastam.com. Right at the top of the homepage, click that and you're in. The other way is to go to the App Store, pick up the Coast to Coast AM app. It's free. Put it on your phone, and through the app you can sign up. And if you're in Canada, you can become a member now too, so take advantage of that. Now here's something for you men and women to build up your testosterone.
Recent research is showing low testosterone is affecting a larger portion of men and women at all ages. Addressing hormone balance, including healthy testosterone, is crucial for maintaining overall health. Introducing George's Super Tea, not a drink, but a 100% natural capsule, faster absorbing for amazing results. Here's Dr. Alan Millay, product creator.
Naturally, as we know, the body produces testosterone on its own. George's Super Tea is a powerhouse of hormone balance and testosterone enhancement, designed to work with the body's natural testosterone for both males and females.
Sounds great. What changes are people seeing?
We're talking beautiful hair, glowing skin, energizes the mind, better mental clarity, better concentration, less stress, enhances your sugar metabolism. It goes on, boosting desire in both men and women. We're talking about natural, sustained energy in all aspects of your life, all with our EDS enzyme, our secret sauce to maximize nutrient absorption, helping the body get the most from every dose.
And Dr. Millay, it's all natural, correct?
100% natural product. It optimizes the testosterone that you already have and gives your body the ability to produce as much as you need, feeling differences in 1 hour of up to 700% improved testosterone. So anybody who wants to just feel better, feel younger, this is for you.
George's Super Tea Capsules for men and women from healthylooking.com or at 800-549-9596. Super Tea Capsules at healthylooking.com or at 800-549-9596. Check out the full interview with Dr. Millay at healthylooking.com and don't forget promo code George for free shipping.
Gold is up about 50% this year. That's not speculation, reality, and if a portion of your savings is not diversified into gold, you're missing the boat. Here are some of the facts. Inflation is still too high. The U.S. dollar is too weak. The government debt is insurmountable. That's why the central banks are flocking to gold. They're the ones driving the prices up to record highs. But it's not too late to buy gold from Birch Gold and the Birch Gold Group. Get it in the door right now. Birch Gold will help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold, and you don't pay a dime out of pocket for the switch. Just text the word COAST to 989898 and claim your free info kit without any obligation, just useful information. They say the best indicator of the future is the past, and gold has historically been a safe haven. Text COAST to 989898 right now to claim that free info kit on gold. Again, text COAST to 989898 and protect your future today with Birch Gold.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/Mike.
Dr. Halbert here. Are you tired of standing in front of the paint aisle wondering which product really works? That's exactly why I invented Blue Stop. It took me 10 years to perfect Blue Stop's unique and effective formula. As a surgeon, I saw how stiff joints, sore muscles, and body aches kept too many people from enjoying life. Blue Stop works fast, absorbs quick, and smells great. No prescription, no waiting. It's on the shelf right now at Walmart. Feel the difference.
WIBX.
And welcome back. George Norrie along with Benjamin Baruch. Our final segment, we're talking about his new work, The Day of the Lord Has Come, second edition. His website is linked up at coasttocoastam.com. Benjamin, how key a role does Vladimir Putin play in this havoc?
Well, he's the senior communist in charge of Russia, and it's their missile force and it's the Chinese military that are going to wage the war. And China has given looting rights to a number of other South American countries. We're going to be invaded by a number of different armies, and Cuba, Mexico, Venezuela, Nicaragua, Iranians, North Koreans, they're all coming across our southern border. And they're going to steal, take back whatever they want, but the Chinese have told them you're going to have to leave because we're going to occupy the lower 48. Russia will take Alaska and Canada, but God's going to intervene and their plans will not succeed.
That is the key to all of this, isn't it? How long will all this last?
Well, the nuclear strike will take less than an hour, but the cities will burn for days. I talked with a friend who's a former fire chief in Southern California, and the impact of detonations over downtown Los Angeles and over the ports of Long Beach and also down in the San Diego naval area, there'll be so many buildings burning that there'll be no one there to put the fire out. The entire Southern California basin could actually burn. So if you're in one of these major cities and you're not close enough that you're in the initial blast radius, get to the ocean, take food, water, blankets, and get down to the jetty. And if the fire does continue to rage, it's gonna be like Maui. You're gonna need to get out on a jetty, or you're gonna need to get in the water. Eventually the fire will go out after a day or two.
Let's go to first-time caller Rod in Nebraska. Rod, thanks for calling. Go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to go back to not the military stuff. Well, I guess it is very military related, but the biblical stuff of it was prophesied that there would be a dragon whose tail would sweep a quarter of the stars from the sky in the end times. And Adolf Hitler made the Jews wear the Star of David. And do you think that Adolf Hitler was that dragon that was prophesied?
Well, the dragon itself is Satan, but Adolf Hitler was an antichrist. The scripture says there are many antichrists, and Hitler would certainly qualify. Stalin would qualify. All of the despotic leaders that have used violence and tyranny to try to subjugate humanity are all types of antichrist, absolutely.
Napoleon might have been one too, right?
Well, Napoleon's an interesting character because he did enforce a Bill of Rights, copied after the American Bill of Rights. So in the countries that he conquered, he was guaranteeing their freedom, their property rights, and the local populations really don't care who the governor is as long as their life is not imposed upon. The people in Babylon, when they were told that they were now under the rule of Cyrus and the city was a province of Media Persia, but they were also told Cyrus was guaranteeing their property rights and their freedom and their safety. And so go to work, go open your business, have a nice day. All you're going to do is mail your tax return to a new address, 1 Media Persia Boulevard. The people said, well, okay, great. And it wasn't even a recession. Babylon didn't miss a beat. In America's case, our cities are going to burn like Sodom and Gomorrah. But I will tell you, in the book of Daniel, Nebuchadnezzar threw 3 believers in the God of Israel into a burning furnace, and the fire didn't touch them. And the Son of God visited them in the fire. And the king noted, there's 4 men in the fire. I thought I'd only throw in 3, and the 4th looks like the very Son of God. And so I personally, it's my opinion that that's an example of God's deliverance power. There'll be believers in these cities where, the nuclear fireball consumes everything, and they're going to walk out by the miracle power of God. So look, we've come to the end of the age. The end of all flesh has come. This is ending now. There's nothing anybody can do about it. The only question is, have you found salvation? Are you going to live or are you going to die when this is all over? And, you're really missing out if you don't come with us, because our future is very bright. We're going to heaven for eternity. And, why wouldn't you want to be part of that? I mean, what is worth trading eternity for?
Let's go west of the Rockies. Michael's in Arizona. Michael, go ahead, sir.
Hey, good night, Mr. Nighthawk. Thanks for taking my call, and Mr. Benjamin Baruch. You're being real candid here. I'd like to ask you about the status of that Korean War, the unconstitutional, undeclared police action that they've all still got going on the Korean Peninsula over there, about how that enters into all the rest of this. And I want to quote St. Luke here about, glory be to the Lord in the highest, God in the highest, and here on earth, peace toward men and goodwill. God bless you all, and good evening.
Your thoughts, Benjamin? Go ahead.
Yeah, the Korean War never actually ended. They just have a ceasefire agreement in effect. And, the people in North Korea are suffering probably far worse than any population on this planet. Say a prayer for those poor souls. And there's no doubt that when World War III finally explodes, all of these conflicts will erupt, including the Korean Peninsula. And so the U.S. will be overwhelmed. We'll be fighting North Korea. We'll be fighting Russia. We're going to be fighting Iran. We're going to be fighting an alliance of Arab states. We're going to be dealing with domestic terrorism. We're going to deal with a nuclear strike. We're going to deal with a ground invasion. And what hope is there for America? Well, there's only one hope, and that's the hope in God, who himself has already promised he's going to intervene. If he did not intervene, every single one of us would be dead. There'd be no survivors in America. But this country was actually created by God. Our Constitution was based on the Bible, on a Judeo-Christian worldview. And the early pioneers, the early pilgrims who came here dedicated this endeavor of building a nation to the glory of God and to the gospel of Jesus Christ. And, that was in 1621 that they signed, I believe, the Mayflower Compact. And God tested America every year. Maybe it was 1620. Every 40 years, a new generation assumed leadership in our country, and God tested that leadership to see if they remembered the covenant that had been made with God. 1860 was one of the tests. 1940 was a test. And, and each time God confronted America with a major crisis, turning the people's hearts back to the Lord. But in 1980, the 10th and final test, God tested America with wealth, and with unprecedented free time, leisure time, and pleasure, and prosperity, and with victory in the Cold War, or so we were told. And how did America do from 1980 to 2020? What's the report card on the progress of our country in terms of righteousness and truth? We get an F. We failed.
How much of this has to do with Ukraine and Russia?
Well, Ukraine is sort of the linchpin of all of this. I mean, Russia and China have been working for decades planning war with us. Stanislav Lunev, when he defected, was debriefed by the CIA for 6 months. My friend J.R. Nyquist participated in a number of those meetings. And in one of the meetings in the afternoon, the Russian desk manager said to Lunev, I don't understand, why would Russia want to go to war with the United States? Why don't they just want to have a good economy, have a nice house, send their kids to a good school? and have a nice vacation in Europe and enjoy their retirement. And Lunev leans over the desk and says, "Are you a serious man? When I came here today, I thought you were a serious man. Let me explain one thing to you. For the last 50 years, the Russian military, which is really the government of Russia, has prepared, planned, and trained for only one thing: an eventual nuclear war with the United States of America. Russia is organized around its military. The United States is a big country, a wealthy country that has a very expensive military designed to fight the wars of the last century. Russia is a huge military that has a country. Their entire Air Force includes the Aeroflot commercial airlines. All the planes are designed with rear doors so paratroopers can jump out of them. All of the officers, all the pilots, and all the executives in Aeroflot are all reserve members of the Russian Air Force. We are facing a military that owns a country that for the last 50 years has been planning for one thing: this hour that is upon us.
Will we see a will Ukraine see a nuke from Russia?
I would suspect the answer is yes. I mean, right now, the Ukrainians are destroying a major part of the Russian energy infrastructure. Over 40% of the refining capacity of the Russian government has been destroyed. Oh, coincidentally, a major refinery in L.A. blew up after 100 years of safe operations.
Yeah, I
Suddenly
saw that.
there was a catastrophe. That's called the overture, acts of sabotage. Look for more of them in the future. They're designed to look like accidents, human error, or, events beyond anyone's control. It's all really sabotage by, agents provocateur that are working for the communists. And, we're going to see an explosion in this kind of stuff. But, Russia cannot sit back and continue to absorb the destruction of their country. One of their political leaders that, is a former military official, he's now sort of an armchair quarterback for the Russian news programs, much like our, talking heads on CNN or on Fox. He went on Russian television just a few days ago and said, President Putin will be committing a sin against the Russian people and against the nation of Russia if he doesn't use our nuclear arsenal to end this thing now.
Would it end
Believe me, they can end it. Oh, it'll be over.
Jeff in North Dakota. Go ahead, Jeffrey.
Hi, George. Thanks for having me on. Hi, Benjamin. A lot of things Ben has been saying is true, but a few things I want to touch on for the fear of it all for people is that John 3:16 says, "For God so loved the world, he gave his only begotten Son, that he who believes him should not perish but have everlasting life." And 3:16 is, that's how many times in the Bible the Lord says, "Fear not." And God also says, God does not give us a spirit of fear, but of his love and of a sound mind. That's 2 Timothy 1:17. Now, some things still got to happen too, though, Benjamin. They have to rebuild the temple. The Bible says the whole world will witness, the two witnesses witnessing of God, and that hasn't happened yet. The temple's got to be rebuilt, and God loves a farmer. The Bible says, Romans 8:28, that God used everything for the good of those who love him, called according to his purpose. So the temple has to be rebuilt. We have to witness the two witnessing of God and get murdered and come alive again, because the Bible says that the whole world will see. No time in history do we have our phones now to witness these things happening. So,
what do you think, Benjamin?
Well, that's absolutely correct, but those events all occur after World War III. World War III, which is the War of Ezekiel 38, the War of Psalm 83, is the event that begins. It's the plucking of the eagle's wings, and at that point, the lion, which is the head of the beast kingdom, the bear, and the leopard all come together in a one world government. The eagle's wings have been destroyed, and then those events begin to happen. Israel will basically rebuild their temple. The two witnesses will appear, but America will already be in ruins when that all starts.
What if a miracle happens, Benjamin? A miracle that stops and avoids all of this. Is that possible?
The nation would have to repent, George. If the nation repented, if President Trump went on the television and said, I figured out I need to repent of my sins and turn to Jesus, and so does everyone else, and if the whole country began fasting and praying and repented, then yeah, this would be averted, but it's not going to happen that way, George.
Where do we get your book, sir?
It's on Amazon. Look for The Day of the Lord Has Come, second edition. Go on my website, benjaminbaruch.net. There's a radio tab if you want to hear the detailed story of the amazing, miraculous testimonies of my life. Look for the Good Grief Program, parts 1 and 2. It's all absolutely true. I don't write fiction. I don't tell stories. I'm a true witness who's come as a messenger from the Most High God to deliver a warning and to declare the truth to the final generation of humanity before the time of eternity begins. And we're knocking at the door. And if you're not a Christian, look, a lot of charlatans have come. A lot of corrupt criminals have come, merchandising the name of Jesus, trying to make money, living in 35,000 square foot houses and buying $50,000 dogs, and they're flying around in private jets. They care not for the suffering of the poor. These guys are charlatans.
Well, let's remain hopeful, Benjamin. Thank you for being on the show, and we will be back with more on Coast to Coast AM.
Coast Insiders, the new version of the Coast to Coast AM app, is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
Come to the Rome Capitol Theater on Sunday, October 26th at 3 p.m. and celebrate the 200th anniversary of the opening of the Erie Canal. The festive occasion includes a screening of the best movie Hollywood ever made about the Erie Canal, 1935's The Farmer Takes a Wife, based on the famous novel Rome Hall by Walter D. Edmonds. See The Farmer Takes a Wife at the Rome Capitol Theater Sunday, October 26th in Rome, New York, the city where the Erie Canal started. Tickets available at RomeCapital.com or at the door.
Hey, it's Mike Aubrey, the real estate expert. I spend a lot of time driving through neighborhoods. Guess what I see? Lost, confused homeowners. There's one now, driving in circles.
Hey, pal, need some help? I've been looking for a better mortgage, but I'm not getting anywhere.
They're searching and searching for refinancing. But even though they are current on their payments, they just can't find a lower rate or better terms because they're underwater on their mortgages.
Talk about getting the runaround!
But there is one place to look if your mortgage is owned by Fannie Mae or Freddie Mac.
Mike, can you get me out of here? Come on, follow me. I've got the answer.
HARP, HARP. It's a government refinancing program that can save you money. See if you qualify at harp.gov.
Thanks, Mike. Now we're getting somewhere.
Harp.gov, your best route to a better mortgage.
Me, a cat, moving in with a new human. It took a little getting used to. She has these weird games she likes to play, like this giant feather. She sticks it in my face. I swat it away. She sticks it in my face. I swat it away. It's almost like she thinks I enjoy it. But seeing how much fun she gets out of it, well, I guess it makes it all worth it. Humans.
A person is the best thing to happen to a shelter pet. Be that person. Adopt. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the ShelterPetProject.org.
From the Stanley Theater Studio, WIBX Utica, Rome. W295EI. WIBX 950 and 92.3 FM. Celebrating 100 years.
A deal for Middle East peace. I'm Ted Lindner, Fox News. President Trump expected to travel to the Middle East Sunday after Israel and Hamas agreed to the first phase of a peace deal. Israel's cabinet working through the agreement to end the war in Gaza. Fox's Jennifer Griffin in Tel Aviv with more.
Waves of emotion erupted in Hostage Square in Tel Aviv. In Jerusalem, President Trump's envoys Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff met with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Fox News had the first official reaction from an Israeli minister after the deal was signed.
Is this the end to the war in Gaza?
This is the implementation of the first phase. There will be a ceasefire. And then the commitment within 72 hours of Hamas to release all the hostages. That should bring the end to this war.
A ceasefire had not yet taken effect when the IDF struck a suspected group of Hamas militants who got too close to them in northern Gaza. Hamas says it does not know where all of the 28 deceased hostages are.
Now, as part of phase one of the plan, the remaining 20 living hostages are expected to be released Monday or Tuesday and swapped with nearly 2,000 Palestinian prisoners. New York's Attorney General Tish James has been indicted on fraud charges in the latest case against an opponent of President Trump. James calling the case political.
These charges are baseless, and the president's own public statements make clear that his only goal is political retribution.
James has been accused of mortgage fraud, accused of claiming 2 homes as her primary residence to take advantage of mortgage loan rates. President Trump's been advocating charging James for months. Previously, the New York AG led a case against then-candidate Donald Trump and infamously proclaimed no one is above the law. Over accusations he inflated the value of his assets to get better business loans, President Trump called that case a witch hunt. America's listening to Fox News.
Fox News Audio presents Blood Mountain. Deep in the forests of Georgia, one hike turned into a nightmare.
Calculated, savage, homicidal maniac.
One woman's disappearance sent shockwaves across the nation. The ensuing search for a suspect revealed something more sinister. A serial killer was on the loose.
The more we heard about it, the worse they got.
The Blood Mountain Podcast. Listen and follow starting October 14th at foxtruecrime.com. From around the world,
Trey Yingst, joining us from Tel Aviv, Israel.
To Washington,
I'm Mike Emanuel.
To your own backyard. If a story impacts you or your wallet, we're on it. It's the Fox News Rundown. We give every story the deeper look it deserves with must-listen interviews and smart analysis from the voices you can trust. Start your day with the Fox News Rundown. Listen and follow now at foxnewsrundown.com or wherever you get your favorite podcasts.
With no end in sight, the government shutdown dragging on now into day number 10. Fox's Ryan Schmelz on Capitol Hill with the latest.
House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries once again is calling on Republicans to negotiate a deal to end the shutdown.
Things are not going to change until Republicans actually decide to get serious about a bipartisan negotiation.
This as the Senate once again fails to pass a stopgap measure to reopen the government, with Democrats saying they want a permanent extension of the Affordable Care Act premium tax credits. House Speaker Mike Johnson and Republicans say that conversation can happen when the government reopens.
The consequences of this Democrat shutdown are very real.
The tax credits are set to expire at the end of the year. On Capitol Hill, Ryan Schmelz, Fox News.
Sister Jean Dolores Schmidt, the chaplain for the men's basketball team at Loyola University in Chicago, died on Thursday night, according to the university. Sister Jean rose to celebrity fame during the team's Cinderella run to the Final Four of the NCAA tournament in 2018. Sister Jean was once asked if she thought God was a basketball fan.
He probably is. And he's probably a basketball fan, more of the NCAA than the NBA.
Sister Jean was 106 years old. The tsunami threat following a 7.6 magnitude earthquake off the southern Philippines has passed, with small waves detected on the Indonesian and Philippine coasts. President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. saying that damage from the earthquake was still being assessed. This after it sent people out of houses and buildings in panic and knocking out power. And in a dramatic late-night vote, Peru's Congress has ousted President Dina Boluarte amid surging crime and public outrage. The impeachment followed her failure to appear before lawmakers just hours after a deadly concert shooting that rattled the nation. I'm Ted Lindner, and this is Fox News.
Hey everyone, it's Lisa from Fit Body Boot Camp in Whitesboro and Clinton. October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and we're turning sweat into support with our Burpees for Boobies Challenge. Here's how it works. All month long, you pay $1 to nominate someone to do a burpee, and every dollar goes directly to breast cancer research. It's a fun way to get involved, call out your friends, and raise money for an incredible cause. And if you're new to Fit Body, don't forget, we're also offering 3 free sessions to help you get started. So stop in, join the fun, and let's make every burpee count together.
Freeze warning goes on until 9 o'clock in the morning on Friday. Could have some frosty conditions, a freeze possible. The mainly clear sky, low near 30, cover of any tender vegetation. Clear frosty start to Friday, sun-filled finish, a high of 63. Clear Friday night, not quite as cold, although near 40. Sunshine Saturday, high 67. Small chance of rain Sunday, but mostly dry, high 63. I'm meteorologist Mark Thibodeau with the Weather Channel on WIBX 950 AM and 92.3 FM.
Hey, Central New York, it's Gordon Deal. Be sure to catch This Weekend every Sunday from 7 to 8 a.m. only on WIBX 950 and 92.3 FM.
It's impossible
Tell the sun to leave the sky, it's just impossible. It's impossible. Ask a baby not to cry, it's just impossible. Can I hold you closer to me and not feel you going through me? Split the second that I never think of you. Oh, how impossible.
From somewhere out there, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Next up on Coast to Coast, we're going to take a walk on the paranormal side. Diane Satterfield with us, and we'll be back with her in a moment on Coast to Coast AM. It's called Mars Mission 1. It's a fictional book based on real-world facts of a future we hope never happens. Author Christopher Lee Jones brings you Mars Mission 1, available on Amazon.com, bringing you real-world facts of what our world would look like if we allowed the Kessler effect to continue to develop in a very cliffhanging story. A crew lands on the surface of Mars and a missile blows up a satellite, creating thousands of pieces of debris. That debris sails along at thousands of miles an hour, destroying more satellites, creating more debris, causing a nonstop chain reaction. It's called the dreaded Kessler effect. All satellites are destroyed by the debris. Cell phones fail, GPS fails, power fails. Life on Earth, as we understand it, may never be the same. Mars Mission 1, surviving the Kessler effect. We just don't want to see that happen. Now available at Amazon.com. I predict it'll be a movie. Mars Mission 1, Surviving the Kessler Effect, a great book. Mars Mission 1, Surviving the Kessler Effect.
Every Sunday morning, my family piles onto the couch, coffee in hand, TV on, and wrapped in the softest blanket we own. The Bubble Cuddle blanket from Cozy Earth. It's plush, textured, and honestly, it feels like a cloud hug. And when it's time for bed, that's when Cozy Earth takes comfort to another level. Their bamboo sheets transformed our sleep. Made from bamboo, they're temperature regulating and moisture wicking, so we actually sleep cooler, silky, smooth, breathable, and built to last. It's like slipping into luxury every night. Plus, you can try them risk-free with a 100-night sleep trial and a 10-year warranty. Upgrade the place you spend the most time, your bed. Visit CozyEarth.com. Use my code Jesse for 20% off. That's CozyEarth.com, code Jesse. And if you get a post-purchase survey, let them know you heard about Cozy Earth from Jesse Kelly. Because home isn't where you live, it's how you feel. Let's go home with Cozy Earth.
WIBX.
And welcome back. George Norrie, along with author and experiencer of dark happenings, Diane Satterfield, was born in Louisville, Kentucky, from a combination of Appalachian, Tennessee, and Kentucky coal mining families, dating back a century plus, and from rural Indiana farmers as well. Her book is called Para-Abnormal in Kentucky, a collection of true stories. She was last on about a year and a half ago with our own Connie Willis. Diane, welcome back. How are you?
Oh, thank you, George. I'm doing good, doing okay.
That's good. When we say dark happenings, what does that mean?
Well, to me, it meant living a basically normal life with just some struggles, typical struggles, and then moving into a house that had demonic activity, and it was unbelievable and terrifying, and so that's when I realized there were truly dark things in this world that seemingly God wasn't stopping, but then later on it came around, and then God did stop it.
Was your entire family terrified by this, or just you?
in the house, the first haunted house, the spirit in there attacked me and my oldest daughter, she was only 3 at the time.
Oh, my.
The other 2 children weren't attacked, although my son, he would throw a little ball at night, and he would tell me, Mommy, the ball stops and comes back to me. And I knew that didn't sound right, it scared me, but I didn't tell him that, so he didn't have the experience that my daughter and I had.
And then you wrote a book about 8 years ago called Para-Abnormal in Kentucky. Tell us about that title.
Well, we had so many things happen, and then my grandchildren wanted me to write everything down, and as I started writing the things down, I realized that we were pretty abnormal. We live in Kentucky. We love Kentucky, and we had coal miners from Kentucky and Tennessee, and it was kind of ran through our family a little bit, but we didn't realize it at first. We didn't talk about that thing. We didn't particularly believe one way or another until it really invaded our lives.
And it invaded it in a big way, didn't it?
It did. It went from kind of normal to very terrifying, and it followed us for a while. And places that I worked, it ended up, some of the homes were haunted and terrifying stories. And then we had good things and angelic things, and that's when I felt like God stepped in and put an end to that.
Are the good and bad experiences, Diane, still happening for you?
It's smaller now, George. It's dreams, premonitions. Sometimes it helps people, saves people, gives them a little warning. And the other thing, sometimes you get information that you can't do anything about. You get just enough to know something's probably going to happen, but you can't stop it. And so you kind of learn to live with that.
What is it about Kentucky that makes some of these things happen as much?
Well, that's interesting. I've read books through the years, just interested in Kentucky stories, and just kind of all through Appalachian. I don't know if because of the distance and the rural areas, if more activity comes there. I'm not sure, but there are a lot of books about Kentucky, particularly ghost stories, and I guess all over the United States. But it seems, I don't know, there's a lot of faith from these rural areas, very strong faith, and I don't know, maybe that is a ground for demonic activity that maybe they want to invade. I don't know, George. It just seems to be that way.
Did you ever figure out who these entities were haunting these houses?
In the first house, the house was very old, and it turns out there was a little cemetery that we didn't know about it at the time. The stones were basically in the ground, but I don't know if it came from that. It was a very ugly entity that was in the home, and I think perhaps several. And the one night I was attacked when my little daughter woke up, and I fixed her a bottle, and she was kind of standing in the crib, and we both heard a noise, a heavy noise across the floor, like something had been thrown down and dragged across the floor, and we both looked, and I couldn't see anything, but my daughter, she pointed and said, "Look," and her face like it was in terror. And that really scared me for her, and it also made me angry. And about that time, water started splashing all over me, cold water. And I ran into the bedroom and told my husband. He was asleep, and he said, "Well, maybe the roof's leaking. So I thought, well, I ran back into the room and was talking with her, and then all of a sudden I was bombarded. Cold water was being thrown all over me, and I was aware I was the target. And there was water all over the floor. And this time I ran in and basically pulled him up, and I said, water is being thrown at me. And when he set up, a large drop of water just materialized and landed on my arm. And, of course, he jumped up then, went in. And that's when the activity really started of the bed shaking. And it was basically on my side. There were things hitting it, pushing on the mattress. You could feel things rubbing across the side of the mattress. It was unbelievable, but yet it was happening. And we prayed a lot that night, and we prayed a lot at the other houses, and that was very scary because I felt God really wasn't listening. He wasn't answering our prayers, and it was a terrible time for that activity.
At what point in your life, Diane, did you say to yourself, I'm going to do this as a career, I'm going to get involved in this in a big way?
I really didn't. For years, I wouldn't allow my husband to talk about it. I didn't want to think about it. I didn't want it in our life, and I was done with it. But it kept coming back, and then things kept happening, and I had some angelic visitors, premonitions, and then finally, I think when I started writing the book for my grandchildren, I thought maybe there's a rhyme and reason to this, and this is a story that needs to be told, and maybe it can help other people. We were pretty dysfunctional. We were going through a hard time with my husband. Had some mental illness, and so life was really hard. And then we had these horrible things invading our life, terrifying us. And so that when I wrote my book for the children, I thought this might help other people to know that maybe they don't feel like their life's going very well. Maybe they've had it harder than we did, and that God does exist. He cares about us, and He sent us all kinds of angels, good things to let us know this is a strange part of life, just another story to tell people we're connected. We are connected, and that He's there. And that was what I came to. I realized that there is a God, and He's very active in our lives.
Did the angels come to protect you?
Yes, in the second house that we moved in, when the bed started shaking again, and my lighter, we were lying in bed one night, and I heard something hit the wall, and my son, who was about 7 then, said, Mommy, something hit the wall, and I knew I heard it, and I went in the living room, and I had a Zippo lighter. Back then I smoked, and it was on the floor, but it had been thrown with what I said, a vengeance. And I just told him my lighter fell. That's okay. But, he looked scared. He knew it was more than falling. And we were going to a little church one night, and I picked up my youngest daughter, Heather, and my guitar, and I was going to sing at the church. And I went outside. We had a high porch with 3 steps and a concrete asphalt driveway. And as soon as I took my first step, I lost my balance, and I knew I was going to fall. And I'm trying to think, how can I get rid of everything in my hands to protect my baby? Because we were going to fall on this hard driveway down the steps. And at that time, a large hand caught my shoulder and steadied me until I regained my balance. And I went down the steps, kind of giggling, relieved. And I turned around to see who it was. Our friend and my husband were still in the house with the other 2 children, and no one was there. And I said kind of out loud, how did they get back in the house so fast? And I went back in, I put everything down by my daughter, and we came back into the house, and I said, who came out just now? And they said, nobody. And I said, no, who came outside just now? And they said, no, nobody. Why? And I said, because I was falling, and somebody caught me. And they just, like, really? They didn't know what to say. And we went on to church that night, but I didn't tell anyone until I told my cousin, because I knew she would believe me. And it was so beautiful. I didn't want anyone to think I'd made it up or that it didn't happen. So I kept that to myself because there's no other explanation for that. I believe it was the guardian angel, but it was hard to believe. It was hard to believe we had horrible demonic activity in homes, and then to have an angel, that was kind of hard to believe as well. But it was wonderful.
What do you think happened in these homes, Diane, to have it demonic? Do you think somebody died tragically? What happened?
Well, this particular home, was built about 1850s, they say, and it's out in an area called Prospect. And when I looked up that history later, it's a real history of people cheating each other. There was a lot of bloodshed. There were some massacres that took place out there, and some murders. It just seemed to have a really dark history all around. And one day I met the lady who was living in the mansion. She was not the lady that lived in the mansion at the time. This was a caretaker's home. But I met her, and she asked me, could she help me? I was looking at that house, not closed. I still didn't trust it. And I asked her if she knew anything about it. I said, we used to live there. And she said, I know it's haunted. And she said, my house is haunted too. And I think probably that land around there is haunted. And evidently it's kind of the dark history of Prospect you can find in books. And whatever happened in the house, I don't know, and I don't know why that activity started. It was first. We also had heavy footsteps that came up when we first moved in, and I kind of pushed that aside. We had problems in our life, and so it was something in there, but it was very dark, and there were other people who were caretakers, and the electrician that came one day said, people don't tend to stay here, and I know why now.
Huh. Have you ever been physically hurt by one of these entities?
Well, not physically, but emotionally, it shook me to the core. It's like I said, I realize now there really are monsters in the closets and things under the bed, and there are things in the dark. And I mean, it hit me with such a reality. It shook me. That was like, life can't be like this. It can't really exist, but they do. And I listened to your previous guest, and I have to admit, if I sound nervous, it was a hard thing to hear.
It's scary, isn't it?
Very scary, and I know it, and I've read prophecy and everything. It's just sometimes it's just very scary. So I'm a little unnerved, George.
I don't blame you.
So I sound a little breaking up, but what I might say about that, I don't know. I guess if we all knew that tomorrow we were going to be in a terrible wreck, or 5 years from now this was going to happen, we would all be frozen in terror. We would just be like, well, I don't want to have that happen in 2 years. And so I think the bottom line for me is God is in control, and we can go to Him for comfort, and we don't know what each day brings, and certainly we know there we know what's going on in the world, but I think we can't let it paralyze us. We have to live today, and He is our only shelter. I mean, we could be hiding in a bunker or whatever. I just think for people who can't move, who don't have the money, that He is our shelter, and that's our safest place we can go. Is I guess what I want to say to people and to myself too, that He's the shelter He said He would be, and leave it at that, and try to just look for the good in each day. I think these demons and all the sort of people who act like demons in this earth, they steal everything away from us, and bad things do happen, but I think we can't let them steal our faith, our hope, and our joy, because I think God loves us, and He doesn't want that for us to be robbed every day of our life in worry and sorrow. So I would just tell people, run to Him for shelter and let it be, you know.
You think our previous guest could be wrong? I hope he is.
I do too. I think, you know, when you read different people's perspectives through the years, they say even prophecy is not set in stone, that sometimes people, you know, it's like it was that the little town, I can't think, where he said, well, if I can find 10 good men or 5 good men, and I think he just found one, you know, that has faith, will you not destroy it? And so I think that is really in God's hands, and that it may not be set in stone. I know men's hearts on this earth seems unfathomable, full of hate sometimes, but you know, God, He can take care of that too. It is in His hands, and I think that's who we should just put our eyes on and pray for the best.
Diane, how did we get your book, Para Abnormal in Kentucky?
Oh, it's on Amazon, and it's on Kindle. And I have lighthearted things. I thought I hate to come on after that and say, well, and there's also demons and ghosts chasing everybody. You know? So, yeah. So,
All right, we're going to take a short break, but we'll come back and chat more about your work. Diane Satterfield with us right here on Coast to Coast AM, talking about the strange and unusual.
Now you can get show updates and connect with other Coast fans when you join the Coast to Coast AM Facebook page. Just go to facebook.com/Coast to Coast AM and click the like button.
WIBX.
He digs, he turns, he dives. It is a touchdown. It is a touchdown.
The NFL is on Westwood One.
Uncorks a deep ball downfield into the end zone. A crowd is there, and it is caught. Touchdown! Miraculous!
The NFL plays here all season long on WIBX 950 and 92.3 FM.
My mom is a veteran, and she was injured in the line of duty.
I hurt my leg in a training accident when she was only 2 years old. After my last surgery, I got an infection so bad I thought it was going to kill me. I'm doing much better now. I may have lost my leg, but I've gained so much.
Hi, I'm Congressman John Mannion. Make sure our veterans get the support they earned and deserve. Take the time to thank those who put everything on the line for us.
This message brought to you by the National Association of Broadcasters and this station.
When you were a little kid and you thought about what you wanted to be, teaching was at the top of your list. But things changed. And as you got older, teaching didn't seem like the best option anymore. so you're thinking you'll be something else. But what would your 12-year-old self say? Now you want to be a doctor. You don't think teachers save lives? 25 at a time. An actress? Try playing a different role every time the bell rings. How about a scientist? Ever heard of physics? Chemistry? Who do you think teaches that? Teachers today are breaking down obstacles, finding innovative ways to instill old lessons, and taking learning far beyond the four walls of the classroom. It's time to recognize that great things are happening in teaching and put it back on your list. Don't try to convince yourself otherwise. You had it right the first time.
Find out how you can make more at teach.org. Make more. Teach. Brought to you by Teach and the Ad Council.
Well, Jason, I've got to tell you, you're pretty much everything this company is looking for in an entry-level candidate.
Great.
Your resume isn't quite what we're used to, but you've got a fantastic work ethic.
Thank you.
And I'm impressed by how you carry yourself.
So, should we talk about the job?
What? The job? Oh, sorry. Yeah, I have no way of recruiting or even meeting you. This interview didn't happen.
It may sound ridiculous, and that's because it kind of is. There's a huge pool of talent your company is missing out on. Meet the grads of life. Who are they? Talent worth knowing about. Young adults of unique determination and experience. An ideal fit for your company in an entry-level position, internship, or even mentorship. They might not have every qualification you typically look for, but they're exactly who your company needs.
Man, we really could have used him.
Don't miss out on a resource many innovative companies have already discovered. Go to gradsoflife.org to learn how to find, cultivate, and train this great pool of untapped talent. Brought to you by the Ad Council and gradsoflife.org.
Swimming pools can be lots of fun, but they can be dangerous too, especially for young children. Always practice simple safety steps to prevent tragedies. Fence all pools. Teach kids to swim. And always watch them around water.
No horseplay.
Simple steps save lives. To learn new life-saving steps, visit poolsafely.gov. A public service message from the U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission.
Fox News, I'm Sue Gussman. A federal judge has blocked the deployment of the National Guard to the Chicago area for at least 2 weeks. Illinois Attorney General Kwame Raoul says he supports the move by Judge April Perry.
She made the correct decision to enter a temporary restraining order.
Illinois and Chicago sued, calling the deployment illegal and unconstitutional as the Justice Department appeals the ruling. New York Attorney General Letitia James indicted on mortgage fraud charges. James says she's being unfairly targeted by President Trump.
This is nothing more than a continuation of the president's desperate weaponization of our justice system.
Last year, James won a civil case against the Trump Organization over asset valuation fraud. America's listening to Fox News.
Warning goes on until 9 o'clock in the morning on Friday. Could have some frosty conditions, a freeze possible, a mainly clear sky, low near 30, cover up any tender vegetation. Clear frosty start to Friday, sun-filled finish, a high of 63. Clear Friday night, not quite as cold, although near 40. Sunshine Saturday, high 67. Small chance of rain Sunday, but mostly dry, high 63. Meteorologist Mark Thibodeau with the Weather Channel on WIBX 950 AM and 92.3 FM.
Local news updates throughout your workday. News the Mohawk Valley can trust. WIBX 950 and 92.3 FM.
Lord, I'm one. Lord, I'm two. Lord, I'm three. Lord, I'm four. Lord, I'm 500 miles from my home. 500 miles, 500 miles, 500 miles, 500 miles. Lord, I'm 500 miles from my home.
From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
We'll take your calls next hour with Diane Satterfield as we talk about her paranormal life and jump aboard and share your stories with us as well. Tom is here to talk about paranormaldate.com.
That is the website you want to go to if you're looking for a person who
thinks like you do, relates to the things that you think about, and just you get along with, kind of a companion type thing. So if you're looking for a date, maybe someone just to spend some time with, that's the website, paranormaldate.com.
At ParanormalDate.com, you meet the most fantastic people.
Hi, I'm Tom.
Hi, I'm Jennifer. What brings you here?
Yeah, I'm here to meet someone who understands me.
How so?
Well, I'm into UFOs, ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, conspiracy theories, the paranormal, that kind of stuff. But can't seem to find anyone who gets it.
Oh, well, nice to meet you, Tom. I gotta go.
Okay, guess that's not your cup of tea. You sure?
Very. Good luck with that.
I can't meet anyone when I'm out, and I really can't find a website for my unique interests. What is one to do?
Have you thought about ParanormalDate.com?
What? Who are you?
I'm a paranormal matchmaker, and it's ParanormalDate.com. It's a website for people looking for people like them. Stuff you like, remember?
Interesting. I'll give it a try.
Well, let's try this again.
Hi, I'm Tom.
Hey, I'm Deb. Your profile on ParanormalDate.com looked very interesting. So you really saw a UFO?
Well, yeah. It was so intense, but not as intense as meeting you.
You're an alien chasing flirt, but I kind of like it.
Wow, this ParanormalDate.com thing really works.
Maybe ParanormalDate.com is for you. People with an interest in things they hear on George's show find their match daily. So if you're looking for that special someone with an interest in UFOs, ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, conspiracy theories, and, of course, the paranormal, come to the dating site inspired by George Norrie. It's always free to search, and if you decide to upgrade to our amazing new features, use promo code GEORGE for a great discount. ParanormalDate.com. You are not alone.
Let's talk about gold investing for a moment. With the way things are all over the planet, it is a pretty smart thing to do. And you can get your gold from Birch Gold Group. Birch Gold will help you, as a matter of fact, convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold, and you don't pay a dime out of pocket to make that switch. You simply text the word COAST to 989898 and claim your free info kit without any obligation, just useful information. And the best indicator of the future is the past, and gold has historically been a safe haven for a long time. Simply text the word COAST to 989898 right now and get your free info kit on gold, and then you make a great decision to invest with the Birch Gold Group. That's text COAST to 989898 and protect your future today with Birch Gold.
I want you to feel good, be healthy, and live long. That's why I want you to know about CriticalHealthNews.com, an information-packed website that's enlightening everyone about good health via proper nutrition and supplementation, instead of promoting the failed model of toxic prescription drugs with their side effects and unnecessary surgeries that make you worse, not better. Lots of people talk about vitamins, but only one source I know of says that without all 90 essential nutrients the body needs to function, vitamins alone will not work. Go to CriticalHealthNews.com, listen to the fascinating lectures, watch the intriguing videos, and read the articles that make a whole lot of sense. Your knowledge of good health will increase and materialize into an aha moment. The information's free, and the products you can purchase online may well change your life for the better.
Go to CriticalHealthNews.com or call 1-855-949-RADIO, 1-855-949-7234, 1-855-949-RADIO.
WIBX.
Welcome back to Coast. George Norrie, along with Diane Satterfield. Her book is called Abnormal in Kentucky, a collection of true stories. Has anybody in your family been hurt, Diane, by any of these entities?
Yes. I was going to tell you the story, George, for the Halloween story I know you've asked for my about my daughter's house that she moved into that her husband owned in 2005. And there was the nursery became very uncomfortable when their little son was born in 2007, and I felt it too, but I didn't say anything about it, and she didn't tell me either. And then their second son was born 2008, and everyone slept downstairs until 2009. This little boy, the youngest, he liked to go upstairs in the nursery, which is where my daughter felt very uncomfortable. And it got to the point she felt like if she opened the closet door, someone was going to be in there. So she moved everybody downstairs, but the little one would crawl upstairs sometimes. He liked to play up there and kind of get in the little low crib. And one day she heard him screaming as though he were being physically attacked. She ran up the stairs, and he was halfway under the bed, kind of in a unnatural position, as though he were being pulled under there, and he was clawing at the carpet with his fingers and hands as though he were being drugged. I'm sorry. And so from then on, she closed that door. It stayed closed for 5 years, and the children played downstairs and in the little playroom. So I consider that harming. And he was terrorized, and from then on, he, of course, didn't want to go in there. No one did, and she kept that door closed. And when I would spend the night with them, I would watch them occasionally at night. And the oldest little boy, when he was 2, Zach, he would set up, and he would look over me and up to the ceiling, and he would just, as though he were watching things, and he would kind of smile, and then he'd frown. And that really started scaring me. That started reminding me of Wolf Pen, how it felt, and that a child could see it, but I couldn't, and that made me angry as well. Very scary. And then the last episode of that, he set up, he was 3, and he set up one day for an afternoon nap, and he said, "Here they come," and he said, "Good, good, 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 ghost," and as a little boy would say, and that was terrifying. And finally I told my daughter, and she said, "Yeah, maybe he got that off like Scooby-Doo, hoping." And I said, "Well, he might have, I don't know," but I said, "He's seeing things," and she said, "Yeah, I know he is," and it was things we couldn't see. So one night when Zach was 3, he was sitting in the kitchen chair. He had one leg under him. He was coloring, and my daughter picked up the little camera on the counter to put it in the dining room. She walked it like 6 feet, laid it down, turned back around, and she had to stifle a scream. It was like something on Sixth Sense where the mother walked in and the cabinets were all open, only it was the chairs were all lying on the floor, and Zach was still sitting in his chair coloring. And they were all just in a row on the back on the floor, and these were heavy kitchen chairs. And so she walked in, and she said, "Zach, what happened to the chairs?" And he kind of looked up. He didn't know what she was talking about. And so when her husband came home, she told him about that, and he said, "Well, I think Zach must have done it." And she said, "No, I had him try. He couldn't really hold on to them to put them on the floor. They were heavy." So her husband tried to do it, but, of course, it made a lot of noise, and it took a minute. And so Heather knew Zach did not do that. And they were, doing physically things like that. And one time I had Zach taking a little nap, and he would always look up and watch the ceiling. And then one day he said, "No." And I thought, what have they asked him? Who is talking to him, and that's very scary. And so we walked back in the living room, and out of the corner of my eye, I think it was about 4 or 5 of his little Thomas trains, and they were all lined up on the end. And I thought, well, I didn't see that when we walked into the bedroom to take a nap, and so I waited for a little Zach to walk up behind me to see what his expression would be. And when he saw it, he tilted his head, and then he smiled like it was amazing. Like, he didn't know, how are they doing that and who did that? And I knew he didn't do it. Of course, I knew they weren't there when we walked in the bedroom. So things really got strange in the house. It was the fact, George, that you're in a house in your space and there's things in there and they haven't been invited. You don't know who they are, what their intent is, and it's very scary, and it's just wrong. It's just wrong.
Is your family a magnet for these?
Well, my mother had premonitions and visions, dreams, and we just thought that's just Mom. We didn't use words like supernatural, paranormal. We didn't even think like that. It was just if Mom said, don't go here, or I dreamed of so-and-so, or this and that, it happened. And it turned out my father's father had a dream the day he was taking a nap, and he dreamed that an airplane, this would be about in the 1920s, that an airplane crashed into their farm in the field, and the little kids came running and said, Dad, come out, Grandpa's fallen down. And he had a heart attack and fell in that very spot on that field. And Grandpa said, well, that finishes my dream, because his dad died right where that airplane had crashed in his dream. So it seems to be on both sides. And it's, as I got older, more and more things would happen. I would dream lots of dreams. And I know you said your daughter dreamed about 9/11. I did as well. I dreamed I was just standing in a big city looking at the skyline, and a tall building burst into flames, and I'm looking, and then the next one beside it did. But, I didn't tell anybody about it because I have a lot of dreams, and I don't think every one of my dreams will come true, but it sure did. So that runs in our family. Sometimes we dream the same dream, my daughters and I, and we'll tell each other, and then the next time we see the other one, we'll go, yeah, we just had the same dream. So it's kind of and I don't know what that magnet is. I think people would call that sensitivity or whatever. I don't know exactly what that means, because sometimes it's not good things, that come, but then there are good things that come too.
Do you think you got the gift from your mother?
Yes, definitely. I believe so. It seems to be on that side, but like I said, it was on my father's side as well. And when I wrote the book, that was the bottom line. I kind of pieced together who we were, what was happening. We were pretty dysfunctional. We had problems in the home, financial and marital problems. And when I wrote the book, I realized I sort of started piecing us together and to figure out who we were. And it took us kind of years, because when you're in a storm, an emotional storm in your life, you lose parts of yourself. And then it takes a while, and it sort of I could sort of figure out then who I was, because I'd lost who I was in the children. And so I thought, it might help someone else. There's a lot of people out there. We all have a story, and it doesn't seem important maybe to the world, but it's important that someone, if they're in prison or they're somewhere, they're at home, or they live in fear or even happy, maybe they've lost pieces of themselves because there were so many storms going on around them. And everybody has that voice, and they're important. They're important to God, very important to God, and they have their story is important. And so I would just urge everyone to start piecing your life together. Maybe your parents were horrible, or your home was the situation, and you grew up in a storm and you lost yourself, and now write your story. Take your voice back, whatever situation you're in. You're not hopeless. God can always reach you, and your story's important. You're important, and I think that's what I took from all of this is demons and angels and premonitions and dreams. What's the story here? And that we're important.
In addition to all this, you've had some UFO experiences, haven't you?
Yes, and I know. Yes, I know there's a lot, but that is kind of amazing. And I reported those about 2003 to the Peter Davenport.
Yeah.
You know, his site. Yeah, in 1977, I was waiting with my 3 children out, and we were going to pick my husband up. He got off at 11. And it was part of Louisville that sort of faced out to the country then before it was all built up out there. And my son was 8. He was in the back seat. And I saw a light coming from the right, and it was just a light that would be on like a small airplane. We have a Bowman Field here. And I thought, oh, it's going to Bowman Field. And then about that time, a light the same size started coming from the left, and they were going toward each other. And I'm thinking, my goodness, if one of them doesn't change paths, they're going to run into each other. And about that time, a red light came straight down, just straight down toward it. And when they got about a thumb's width up in the sky, they stopped, stayed there for a few seconds, and then they just shot off backwards. Just, wow, they're gone. And I'm looking, and I heard somebody say, wow, and I realized my son was, he was watching. I said, did you see that? He said, yes. So that was in 77. And then in 82, I was looking, we were outside in the country looking at the sky, and my husband, 2 daughters went inside, and Chris and I stayed out. And far away, it wasn't a real large star, looked like a star. I started seeing red dots, like they would come into view, and then they would go into like the light of that star. And I started watching, and I counted about 17. Like, it was kind of like what you think Star Wars. I mean, it's just, that's just the way it looked. Like there was, like that star was maybe some kind of satellite or something. And these dots kept going, and I kept my eyes on there, and I called Chris over, and I think he was about 12 at the time. And I said, look up there, and then he saw it, and we watched for a long time, and it was just like, and they were coming in kind of slow. It wasn't like meteorites or anything, and this was, like I said, a distant star, whatever it was, but we watched those for a long time. It's like ships coming in, to a port or something. And then the other one, 1983, Chris and I were driving on Country Road in Crestwood, just fields, and we saw, it was about 2 in the morning, and we saw a beam of light coming down. And I said, what is that? And I was kind of looking as I was driving, and it was coming from what looked like a little tiny star. Just, it wasn't a large one, but it was a beam of light. It was kind of see-through, basically, but you could really see it. And it was smaller at the top and came down wider, and it went to a field, not the field next to us, but another one right next to that. And so we couldn't see exactly how far it went down. I think it came all the way down. And so we're just looking at that beam. It's just a steady beam. And then all of a sudden we got scared. It was like, this is too unreal. And this is before X-Files, so these things, we don't make these things up. We didn't ask for them or want anything. So I said, let's go. And I said, this will be in the news tomorrow. It'll be in the newspapers, of course, not a word, not a word. And so, like I said, in 2003, when I became, had a computer and everything.
What took you so long, Diane, to write your book?
Well, I didn't intend to write a book. It was when my grandchildren started telling me, write these down before you forget it. And then when I did, things came back, a story at a time and a memory at a time. And that's what took so long. And I realized these things started with me like in 1952 when I was 4. Things started happening. I just didn't realize it, and then it just became a faraway memory. And so as I wrote my book, I'm thinking, oh, wait a minute, I saw some lady on a porch one time, and my mother and a friend were there, and I thought they were talking to her as well. It was on a little sunroom. And the lady, when they went back in to have coffee, the lady was in a wheelchair, and a very sweet elderly lady, and she told me she was that woman, our friend's mother. And I talked with her. I think I was about 7. And so when I went back in, we talked about pets and a little bit about school. She was very sweet. She was over in the corner of the sunroom. And they said, oh, what have you been doing? And I said, I was talking to the lady on the porch. And they kind of looked at each other, and they said, oh, talking to the lady on the porch. And I knew something was odd, but I thought maybe the lady, they didn't know she could talk, or maybe she didn't talk to children. I knew, and they kind of like wink, wink. But I thought it was me, like they thought I was telling a tale about that the lady would want to talk to me. But it ended up, they had coffee. We all walked and got, my father and her husband was there. We all walked and ate to this little diner. And
well, I'm convinced you're a magnet, Diane. We're going to take a break, but come back and take some calls in just a moment with you. Diane Satterfield with us. Share your stories with us. The lines are open.
Clearing out your home or commercial building, John's Cleanouts and Property Preservation will handle it for you. We handle residential or any size commercial property, before and after estate sale cleanouts, or any junk removal service. John's Cleanouts and Property Preservation is a 5-star rated and background checked business, providing service you can count on, and we're fully insured in the industry. Call John's Cleanouts and Property Preservation today and take the stress out of your mess.
It's time for Still Alive and Kicking with Clifford Crandall.
I call it game day. If you read my column, you already know. This activity is about using your brain and your sense of humor. I am talking about board games. You and your family, friends, especially grandchildren, get together for fun. One of the great aspects of board games is the interaction and communication. This is a chance for you to teach your grandchildren about good sportsmanship in losing and in winning. There are so many games to choose from, like Exploding Kittens, Racco, Sequence, Happy Little Accidents, Throw the Burrito. A minimal challenge to your body, but you will definitely wake up your mind. This activity also cries out for cookies and popcorn. Enjoy the fun and the smiles that go with it.
Hey, it's real estate expert Mike Aubrey. I see this all the time.
Sir, you're driving in circles.
Can't find any mortgage refinancing.
Lots of homeowners are current on their payments, but can't get a lower rate or better terms because they're underwater on their mortgages.
Get me out of here!
But if your mortgage is owned by Fannie Mae or Freddie Mac, there is a way. Go to HARP.gov and see if you qualify.
Thanks, Mike.
HARP.gov, your best route to a better mortgage.
From the Stanley Theater Studio, WIBX Utica, Rome. WIBX 950 and 92.3 FM, celebrating 100 years.
A ceasefire takes effect in Gaza. I'm Sue Guzman, Fox News. Israel's cabinet has approved President Donald Trump's plan for a ceasefire in the Gaza Strip and the release of the remaining hostages held by Hamas. Fox's Jonathan Savage tells us what's expected in the coming days.
The clock started ticking when the Israeli government ratified the deal. Within 24 hours, the ceasefire is scheduled to begin. A further 3 days are then allotted for locating and returning the 20 living hostages and also the remains of 28 who've died. The pullback of Israeli forces to the so-called Yellow Line, demarcating roughly half of the Gaza Strip, should take no more than a day. Meanwhile, Israel's preparing for the arrival of President Donald Trump. The president says he'll try to get there this weekend. He'll also look to conduct a signing in Egypt where the deal was negotiated. Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
The IDF says a reserve soldier was killed in a sniper attack right before the ceasefire took effect in Gaza. Federal judge temporarily blocking President Trump's National Guard deployment to Chicago for at least 2 weeks.
Judge April M. Perry says deploying troops anywhere in the state would, quote, only add fuel to the fire. The temporary restraining order comes after some local and state officials sued the Trump administration over the troops' deployment. They called it a, quote, unconstitutional invasion of Illinois by the federal government. The Trump administration argued that the National Guard is needed to protect law enforcement personnel and federal property in the Chicago area. They say the levels of violence against federal law enforcement executing their lawful duties have reached an unprecedented high and that there is a lack of assistance from local law enforcement.
Fox's Christina Coleman. An earthquake off the southern Philippines, leaving at least 2 people dead. The 7.4 magnitude quake damaged a hospital and schools, knocked out power, and prompted evacuations before an earlier tsunami warning. America's listening to Fox News.
I'm Emily Campagno, and I'm taking you inside the Idaho murders. In Moscow, Idaho, a small college town, one case so violent and heartbreaking shocked the nation. 4 students were found brutally murdered in their off-campus home, prompting a cross-country search for the cold-blooded killer. The Fox True Crime Podcast presents Inside the Idaho Murders. The evidence, the manhunt, the killer, and the victims.
Listen and follow now at foxtruecrime.com. Every weekday, it's your go-to source for staying informed and entertained. The Fox News Primetime Highlights Podcast, offering a curated selection of the most impactful moments of the Ingram Angle, Jesse Waters Primetime, Hannity, and Gutfeld. Listen and follow now so you never miss a moment of the action-packed highlights from these must-watch Fox News Channel shows. Go to foxnewspodcasts.com or wherever you listen to podcasts. America's listening to Fox News.
New York State's top cop is now facing charges. Fox's Kevin Cork reports.
A federal grand jury in Virginia indicting the New York Attorney General Letitia James on 2 counts related to alleged mortgage bank fraud. James, or Big Tish as she's been monikered by some of her critics, was being probed for alleged paperwork discrepancies on her Brooklyn townhouse and her Virginia home. She allegedly declared both to be primary residences on mortgage applications, which you just can't do. She has publicly denied any wrongdoing. And she responded to the charges today with a video saying this about the president.
He is forcing federal law enforcement agencies to do his bidding. All because I did my job.
Last year, James won a civil case against then candidate Trump and his companies in a lawsuit alleging he lied to banks and others about the value of his assets. The government shutdown continues. No end in sight as the Senate is left for the long holiday weekend.
President Trump says the government shutdown, now in its 9th day, is damaging and will get worse the longer it goes on.
We'll be making cuts that will be permanent, and we're only going to cut Democrat programs. I hate to tell you. I guess that makes sense, but we're only cutting Democrat programs.
The president did not specify which programs could be on the chopping block. In the initial days of the shutdown, the White House Budget Office froze billions of dollars in infrastructure funding for Democrat-led states. The administration is also warning of layoffs, not just furloughs, for federal workers. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Peru's Congress has voted to remove President Dina Boluarte from office as a crime wave grips the South American nation. Lawmakers accepting the vote to remove Boluarte over what they say were her government's inability to stem crime. This now sets up a debate and an impeachment trial in the 130-member unicameral Congress. I'm Sue Guzman. This is Fox News.
Get a smile for every season at Rosansky Family Dentistry. For crowns to veneers, we'll keep you smiling all year long. We're also excited to welcome Dr. Kataria to our team. With her arrival, we now offer Friday appointments from 8 a.m. to noon, giving you more flexibility for the care you need. Call us today at 315-732-1981 to schedule your visit. That's Rosansky Family Dentistry, 1 Paris Road in New Hartford. Find us on Facebook or online at uticasmiles.com.
as morning goes on until 9 o'clock in the morning on Friday. Could have some frosty conditions, a freeze possible. The mainly clear sky, low near 30, cover of any tender vegetation. Clear frosty start to Friday, sun-filled finish, a high of 63. Clear Friday night, not quite as cold, although near 40. Sunshine Saturday, high 67. Small chance of rain Sunday, but mostly dry, high 63. I'm meteorologist Mark Thibodeau with the Weather Channel on WIBX 950 AM and 92.3 FM.
The headlines you need every hour.
The app pings me with any breaking stories.
This is WIBX 950 and 92.3 FM.
Someday, when I'm awfully low, when the world is cold, I will feel a glow just thinking of you in the way you look tonight. Yes, you're lovely with your smile so warm and your cheeks so soft. There is nothing for me but to love you and the way you look tonight.
To talk to George Norrie, call the Wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the gateway to the west, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
We're talking about the paranormal with Diane Satterfield, and we're going to take your calls this hour here on Coast to Coast. Gold continues to soar. Tom, it's a great investment.
Yeah, it sure is. You know, gold is up 50% this year. George, that's not a speculation. That's reality. And if a portion of your savings isn't diversified into gold, you're missing the boat. This is why central banks are flocking to gold. There's one driving prices up right now to record highs. They're the ones that's doing it. So it's not too late, though, to buy gold from Birch Gold Group and get in the door now. Birch Gold will help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. You don't pay a dime out of pocket. Just text COAST to 989898 and claim your free info kit. There's no obligation, just useful information. The best indicator of the future is the past, and gold has historically been a safe haven. What else can say that? Nothing else. Just COAST. Text COAST to 989898. That's COAST to 989898 right now to claim your free info kit on gold. COAST 989898. That's where you want to text. Protect your future today with Birch Gold.
Every Sunday morning, my family piles onto the couch, coffee in hand, TV on, and wrapped in the softest blanket we own. The Bubble Cuddle blanket from Cozy Earth. It's plush, textured, and honestly, it feels like a cloud hug. And when it's time for bed, that's when Cozy Earth takes comfort to another level. Their bamboo sheets transformed our sleep. Made from bamboo, they're temperature regulating and moisture wicking, so we actually sleep cooler, silky, smooth, breathable, and built to last. It's like slipping into luxury every night. Plus, you can try them risk-free with a 100-night sleep trial and a 10-year warranty. Upgrade the place you spend the most time, your bed. Visit CozyEarth.com. Use my code Jesse for 20% off. That's CozyEarth.com, code Jesse. And if you get a post-purchase survey, let them know you heard about Cozy Earth from Jesse Kelly. Because home isn't where you live, it's how you feel. Let's go home with Cozy Earth.
WIBX.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you, Diane Satterfield with us. Diane, ever meet a spirit you didn't like?
Well, yes. several, and but I have a little bit of a lighter story that might be goes along there, and I will say, I always loved animals and even little insects. I would never hurt anything. And when I was little, my mother always slept a little later, and she wanted me to stay in bed. She always said I was going to get into something. And one morning I got up, and we had a television back in '52. It was kind of unusual. We had one early on. And when my mother got up, she was very upset when she found that the cat had bald spots all over it. And I had watched a show where they were shearing alpacas for yarn, and I didn't know how to tell her that I thought, cat hair might make good yarn. And she got up one morning, and she found her fantail goldfish didn't have fantails anymore. I don't know what I watched then. But she was afraid. My mother had premonitions, and she would always talk about in that rural Indiana where we lived at the time that people, old homesteaders, oftentimes dug wells and left them, and they weren't very wide around, and they were deep. And she had this fear, I think it was like a premonition almost, that I was going to fall in the well. So she kept me under pretty careful watch because I did like to, kind of get into things. We didn't have toys, and when my brother was gone, I'd just get bored. And when I was about 6 and my aunt was 7, a man came to us, not physically, but we knew his name was Mr. Whittlehopper. And he lived somewhere in this one field. We would go out all over these fields at my grandma's house. My mother never knew that when we were little. But there was that one field. We kind of always went different places. And we knew him, so he would come to us, and we would call for him sometimes. It was, I wouldn't say an imaginary friend. It was sort of a spirit, I guess, but we didn't have those words. But I didn't tell my aunt. I was a little afraid of him. And so one time, all the kids and everybody went to town. It was just me and my grandma there, and I crossed the little gravel road, and I was looking at that field, and it was never used. It kind of tall grass falling over, thorn bushes, things like that. And I was kind of thinking about going there, and then I felt Mr. Whittlehopper there somewhere in that field, but I was kind of scared. Of him, and I went in the house. And the funny thing about that, and then later on we moved, but I believe he came to probably save me from falling in a well. I think it was something about that, because I don't know, we kind of liked him, we kind of knew he was real, but I was scared, and so I didn't go in the field that night. And the fact that my mother always had premonitions and dreams, I think it was probably it. And later on, my cousins, they heard about it, and they said, "How did you all know his name?" And we looked at each other, and we said, I don't know, we just knew it. And I had her draw a picture one time, and I drew a picture, and I said, "Tell me what he looks like." And we both drew the same picture, top hat, a little like English little coat that was too tight, and kind of breeches and long hair. And we drew the exact same person, so we didn't see him physically, but he was. We could feel his presence, and that was the last time I felt it, when I was afraid to go in that field by myself. And I think he probably saved my life. People can say, "Well, how do you know?" It's just sometimes you just know. You can feel someone.
Your gut tells you that, doesn't it?
Yeah. You can feel someone looking at you, and they're not there. You can feel it.
Let's go to the phones. Let's go to Cornelius in Louisiana. Hello there, Cornelius.
Oh, George, I'm batting 1,000, boy. I didn't think you'd get me on this early. Miss Diane, my grandfather and father were born in a place called New Zion, and that's near Lexington, Kentucky. So I got a little bit of Kentucky. I see you were born in Indiana, but you ended up in Kentucky, and I got some relatives in Louisville. Now, ma'am, they call me the God, Guns, and Gold man, the Bible, Bullets, and Beans man down here in Voodoo, Hoodoo, and Udo, Louisiana. and we got plenty of meats, eats, and treats down here. And Tommy told me he got the book for the Central Louisiana Haunted history. So, George, I hope you'll check it out. Mike Wynn is the author. Now, Miss Diane, I'm going to try to get your book, too.
Thank you.
If you look on Cornelius Lawson White YouTube, I'll be talking about my dad on his birthday. He's passed now. He died in December 2020 of COVID. You'll hear this demon while I'm talking about my dad's birthday and stuff in the Alexandria City Council meeting. So what I wanted to ask you, we just had a prophecy guy, that Benjamin Baruch. I know you say you were scared and stuff like that, but fear not, like you were saying earlier. I believe that we're in the end times. I don't believe in the rapture. So I want to ask you, do you believe that we're in the end times? And do you believe that AI is the Antichrist intelligence? And I think we're headed for a civil war. Now, I do believe that because we're just on too many different sides. But George, God bless you and God bless America. And happy birthday, belated birthday for the Navy, 250 years old. George, you're a Navy man.
Yes, I am. Thanks, Corny. Go ahead, Di.
Well, yes, I do believe we're in the end times. I don't know where you could say that started and where that will end, but yes, there's a lot going on. I think a lot of prophecy has been fulfilled, and there are more prophecies to be fulfilled. And yes, definitely, I think these times are different. When I had angelic experiences with 11:11, I know a lot of people have had that. That started a long time ago before I heard anything about it, and it would not leave me alone. And then I finally started hearing more and more people, and what it said to me was the angels were sort of coming out and warning people, get ready. There's a time of change and everything, but at the end, God is God, and everything's going to be okay. And AI, I think it's like the people who helped create it, and Mr. Musk, I've heard him say it's kind of out of the bag now. So when it's in the hands of people creating things, it can be good and bad. We see that on all the electronics and things like that. That's a new thing, but it's here to stay. We all know that, and yeah, I think it could probably very easily be bad, turn bad. Yep.
Can you sum it up, spirits, anytime you want, Diane?
No. And when Corny was talking about listening to a tape, I won't be listening to that. I'm not the one, we need to go ghost hunting, we need to go to the cemetery. It's like, no, I don't want anything attached to me. I'm not risking that. It took long enough. God had to step in and send a little angel to my bedroom one night. I think that was the beginning of being protected because we were being terrorized. So, no, I won't be joining on any ghost hunts.
All right, let's go to Sam in Texas. Hey, Sam, go ahead.
Hi, thank you, George, for having me. Miss Diane, I was born and raised in Indiana, but I'm down here in Texas. And first of all, George, just be at peace about this hard things that's coming in our way. The day of Christ is at hand first. And the book of Revelation speaks about with John on the Isle of Patmos. And it was all concerning the church, the people, us Christians. And anyway, Miss Diane, I was 17 at the time I became a Christian. And at 18, I was involved in a church, and they were developing, and they bought this old church. And there was a demonic spirit. The pastor asked me and another brother to change the light switch. And in this, doors were very heavy. And so we closed the doors and locked it, to keep anybody from coming in because of the work I was doing, electrical. Began to change the switch. and all of a sudden those heavy doors opened up on their own. And so we got kind of looked at one another like, now I asked him, did you close those doors? Lock them? Yeah, you saw me. So we went back to work, and we went back up and closed the doors again. And as we was pulling the wires out of the switch in the auditorium, all of a sudden we heard a crash like somebody threw a rock at it. And this, we looked, and there was no glass broken. And so after we hurried up and changed the light switch, we never said anything, but they had a kind of like a revival, and this evangelist was staying downstairs. And in the second day, he left. He says, I cannot stand this no longer. He says, there's something here scratching on my door, screaming at me at night. He was shook up. And one time I know that spirit was an entity that was really aggravated, mean, and it never touched me. But I knew that I knew that I was sealed, so to speak. I knew that it couldn't get to me because I demanded it in my mind, my spirit, to stay away. And it never bothered me since. But I was just wondering on yourself, do you think that in the beginning there was an object? Because George was talking about it being magnetized with something of these spirits. Do you think there was something that you can't remember, maybe an object of where this spirit came to follow you?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I don't believe so. I think I first had that type of experience in that house. And like I said, other people around there experience activity. And I'm thinking it started there, and we had a lot of problems. And like I said, my marriage, and I think we were vulnerable. We were worn down, and our faith wasn't as strong as it should be. We were really focused on the storm. We were going through a storm, and I think it just took advantage of us and of me, and it targeted my little girl, Jessica, and it would wake her up with night terrors all the time because I knew I would get up and I would comfort her and everything, and I knew it, and it brought a lot of anger as well as fear, because it was targeting my daughter so it would get me up too. I don't remember anything before that, like what happened there.
Are you glad, Diane, that these experiences have happened to you?
Oh, that's funny, George. I hated it for years. I didn't want to talk about it. I didn't understand why it had to happen. And then the angel things, well, they were so good. It was hard to believe. How could I be worthy to see an angel or have angels save me? And it took all of these years, all of these stories, and finally I was telling my daughter the other day, I'm not angry anymore because those demonic activities and other ones I've ran into in houses and where I worked, they thought they were going to win, George, but, it turned out God gets the glory for that, and I can tell it to other people who have experienced that, or maybe life is just demonic to them. Maybe their life is just horrible. And I can say, you're important. God can reach you. You're not alone, and you have a story, and, God's going to win in the end, and he's going to take care of you in the end. So, I at one time, I hated all of that. But it's okay now. It's okay.
East of the Rockies, Joe's with us, Long Island, New York.
Hi, Diane. What I want to get at with my question is more, I would say people in general start their day not thinking about, I need to pay attention to signs. Is an angel going to pop in? And why would an angel pop in? I have a premonition. They're not really trained to pay attention to this stuff. Now, would you say people should think about this or train their minds to pay attention to this possibly happening, be ready for it to happen occasionally, and how would you better read into it when it does happen, when an angel pops in, what it means?
Well, I never thought of it ever happening, and so it did without thinking about it. I don't know if my daughter asked me one time because, things, the premonitions and abilities get stronger sometimes. It's not on demand. I can't make something happen, but things do. And I said, well, I really don't think I want to go in that way of trying to make something happen or hoping every day it'll happen. I think I feel that things are going to happen if they're supposed to, and maybe what you're going to learn out of that or what good it will do for you or someone else. I don't know what to think about that, expecting it or not expecting it. I'm not sure.
Diane, since this has been happening to you and your family, does it continue with the little ones?
They've been spared after the house, her little ones in that one house. Everything's gotten better after the last. She had an episode in 2017 where her husband was at work and a loud noise was in the basement, and she thought someone was breaking in. And she put it on Facebook. She worked for a police department, and she just kind of let people know. She said, I've either got a burglar in the basement or a ghost because of all the other activity that had happened in her house. And they said, well, we'll stand by if you need us. And then she turned on the light going to the basement stairs, but then that noise stopped. But then she heard the breaker box click, and she thought, it's back. It's back because you just feel it. It's unmistakable. And so she went to go back into her bedroom, and the lights were out in the bedroom, her master bathroom, only in there. And the funny thing was the children were in bed with her, and her two large dogs that were just very active. They moved every time they moved. She said it was like they had been drugged or something. They never stirred. They didn't wake up. And she was really scared. And she said, something wanted me down that basement. And then the next thing, the smoke alarm down there went off. And so she just stayed in bed. But she said she felt like that time if she went down, something was really going to hurt her. And she was not a scared type person. And so when her husband came home, he checked it. He had to flip the breaker box back and everything. The alarm went off by itself. And so that was the last thing there. But I think we kind of were looking like we better, really pray about this, just try to protect ourselves from that. But luckily, they've been spared. My daughter, Jessica, who was awakened all the time, she had night terrors.
Well, night terrors are the worst things. We're going to come back and wrap things up with Diane Satterfield in just a moment on Coast to Coast AM.
The free Coast Zone email newsletter is sent out 6 days a week and is a great way to keep up on all things Coast. With detailed program recaps, the fascinating Today in Strangeness listing, upcoming guest info, and weekly free audio clips, it's a must-have for Coast fans. Look for the free sign-up on the coasttocoastam.com homepage.
WIBX.
Hi, this is Ray Durso of the Genesis Group. If you're interested in keeping up with events and news in the Mohawk Valley region, I have the show for you. It's called This Week in the Mohawk Valley, and it airs every Sunday on WIBX. Join us as we talk with area business leaders, elected officials, law enforcement, educators, and more. Don't miss This Week in the Mohawk Valley every Sunday at 9 a.m. on WIBX 950 AM, 92.3 FM.
Clearing out your home or commercial building, John's Cleanouts and Property Preservation will handle it for you. We handle residential or any size commercial property, before and after estate sale cleanouts or any junk removal service. John's Cleanouts and Property Preservation is a 5-star rated and background checked business, providing service you can count on, and we're fully insured in the industry. Call John's Cleanouts and Property Preservation today and take the stress out of your mess.
Introducing a breakthrough in time management technology. A whole new day of the week. It's called Someday. It's ingenious. Perhaps someday you were going to go skydiving. Enter a hot dog eating contest. Maybe ride a mechanical bull. Now it's on the calendar. You may want to retire someday. Ready for that? Then you'll really want a My Social Security account at socialsecurity.gov. You can estimate your future benefits, plan for your retirement, and how to save for it. If you already receive benefits, you can manage them online. Millions of people already have a My Social Security account. In fact, someone opens one about every 6 seconds. You should get yours today, because someday is here at socialsecurity.gov.
You don't usually get a stock tip from a 16-year-old, but I'm here to tell you about a different kind of stock. It's called Better Futures, a stock for social change that's not about making money. Instead, you invest to help students like me go to college. This is beyond a simple donation. It's the opportunity for America to invest in its kids and take an active stake in the future of the country. The return on your investment isn't money. What you get back is knowing you protected our potential. So one day, that potential can grow up to become surgeons and architects, executives and engineers, people who can change the future just by being a part of it. My name is Alicia, and I'm your dividend.
Invest in better futures with UNCF. Visit uncf.org/invest. A mind is a terrible thing to waste, but a wonderful thing to invest in. A public service announcement brought to you by UNCF and the Ad Council.
All across New York, there are signs of hope because other signs are coming down. Signs like short sale and bank own. More New Yorkers are saying no to foreclosure. The New York State Attorney General's Homeowner Protection Program offers free housing counseling and legal services to assist those at risk of foreclosure. Call 855-HOME-456. That's 855-466-3456. Or visit aghomehelp.com. More New Yorkers are keeping their homes. That's what we call a great sign.
Fox News, I'm Ted Lindner. The Israeli government's approved phase 1 of the Gaza peace plan to release all hostages. The process is expected to start this weekend. Fox's Jackie Heinrich.
A senior U.S. official tells Fox Trump and his team seized on fallout from Israel's strikes on Hamas targets in Doha to force the deal through. Arab leaders wanting to avoid regional conflict ramped up pressure on Hamas.
President Trump expected to travel to the Middle East this weekend to finalize the deal. Day 10 of the government shutdown. Americans feeling the pinch of the budget deadlock in Congress. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent saying the shutdown's hindering the Trump administration's efforts to support American farmers.
If Chuck Schumer would end the Schumer shutdown, we would have announced an ag program to bridge our farmers until the next season.
So far, 3 Senate Democrats on board with the GOP-led spending legislation. America's listening to Fox News.
Freeze warning goes on until 9 o'clock in the morning on Friday. Could have some frosty conditions, a freeze possible, a mainly clear sky, low near 30, cover of any tender vegetation. Clear frosty start to Friday, sun-filled finish, a high of 63. Clear Friday night, not quite as cold, although near 40. Sunshine Saturday, high 67. Small chance of rain Sunday, but mostly dry, high 63. I'm meteorologist Mark Thibodeau with the Weather Channel on WIBX 950 AM and 92.3 FM.
Hey, Mohawk Valley, it's Will Kane. You can listen to my show every weekday at 6 p.m. only on WIBX 950 AM and 92.3 FM.
To talk to George Norrie, call the Wildcard line at 818-501-4109 The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
We'll be back with final thoughts with Diane Satterfield in a moment. What an incredible experience she's had. Beyond Belief, that's our television show, and we invite you to go to that website, beyondbelief.com, to watch the program.
That is where you want to go. We've put up a free episode you can watch, just absolutely free. Then scroll down just a little bit and take advantage of that 7-day free trial, which will get you access to a lot more shows that we've done. It's a good show. Check it out, beyondbelief.com.
And have you taken advantage of our free YouTube channel? Tom, how do people find it?
That's very easy. Just go to coasttocoastam.com, go to the top, hit the YouTube icon. It's free interviews of recent and past shows. You'll have some fun.
Super. And here's something for you to build up that immune system.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Millay bring 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Millay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of ImmuStem and AdaptoStem together, supporting the body to be the best it can be.
Dr. Millay, how will I feel after taking AdaptoStem and ImmuStem?
The ImmuStem is going to have an immediate effect, but I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put AdaptoStem along with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit from Dr. Millay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit with AdaptoStem and ImmuStem is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping.
Order now to get your free gift, Mental Clarity, Natural Support for Mental Sharpness. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit at HealthyLooking.com.
October is Cybersecurity Awareness Month, a reminder that your digital life is always at risk. Every day, hackers steal identities, drain bank accounts, and open fraudulent accounts using stolen information. LifeLock is here with tips to help prevent you from becoming a victim of identity theft. Use strong passwords, set up multi-factor authentication on your accounts, recognize, report phishing, and regularly update the software on your devices. And for real peace of mind, get LifeLock. LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity. If your identity is stolen, a LifeLock U.S.-based restoration specialist will help solve identity theft issues on your behalf, guaranteed or your money back. Plus, all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you to your plan's limits if you lose money due to identity theft. Stay smart, stay safe, stay protected with LifeLock. Get comprehensive identity protection with a 30-day free trial at LifeLock.com. Use promo code George. That's LifeLock.com, promo code George for 30 days free. Terms apply.
I'm here now with Colin Plume, CEO of Noble Gold Investments. Colin, tell the audience what you just told me about cash savings accounts.
I was explaining that parking too much cash in savings is a risky strategy. It's an old school portfolio management. Beyond the obvious banking risks, today's economic environment is destroying the dollar's value. Savers can't keep up with the three-headed monster of inflation, money printing, and rate cuts.
If cash is losing value, then what should people be moving into?
With the dollar under pressure, more Americans are shifting retirement savings into something real. Physical gold and silver. When the dollar falls, precious metals rise.
And Noble Gold makes that process easy?
Very easy. Go to noblegoldinvestments.com and chat with a specialist. The conversation is free and the peace of mind is priceless.
That's the Golden Minute. Don't let inflation steal your savings. Protect it today with Noble Gold Investments. Visit noblegoldinvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals involves risk. Consult your financial advisor before making investment decisions.
WIBX.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you, Diane Satterfield with us, our final issue. Diane, what do you recommend to people who may be haunted and they don't know what to do?
Pray. And I'm very
that'll help.
That's right. I don't know if there's any way to figure out why did this start. I mean, you talk about Ouija board, and I agree. Don't ask for anything. Don't open the door when you don't know who's there, because, like I said, they'll come in anyway. But you don't want to invite them in, and to pray to find out what this might mean, and someday that you can use it for good. But sometimes I don't think there's an answer, and
but I think prayer works, and you're right about that. And I want to thank you for being on the program. The name of her book is Para-Abnormal in Kentucky, and it's available on Amazon.com. We've been talking about prophecy all night that could change America. I thought it'd be important to bring in Paul McGuire.
And welcome back to Coast. I'm George Norrie. This hour I'll be talking with Paul McGuire. He was on with me some time ago as we talk about prophecy of the future of America. In his latest work, there are numerous events or kinds of crises that could affect and change America as we know it forever. Now, a few scientists, economists, and political leaders, according to Paul, this is what they're concerned about. Many of these topics we've handled on Coast to Coast. Economic collapse, a major terrorist attack, American cities being hit by nuclear missiles and EMP, biological weapons, suitcase nukes, a massive earthquake, tsunami, drought, hurricane, solar flares, asteroid impacts, incidents that produce major race riots, food and water shortages, a pandemic, an emergency giving our elites the excuse to suspend the Constitution and impose martial law. Christians and people who believe in the traditional patriotism and family, they're sent to concentration camps. A major cyber attack, and an unexplained event such as a UFO invasion, either real or virtual. Paul, is this all possible?
Well, George, it's great to be back in your program, and when I hear you read that, I forget that I'm the guy who wrote it, and I'm going, my God, this is horrific. And
I hope you're wrong on all of them, but
yeah, I do too. And I'm listening to you to read this, and then I forgot that I wrote it, and I didn't write this for the purpose of terrifying people, and obviously it is, what you read is terrifying. And we all experience, I guess, what I would call sensory overload. We hear this stuff, especially in the kind of programming you do and the guests you have and the research I do. We're immersed in this stuff, so we get kind of a sensory overload where it's like too much to handle. So on one aspect, I want to say that I believe that we are in a time period which I call a convergence and an acceleration, where we're seeing an unparalleled convergence of scientific, economic, sociological, spiritual factors, earth changes, and so forth, economic changes, unparalleled in human history, completely unparalleled. And at the same time, we're experiencing an unparalleled acceleration of these events that has never before happened in human history. So this is not like, just fear-mongering or conjuring up some conspiracy theory. This is objective data. This is what the data that we're observing in the media and on the Internet is telling us. We're in a period of incredible convergence and incredible acceleration. And I wish it wasn't true, but it is true. And we have to deal with it. And I believe that 2014 is a critical year. Critical.
Well, it's amazing, Paul, just going through the list that I read from your book. I mean, look at what we've been through. Economic collapse, 2008, could happen again. We've had, of course, a major terrorist attack. We have talked to experts about the possibility of nuke missiles or EMP attacks against us or something from the sun. The solar flares, we talk about that all the time. We talk about asteroids. We are having water shortages here in the Southwest right now. It's unbelievable how all of these are happening or could happen, and they could be devastating. I think, as you pointed out, people are sensing something big, something strange about to happen. I just don't know what we're going to do about it.
Well, I agree with you, and that's why I wrote the book, A Prophecy of the Future of America. You know, it was originally 1,400 pages, which is too ridiculously long for anybody to read.
That's like the book of your rancher or something.
Right. So I shortened it to 412 pages. But the thing is that I know that I'm feeling this and sensing this. I know that you are. I listen to your program. Your listeners are people who I talk to. Most of the people who are alert, aware, and conscious of what's going on have this sense of that something huge is about to happen. But Carl Jung, I don't necessarily agree with everything he said, but he talked about this collective unconscious. So whether it's a spiritual sense, a spiritual warning, a collective unconscious, our perceptions, we all sense that something huge, and I think it's going to be more than one thing, is going to happen. And I think what will happen, it will happen either in one event or a number of events, and I think that one of the hallmarks of it will be that people will be saying the words, "I can't believe this is happening," after it happens, just like we have done in past events that were like totally unexpected. People will be saying, "I can't believe that it's happening," but it is going to happen. And the thing that I want to stress, though, is that I do not believe that it is that it has to happen in this time period. And I want to get into that, later on. I believe that I don't believe that we have to sit here passively and do nothing, like we're like victims of
waiting for it to happen.
Yeah, exactly right. There are some things we can change, and there's some things we can't change. But I don't believe, for example, let's just talk about the growth of the Orwellian state and their surveillance society, which by the way, shouldn't be a surprise to anybody because I know you're aware of it.
Mm-hmm.
I was writing books on this, 25 years ago, where I was talking about Echelon. And for those of your listeners that might know or might not know, Echelon was a surveillance program that began in World War II, where they had begun to monitor all electronic communications, and it evolved. This is 25 years ago, too, 20 years ago. They were monitoring all faxes, telephone calls, anything that was an electronic communication was being monitored globally and simultaneously. And so the Echelon computers would sift through tens of millions of phone calls and faxes simultaneously, and then keywords would trigger an analysis. So for anybody, I really find it not amusing, but I'm kind of like bewildered that anybody's surprised that their life is a complete open book and that we live in a surveillance society. That's been going on for 25 years. I mean, Snowden made...
And getting worse.
Yes. Well, the technology...
As it got better, it got worse, right?
Correct. And one thing, I want to say two things. One is that I will probably be misunderstood in this statement, but I'm going to say it anyway with qualifications and parameters. I believe that in the world that we live in, which is catastrophic, we need, with constraints, a strong surveillance capability, because like it or not, we live in an ugly world, and our enemies, so to speak, certain nations, they do have electronic surveillance on us, and they're using it now. So to say we don't need electronic surveillance, I think, is somewhat naive. So I support electronic surveillance. However, there has to be strong safeguards to protect the constitutional rights that we have, and those constitutional safeguards are not in place, and I don't see anybody enforcing them, and that's what bothers me.
Paul, what do you mean by there's a secret occult plan for America? Explain that.
Well, it was very interesting, George. There was an article that I'm sure you saw, I think it was about 2 weeks ago, where it was talking about Ronald Reagan, and Manly P. Hall, the occult researcher and writer, said that Reagan was a big fan of Manly P. Hall's writings, which may be surprising to a lot of people. It was surprising to me. And Manly P. Hall essentially has restated the position of Sir Francis Bacon in the mid-1600s, who was head of the Rosicrucian movement, which later became the Illuminati. And in the mid-1600s, Sir Francis Bacon planned for America to be the head of the New World Order, and he planned for America to be the new Atlantis. And Manly P. Hall wrote about this. So there was a secret and is a secret occult plan for America to become the new Atlantis and to become the head of the New World Order. Now, I always find it interesting that certain people would try to dismiss that as a conspiracy theory because, you know, our founding fathers, as you know, wrote in many historical documents. Men like Thomas Jefferson and George Washington and Benjamin Franklin and many others wrote in documented writings. They expressed their concerns over the Illuminati. They named it by name, and they expressed their concerns over the Illuminati's control over the central banking system. So when you talk to people today in the media, and I've been on some of the biggest cable news network programs and debated the leading publishers of the biggest economic journals in the world, and they will never give you a straightforward answer, for example, as to the true nature of the Federal Reserve. So the existence of these secret occult societies, their plan is to make America the new Atlantis and the New World Order. Now, the key to understanding this, and I know most of your listeners are familiar with the pyramid on the back of the dollar and the fact that it says New World Order on the base of the pyramid, but on the right-hand side of the back of the U.S. dollar is that bird, that phoenix, and there's a tremendous meaning in that phoenix, and one that I know you would be especially interested in, and Manly P. Hall wrote about that, and that's the essence of the secret occult plan for America. The phoenix comes from ancient Phoenicia, which was in the Sumerian region, and it was in ancient Phoenicia in Mount Hermon that the Watchers first descended on planet Earth. Some believe, as I do, that they were interdimensional beings. Some people believe they were extra-dimensional beings. I believe they were interdimensional beings, or the B'nai Elohim that is referred to in Genesis 6, but they imparted advanced science and technology to mankind in ancient Phoenicia. And thus this phoenix symbol heralds that. Now, the most fascinating and important thing to be gathered from the image of the phoenix is the fact that the central truth here is that these interdimensional beings mated with human women and created a hybrid offspring.
Wow, yeah.
That some people call the Nephilim, and they have other names for them. So the genetic composition of the human race was radically changed, and this advanced civilization imparted superior technology and science. So we have civilizations like Atlantis. We have the evidence of the pyramids, which we still can't figure out how they built those. And then later on, those were pre-flood civilizations, and then after the flood, we have the Tower of Babel, or Babylon, and Babylon was really the Tower of Babel was really a technological instrument. It was a stargate, an interdimensional portal that was built by Nimrod to allow interdimensional beings into the physical realm. Now, Sir Francis Bacon understood a lot of this, and that's what he was trying to communicate when he said America will be the new Atlantis. What he was saying in the mid-1600s, and this was a brilliant man, he was saying that America will not only be the new Atlantis and head of the New World Order, but that a central facet of America will be the rediscovery of the genetic creation of supermen and superwomen, or godmen, such as the god kings that ruled Atlantis. And the central feature of America as the new Atlantis will be this rebirth in what we now call transhumanism, and this genetically engineered master race, if you will. And that's what we're on the threshold now. I know you understand this, and many of your listeners understand it, but the average person in America doesn't really grasp yet that we're about 100 to 200 years more advanced in our science and technology than most people realize.
That's right.
It's just that science and technology is being concealed from the average person. And where this technology is really probably 100 to 200 years more into the future than people realize is in the creation of genetic super beings, or what we would call transhumanism.
Fascinating. That's Paul McGuire. For Dan Galante, Tom Danheiser, Sue Tricas, Lex Lonehood, Sean Ladasor, Alec Fernandez, Stephanie Smith, Tim Binnall, George Knapp, and Richard Serrett, I'm George Norrie, somewhere out there on Coast to Coast AM. We'll see you on our next edition. Until then, be safe, everyone.
Years ago, Lori Potasowicz had a dream. With a natural love for pets, she wanted to become an expert groomer. So she set out to become the area's only nationally certified master groomer and launched her business, one paw at a time. With grooming expertise and a lot of loving care, Lori and her talented team began caring for pets one paw at a time. Cuts, shampoos, and styling, one paw at a time. Teeth and nails with no detail overlooked from head to toe, one paw at a time. Getting to know each and every dog and cat by name, the One Paw at a Time family grew, and Lori had a decision to make. Keep expanding? She followed her heart and decided to keep the One Paw family atmosphere just the way it is, so she can keep taking care of the pets she knows and loves, one paw at a time. Lori and her team want to thank the families they serve for putting their trust in them to care for their four-legged family members, one paw at a time. 320 Oriskany Boulevard in Whitesboro near Woods Road. One Paw appreciates your understanding for their current waiting list for new customers.
Join the folks at the Rome Capitol Theater for a 30th anniversary screening of the 1995 classic Apollo 13, starring Tom Hanks, on Tuesday, October 14th at 7 p.m. It'll be a rare chance to experience Universal's new 4K digital restoration of Apollo 13 in a genuine movie palace. That's Apollo 13 for one night only, Tuesday, October 14th at 7 p.m. at the historic Capitol Theater in downtown Rome. Tickets available online at romecapital.com or at the door.
Keep up to date with what's going on in Central New York by downloading the WIBX mobile app today. Stream the station anytime, anywhere. Download free in the App Store or Google Play with WIBX 950 and 92.3 FM, celebrating 100 years.
In the U.S., 1 in 5 children with cancer will not survive. You can help give them more tomorrows. Support St. Jude today.
From the Stanley Theater Studio, WIBX Utica, Rome. WIBX 950 and 92.3 FM, celebrating 100 years.
President President Trump secures a deal in the Middle East. I'm Ted Lindner, Fox News. The president expected to travel to the Middle East Sunday after securing the first phase of this peace deal between Israel and Hamas. Israel's cabinet working through the agreement to end the war in Gaza. Fox's Jennifer Griffin has more.
Waves of emotion erupted in Hostage Square in Tel Aviv. In Jerusalem, President Trump's envoys Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff met with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Fox News had the first official reaction from an Israeli minister after the deal was signed.
Is this the end to the war in Gaza?
This is the implementation of the first phase. There will be a ceasefire, and then the commitment within 72 hours of Hamas to release all the hostages. That should bring the end to this war.
A ceasefire had not yet taken effect when the IDF struck a suspected group of Hamas militants who got too close to them in northern Gaza. Hamas says it does not know where all of the 28 deceased hostages are.
And that was Fox's Jennifer Griffin. As part of phase one of the plan, the remaining 20 living hostages are expected to be released Monday or Tuesday, swapped with nearly 2,000 Palestinian prisoners. New York's Attorney General Letitia James has been indicted on fraud charges in the latest case against an opponent of President Trump. James calling the case political.
These charges are baseless, and the president's own public statements make clear that his only goal is political retribution.
James has been accused of mortgage fraud, accused of claiming two homes as her primary residence to take advantage of mortgage loan rates. Trump has been advocating charging James for months. Previously, the New York Attorney General led a case against then-candidate Donald Trump, proclaiming then no one was above the law over accusations that he inflated the value of his assets to get better business loans. President Trump called that case a witch hunt. America's listening to Fox News.
You never know who might be taking the quiz.
Hi, I'm Teresa Giudice.
I'm Clay Aiken.
I am Dre DeMatteo.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jill Whelan.
Hey, everybody. It's Billy Baldwin.
It's Patricia Heaton.
Hey, everyone. I'm Nicole Polizzi.
It's Candace Bushnell.
Hey, everyone. It's Henry Golding.
Hey, everybody's Kevin Nealon.
I'm Ted Lange, and it's time to take the quiz. 5 questions in less than 5 minutes every day. Listen and follow at thequiz.fox.
The world of business moves fast. Stay on top of it with the Fox Business Rundown every Monday and Friday. Fox Business reporters, anchors, and hosts will bring you beneath the stock market speculation and boardroom drama to tell you about the biggest business stories of today. Whether you're on Main Street or Wall Street, Fox Business is invested in you.
Listen to the Fox Business Rundown every Monday and Friday at foxbusinesspodcasts.com or wherever you download your favorite podcasts.
The government shutdown drags on into day number 10. Fox's Ryan Schmelz on Capitol Hill with the latest.
House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries once again is calling on Republicans to negotiate a deal to end the shutdown.
Things are not going to change until Republicans actually decide to get serious about a bipartisan negotiation.
This as the Senate once again fails to pass a stopgap measure to reopen the government, with Democrats saying they want a permanent extension of the Affordable Care Act premium tax credits. House Speaker Mike Johnson and Republicans say that conversation can happen when the government reopens.
The consequences of this Democrat shutdown are very real.
The tax credits are set to expire at the end of the year. On Capitol Hill, Ryan Schmelz, Fox News.
Sister Jean Dolores Schmidt, the chaplain for the men's basketball team at Loyola University Chicago, died on Thursday night, according to the university. Sister Jean rose to celebrity fame during the team's Cinderella run to the Final Four of the NCAA tournament back in 2018. She was once asked if she thought God was a basketball fan.
He probably is. And he's probably a basketball fan, more of the NCAA than the NBA.
Sister Jean was 106 years old. An Indiana man convicted of the rape and murder of a 15-year-old girl is executed.
53-year-old Roy Lee Ward was put to death by lethal injection at the Indiana State Prison in Michigan City. His, the state's third execution since resuming capital punishment last year. He'd been convicted in the 2001 killing of Stacy Payne, an honor student and cheerleader, attacking her with a knife and a dumbbell in her home. Gary Baumgarten, Fox News.
And in a dramatic late-night vote, Peru's Congress ousting their president, Dina Boluarte, amid surging crime and public outrage. This just hours after a deadly concert shooting rattled the nation. I'm Ted Lindner. This is Fox News.
Cold morning, freeze warnings will go away. Temperatures even dipping into the upper teens in the northern Adirondacks. Sunshine today, 63. Tonight, mainly clear, 40. So not quite as cold. North Country will be a little chillier. Might see a little rain get thrown in here tomorrow afternoon. Nothing widespread, 68. Maybe a little rain on Sunday, 65, and a chance of rain on Monday. From the Weather Channel, I'm meteorologist Ray Stijik, WIBX 950 AM and 92.3 FM.
They say you can't wear white after Labor Day. Tell that to Mother Nature. Snow doesn't check the calendar, and winter always shows up early in New York. That's why the smart move is to get ready now at the Winter Readiness event from Standard Heating, Cooling, and Insulating. Right now, you can get 18 months of interest-free financing with no down payment. Plus, enjoy fast scheduling and trusted service from the team that's been keeping you comfortable for decades. Don't get caught in the cold. Raise your standards and call Standard today, or visit standardco.com to lock in your savings.
Hi, this is Kira Meelan. After almost a century in business, Meelan's Carpet One is known for many things. Our commitment to customers, for example. We go above and beyond to make your shopping experience exceptional from start to finish. We're also known for quality installation. Our experienced installers are like part of the family. They've been with us for years and they do an incredible job. But one thing everyone knows us for is Karastan area rugs and carpets. And this month is National Karastan Month. Karastan area rugs and carpets offer unmatched quality and timeless beauty for your home. Many of the choices available come with a lifetime stain warranty. And with the lowest prices of the season, no interest financing, and up to $1,000 in savings, National Karastan Month is the best time to invest in new carpet or area rugs. So this month, stop by Meelan's Carpet One on Old Commercial Drive in Yorkville, across from Joe Tahan's, where the good Meelan feeling means incredible savings and financing on Karastan area rugs and carpet.
Stand Up to Cancer asked leading cancer researchers to speak about why they do their work.
Two words come to mind for me. One is responsibility, the other is purpose.
It's just so inspiring to do research that impacts human lives.
Stand Up to Cancer has been a critical partner in advancing research for cancer.
Cancer research saves lives.
So please, help us fight in this battle against cancer.
Be a part of the team that ends cancer at standuptocancer.org.
First News with Keeler in the morning on WIBX.
I want to bring in Dr. Zielinski, and Dr. Chmielewski, and he's up there. We almost brought you right into the floor right there.
Do you know a good doctor?
Oh,
I'll take good care of you.
From the Falcon Clinic, who came in here this morning, and I think this is really an interesting a topic that I really want to focus on, not just with you guys, but something that we all, no matter what you do for a living, and that is why here. And this may be a good time in our history here to talk about that.
Certainly.
So I'll ask you guys, why here? Why the Falcon Clinic here? Why do you choose to be here? The importance of that.
Well, one of the things that I wanted to preface that with is time flies, as we know. So June will be here before we know it, even though we're in October right now.
Right.
And June is graduation season. So that means that we're going to have medical and surgical residents graduating, dental residents, nursing students, and all sorts of professionals of all sorts. And why stay in central New York? If I could actually have one of you guys start off, I'll go last because, as I think you guys are all aware, I'm the transplant. I'm not from here, but I love it here, so I'll wrap up if that's okay.
And that really is what is important.
Sure.
Because I find the people who come from out of town and here
usually
sometimes appreciate it much more than we do. Doc?
Well, my story is that I pretty much grew up here in Utica.
Yeah.
And... at that time, as a little kid and then a teenager and then going to Utica College at that time, I said, why do I want to be here? Nothing changes. It's so boring and everything, I want to go out somewhere. And so I left.
Only
and I
the
did my
leaves
training.
change. The leaves change.
Yeah, the leaves. And they're delicious.
Yeah.
But anyway, I swore I was not going to come back here.
Yeah.
And it wasn't until I met my beautiful wife there in Ohio. And we came back to see my parents, and she said, what do you not like about Central New York?
We hear that a lot. Again, that's very interesting, the transplant.
And I said, well, this reason and that reason. She kept knocking down all my excuses and everything. And finally, she said, why would you not want to come here, you know? And so it was partially because of family, partially because I got some very good offers with the local ERs. I was an ER physician at that time and very interested in that. And so I came, and I got to tell you, I am not sorry at all that I came. I'm very happy. When Governor Cuomo, Mario, was governor, I was joking. They were doing some stuff about Central New York. I said, he should hire me as the spokesperson for
here.
New York State and Central New York, because now I became a believer.
Yeah. Maybe you would have had a bridge named after you, like the Tappan Zee. Probably not. You might have become governor after that. Who knows? But you're right. You have to look at it and realize, keep in mind you're talking to two people who have kids who've chosen to live outside the area. Yep. But I do think they always kind of come home. There's a lot of that kind of come home.
Well, another thing, too, is like when I did my training, like in Brooklyn and Philadelphia and then later out to Southeast Ohio, I have to say, a lot of the time, I was alone, okay? And I had to do medicine and surgery at the seat of my pants, So I think there is a certain amount of pioneer spirit that you have to have.
Yeah.
Too many times, people say like, well, I just call an orthopedist. I open up the closet, there's a dermatologist or whatever.
Yeah.
I didn't have that advantage. One thing I remember going to one conference there on trauma at the time for emergency medicine, and one fellow there, he worked in one of the big cities. He said, "Oh, you're in Central New York there? What, in a small town?" At that time, I was at Little Falls. Great hospital.
Yeah.
And I was there, and he said, I do trauma every day. And after a while, it's the same thing over and over again. He said, you know what I'm afraid of? If I get a kid at 2 o'clock in the morning with a rash, and I don't know what to do.
Right.
I said, that's a dime a dozen for me.
Yeah.
I've got Colles fractures. I've got meningitis. I've got all these different things. Yeah. And you learn that you have to depend on yourself.
Right. Dr. Zielinski, you're...
Sure. So...
Because you're the guy who's come here.
Yes. So as I think you guys might be aware, I'm originally from out by Buffalo. And how I ended up here was back in 2016 and through 2018, I did my clinical years of medical school at St. Elizabeth's, fell in love with the area, stayed here for residency. I did go away to Michigan for a year for additional training, but knew I was going to come back to practice. I met Dr. Shimoleski while I was a medical student and resident. Kind of knew pretty early on that I wanted to work for him. And as I think you guys are also aware, I took over the practice on March 1st of this year. So I'm also a medical officer in the Army Reserve. I drill at LU Route over on Burstone Road. And my wife is a professor at Utica University. So, my practice is here. The Army's here. The love of my life is here. I have absolutely no reason to go anywhere else.
This is now home.
I still go back to Western New York maybe about once a month, once every 6 weeks or so. But I'm at the point after being here about 10 years or so, Central New York feels more like home for me than Western New York.
You can still end all sentences and all conversations with "Go Bills." If you'd like.
Oh, correct. And go Sabres. Another cool thing I think about here that I hope that people take into consideration, especially when they're looking at other opportunities elsewhere, and nothing against it anywhere else, of course, but everything's very expensive in today's day and age, but it actually does not cost that much to live here. So your dollar will definitely go further here than it will most other places. And we're within a couple hours of basically everything you could possibly want. Buffalo, Niagara Falls, Toronto, Ottawa, Montreal, Boston, New York, Philadelphia. If you want woods, you can get that very easily, as we know. Lake Placid, Thousand Islands, Lake George, and so on.
Sometimes your backyard, depending on where you live.
Cooperstown, so I think that just given all the attractions that we have around here, the cost of living, the friendliness of the people, you really can't beat Central New York.
And there is now a will to plow forward and improve, and I think we're seeing a lot of that stuff happen.
To say this is God's country. Of course, he doesn't live here anymore. But that's not true.
He moved away.
Yeah.
Or as my wife would say, she moved away.
Right. There was one fellow there. He'd come from, I think, New York City, and he was up here as a doctor. And he said, when I was in New York City, I'd go down the street, there'd be 40 Indian restaurants, I said, it's too bad we only have 3.
Right.
But how many Indian restaurants or Chinese restaurants do you need, really,
But we have a lot of
we have a
variety.
great food scene. Yes, that's another thing.
And the ethnicity of what we have.
Yeah.
You know, I'm thinking of a Dominican Republican restaurant that we have, you know, on was it Bleecker Street, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, so
quite a
many
melting
different things.
quite a melting pot.
You know, we dance class, photography. You want paint lessons, learn how to do jewelry. Competitions we have. I mean, I used to do martial arts, believe it or not. And there would be competition from all over the state, and these are incredible people. As a musician, I'm a member of the Mohawk Valley Blues Society, and we have incredible musicians in this area, world-class musicians. Oh,
well,
Joe Bonamassa,
Joe, who may be considered the best rock and roll guitarist in the world.
Right.
So, or blues guitarist in the world. I want to leave you guys with just this, a different topic. Anything else you want to add? It's a good place to live. Good place to work, and Falcon Clinic is a good place to go when you need help, I guess. I do want to add one quick question, though. You had your physician had warned that maybe AI was going to that doctors, surgeons would be the first to go when it comes to AI, right?
Well, he said it's going to be amazing to see 20 years from now where it is with AI, and that in many respects what might happen is that it may be the first step in regards to, before you even see a physician or whatever it is, that it'll kind of deal. But he said medicine as we know it will be totally changed in regards to how we have it today.
I think that's very possible 20 years from now, like you said. So the technology, especially as it pertains to medicine, is really in its infancy. We haven't really seen a whole lot of AI for diagnosing and treating just yet. Where we have seen some healthcare providers use AI is for documentation. Now, I don't think that technology is really up to snuff either, and what I mean by that is I've had some colleagues who use it where they'll be in a room with the patient, and based on what they say and the patient says, the AI computer system will generate a note for them that they can edit at a later time. A lot of my colleagues who use that technology say they spend more time editing the AI note than if they had just done the note themselves.
I just did recently did give me a summary of all the big stories that are going on each day, and I wrote this in a way with prompts that would, every morning when I wake up, in my inbox is a new, like 10 stories developed from AI going all over the country. And I was going through the whole list, and I'm like, this is unbelievable, until I got to the one story that said school officials are meeting over the next few days over whether or not students should be required to wear masks. And I'm like, all right, we're going down this road again because of COVID and the flu. I looked at the story. It was from 2002. AI picked it up. And so you're right. You find you're editing. You're doing a lot of editing. But in 20 years...
Another thing, too, on the subject of AI is you also have to think about patient autonomy and patient privacy, because some of my colleagues who use these AI systems to help them out with documentation or whatever, you have to ask the patient, hey, are you okay with this AI system recording our conversation while we're here? Now, it's a computer, which means it can be hacked and is subject to viruses. That patient's information can be compromised. So not every patient is going to want to subject themselves and their private health information to that. So.
One addition to that, though, I one that I think is going to be hit hard is the accounting world off the bat. And the one thing that we're not considering, we're thinking about ChatGPT, where it's going out and it's searching the web for its answers. These big companies, these big accounting firms have created closed AI programs that's not going to the web. The information is not, somebody could hack in, I guess, but it's only working off what it has been taught. And that industry is... I wouldn't suggest your kid go into accounting right now.
Kind of
for that reason.
Two things. One, kind of specifically for your business. Here's the thing. Think about what liability is in regards to for you guys. It's very difficult to sue, ChatGPT. easy to sue you guys.
Correct.
Right.
So, if you're going to be throwing all that stuff towards that thing, ultimately, who's going to be held responsible?
Oh, of course,
right?
us.
You guys are, right?
The AI program would merely be our agent. It wouldn't be a replacement for us.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you noticed, Tim, but the minute you said sue you guys, their faces went completely white. So
not very happy.
But we're well aware of that possibility.
But the other thing is that, there are billions upon billions of dollars are being spent on AI, and there's a reason why people are spending it on there. I mean, they're not doing it necessarily for, I mean, it probably will be for the betterment of society or whatever, but there has to be a payback from it.
Yeah, they're making money.
I fear that the white collar is going to take it in the neck.
Yeah.
Well, to me, when I see that, AI and all these things, it's just another big electronic shovel. Another way of digging the same hole. We're not digging a new hole.
Right.
You mentioned accounting. You said about medicine, a hole or a topic or whatever. The thing that gets me about AI, it always has an answer. It never says, I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah.
And sometimes,
although I'm told there are a couple of questions you can ask, and it'll say, I don't know, but it's very few, and they're philosophical.
Well, that's like Bill. He's a know-it-all.
That's right. Just ask.
And he's always right.
Yeah, he's always right.
I will
just don't
always
read the comments on
I have been criticized for always having an answer.
And the other thing, does AI have a sense of humor? That's what I wonder.
I do not think so.
Right.
Gentlemen, thank you so much. Again,
thanks, guys.
It all started with why here, and I think hearing from someone who's from here and not from here is very interesting.
And just very briefly, so we still have a temporary freeze on new patients. We're asking new patients to call after the new year. I'm still interviewing and hopefully going to hire a new provider soon. But yes, and what you said about accounting may be true. But if you are studying to be a CPA and you're going to be graduating in June, please consider staying in Central New York.
That would be a good idea. That's a good idea. Yep. Gentlemen, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right.
The
Stay young and healthy.
Clinic in Washington Mills.
Whatever you need to haul, landscaping tools, heavy construction gear, or even livestock, Clinton Tractor has the trailer for the job. Choose steel, aluminum, or galvanized frames from 500 pounds to 55 tons. With trusted names like B-Wise, Eager Beaver, and EB. For trailers, parts, and service you can count on, visit the Caladona family at Clinton Tractor.
We are the leader in service, Clinton Tractor.
ClintonTractor.net.
Imagine this. You're coming down the stairs. You miss a step, but you catch yourself. And that's when you feel it. It's your knee, and it really hurts. Now you have to make a choice. The faster you see an orthopedic specialist, the sooner you'll be on your way to recovery. Choose Community Memorial Center for Orthopedics, now with a clinic open every Wednesday in New Hartford. You'll get fast access to world-class orthopedic care. We have imaging on site, and you'll be treated by Dr. Rochelle Takamoto. She's one of the most respected orthopedists in the area, and she's done more VELYS robotic-assisted surgeries than any female physician in the world. So whether it's a new injury or a long-term pain in any joint, walk into our clinic and get treated by one of the best orthopedic specialists in the area in the shortest time possible. That's Community Memorial Center for Orthopedics, with clinics weekdays in Hamilton and now every Wednesday at 83 Genesee Street in New Hartford. Visit orthoemergency.com.
Here's the tale of the daily med fill. Same old pharmacy, same old bill, but those prices kept rising higher still.
Till the savings Wrangler rode in, cool as can be. Tap GoodRx, saving massively.
No plan? Don't matter none. Up to 80% off. The deals are done.
Discounts hitting harder than Ma's chili. Dang. That one little app does all the rest.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
Check GoodRx. GoodRx is not insurance.
Dairy Line on WIBX is brought to you by Clinton Tractor and Implement and the Caldona family, who has proudly served the agricultural industry since 1953.
This is Dairy Radio Now.
It's time for our Feed Forum Friday with Dr. Mike Hutchins, Professor Emeritus from the University of Illinois. Hello, Mike.
Well, welcome to today's Feed Forum, and our topic is going to talk about our harvest season going on here in the U.S. Certainly, we're in the midst here in Illinois of harvesting both our corn and soybean crops coming in from the field. But, Bill, we've seen some real challenges this year when we look especially at the corn crop. First of all, some of the environmental factors that come into play. Excessive heat occurred especially during pollination time, which can reduce the pollination effects, and then the filling of the actual corn kernels in August got to be a problem, and that's a problem for soybeans as well. We had lots of pods and lots of seeds in the pod, but the bean itself does not develop to its full extent if we're under moisture conditions. We also had a factor here, what we call for corn a tassel wrap. This is restricted to certain hybrids in which actually the tassel did not emerge from the wrap. Therefore, it could cause pollination, and that was also a concern as well. We also had some disease challenges here, especially for corn. Northern corn leaf blight can be a factor. Tar spot, especially if we have some wet conditions, which is not a problem here in Illinois, but it could be in Iowa and in western part of the Corn Belt. Southern rust can really affect the yield potential here as well. Fungicide applications back in the summer was a factor that could reduce that, and then gross wilt. Those were factors that are going to affect the corn yield. When you look at corn yield, probably heard some of the various measurements made around the Corn Belt area. And basically, teams go out and they count the number of ears at a certain allocation in the area. They look at how many rows of corn on each cob, and then how many kernels in each of the rows, and from there they can calculate a yield estimate as well. And certainly those came in higher, but we're concerned the combines are going to probably report lower yields as well. When we look at the terms of economics here in Illinois, specifically, FBFM group here, that's our group, the economists, they are predicting a loss of about $60 per acre. And that was based on 236 bushels per acre at $4.10 per bushel. Now, you ask, what is a break even? The corn price would have to go up to $4.63 as well. If we take a look then at soybean economics here in Illinois, projection here is going to be a plus $15 per acre, and that's at a 75 bushel yield at $10.20 per bushel there. The break-even price for soybeans here in Illinois would therefore, to cover that, $10.87. Our row crop people are really in trouble. There are some economics benefits in the one big, beautiful bill that was passed. So there's some subsidies there as well. And in the news recently, we heard about row crops potentially getting a fairly significant tariff boost, money from the tariffs from the president to help row crop farmers out, to help on the current economics because of the lack of export of soybeans. Last year, over 50% of the soybeans grown in the United States went to China, and this year they have purchased no soybeans. And of course, they've gone to Argentina and Brazil to buy soybeans as well. So you might ask, what's our take-home messages here today? Well, certainly with the stress on corn itself and corn, we think corn side quality is going to be quite variable this year. And so our producers are going to need to test more frequently because of the amount of starch that may or may not be in there. The loss of photosynthesis on leaf material may reduce also the quality of the corn sides as well. The corn yield is going to be quite variable as well and may not break even here in economics out well. And we must be monitoring what strategic times to try to sell corn and soybeans on the marketplace. And finally, we got to, especially for corn, monitor mycotoxins, Bill. This can be a problem, especially with various growing conditions here in the U.S. Well, that completes the program for today. Thanks. Hey, have a great day.
Thanks, Mike. That's Dr. Mike Hutchins, Professor Emeritus from the University of Illinois, featured every Friday here on our Feed Forum Friday on Dairy Radio Now.
Snakes, zombies, sharks, heights, speaking in public. The list of fears is endless. But while you're clutching your blanket in the dark, wondering if that sound in the hall was actually a footstep, the real danger is in your hand, when you're behind the wheel. And while you might think a great white shark is scary, what's really terrifying and even deadly is distracted driving. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Incoming milk from farms high in butterfat and protein is causing some challenges for dairy processors, according to a new report from CoBank. Dairy economist Corey Geiger will talk about it with Lee Milkey on our Milky Monday. Have a safe weekend. I'm Bill Baker, Dairy Radio Now.
The cotton industry is promoting natural fibers over synthetics for clothing. Next on Farm to Fork. 4 months ago, I began airing a message about the possibility that the dozen regional centers for agricultural safety and health were at risk of closing because of funding cuts. I've now learned that those funds will not be shut off and that the centers may continue operating. One center representative said, quote, "We are convinced that media visibility and support help turn the tide." So, let's pick up where I left off with our 2025 Farm Safety and Health campaign. Unless your farm caters to agro-tourists, you should be careful about hosting visitors who are not used to being around livestock or machinery. It poses a safety risk to them and a liability issue for you if your insurance doesn't cover persons outside of the farming operation. Farm Safety and Health is everyone's business. This reminder is brought to you by Farm to Fork through the generous support of listeners like you across the country. Learn how you can help at NorthshoreProductions.com. Marjorie Walker of the National Cotton Council says there's a good reason to choose cotton over synthetics in clothing.
People are concerned about microplastic pollution in general. The research shows they often don't realize how much clothing contributes to that problem or what they can do about it. Our survey found that only about a third of Americans were very aware of microplastics pollution, and less than half of those connected it to their clothes.
Walker says microplastics are a big deal with clothing.
Synthetic clothing's textile microfibers are believed to be the single largest source of primary microplastics in our oceans, potentially contributing as much as 35% of the total global release.
How do you know whether your clothing is natural or synthetic? Walker says just read the label.
Because items you think are cotton might not be made of cotton. There's a lot of product out there that says feels like cotton, from sheets to shirts. Choosing natural fibers like cotton is a very simple and impactful way to reduce the microplastics textile pollution.
Walker says you'll be hearing a lot about this in the months ahead.
People have not thought about this at all when it comes to what you're wearing. People are trying to do the best they can about putting good food in their bodies, and we need them to understand it's also what you're putting on your body.
Go to plantnotplastic.org to learn more. That's Farm to Fork. I'm Darrell Anderson.
Hi, this is Scott Hayes.
And this is Jill Hayes from New York Sash.
Honey, there's a lot of folks out there right now that could use a makeover.
What? Honey, you can't say that. You shouldn't say that.
No, not a personal makeover, honey. Their bathroom. They could use a bathroom makeover from New York Sash. It's our annual bathroom makeover sale. Right now, you can get 20% off your New York Sash acrylic bathroom system. It's the best price on a bathroom we offer all year.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. It's the makeover everyone can enjoy. A New York Sash bathroom. Our installers will give you a whole new look in just a couple of days, with no mess, no maintenance, and no worries with our lifetime warranty.
Your bathroom will never look better. You can visit our showroom on Oriskany Boulevard in Whitesboro. Call us or lock in your discount right now online at NewYorkSash.com. Get 20% off your new bathroom.
And let our family take care of your family for less.
You're invited to Dr. Frankenfurter's mansion on Saturday, October 25th at 8 p.m. as the Rome Capitol Theater presents the Rocky Horror Picture Show. For one night only, immerse yourself into the all-singing, all-dancing classic. Come early for the Rocky Horror Picture Show pre-party at 6:30 p.m. Plus, pick up your Transylvanian-approved prop kits for $12. The Rocky Horror Picture Show, Saturday, October 25th at 8 p.m. at the Rome Capitol Theater. Tickets at RomeCapitol.com or at the door.
Vanity Fair calls BritBox a delicious streamer. Collider says everyone should be watching. Catch Britain's next best series with BritBox. Stream acclaimed new originals like Code of Silence.
You read lips, right?
And Linley, based on the best-selling mystery series.
Hi, Linley. Take it from here.
And don't miss the new season of Karen Piri, coming this October.
You don't look like police. I'll take that as a compliment.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox. Watch with a free trial today.
Cold morning, freeze warnings will go away. Temperatures even dipping into the upper teens in the northern Adirondacks. Sunshine today, 63. Tonight, mainly clear, 40. So not quite as cold. North country will be a little chillier. I see a little rain get thrown in here tomorrow afternoon. Nothing widespread, 68. Maybe a little rain on Sunday, 65, and a chance of rain on Monday. From the Weather Channel, I'm meteorologist Ray Stijik, WIBX 950 AM and 92.3 FM.
Looking for more than just a job? Find purpose and peace in the Mohawk Valley.
If you want to make a difference for somebody, working at Wynn Hospital has offered me that.
At Mohawk Valley Health System, you'll grow your career with great pay, a supportive team, and real opportunity.
It's so much more than a job. You're able to make such a difference in people's lives.
And when your shift ends, life's just getting started.
The options are really endless in the Mohawk Valley. There's no place else I'd rather be.
Mohawk Valley Health System. Change lives, starting with yours.
I wanted to be a nurse so I could make a positive impact on my community. I chose CCON because I knew the program and instructors would help me get there.
At CCON, we don't just teach clinical skills, we mentor future nurses. Our students get the extensive hands-on experience they need to excel.
CCON sets you up for success. Every day I make a real difference, and I'm so glad my journey started at CCON.
Ready to start your nursing career? Why wait? Apply today. Visit ccon.edu to learn more. Apply today for a better tomorrow.
Hi, this is Kira Meelan. After almost a century in business, Meelan's Carpet One is known for many things. Our commitment to customers, for example. We go above and beyond to make your shopping experience exceptional from start to finish. We're also known for quality installation. Our experienced installers are like part of the family. They've been with us for years and they do an incredible job. But one thing everyone knows us for is Karastan area rugs and carpets. And this month is National Karastan Month. Karastan area rugs and carpets offer unmatched quality and timeless beauty for your home. Many of the choices available come with a lifetime stain warranty. And with the lowest prices of the season, no interest financing, and up to $1,000 in savings, National Karastan Month is the best time to invest in new carpet or area rugs. So this month, stop by Meelan's Carpet One on Old Commercial Drive in Yorkville, across from Joe Tahan's, where the good Meelan feeling means incredible savings and financing on Karastan area rugs and carpet.
Come to the Rome Capitol Theater on Sunday, October 26th at 3 p.m. and celebrate the 200th anniversary of the opening of the Erie Canal. The festive occasion includes a screening of the best movie Hollywood ever made about the Erie Canal, 1935's The Farmer Takes a Wife, based on the famous novel Rome Hall by Walter D. Edmonds. See The Farmer Takes a Wife at the Rome Capitol Theater Sunday, October 26th in Rome, New York, the city where the Erie Canal started. Tickets available at romecapital.com or at the door.
Whatever you need to haul, landscaping tools, heavy construction gear, or even livestock, Clinton Tractor has the trailer for the job. Choose steel, aluminum, or galvanized frames from 500 pounds to 55 tons with trusted names like B-Wise, Eager Beaver, and EB. For trailers, parts, and service you can count on, visit the Caledona family at Clinton Tractor.
We are the leader in service, Clinton Tractor.
ClintonTractor.net.
First News with Keeler in the morning on WIBX.
WIBX.
This is Keeler.
WIBX 950 and 92.3 FM.
Now back to the Keeler Show.
I do have a comment on YouTube, Joe Wick, and I love this. If Ivika's still listening, it's in regards to him being on the air. Ja Wick, Lance from Lee should be changed to Karen from Lee. Oh, I like it. Hold on one second. I'm about to. I thought I was going to sneeze.
There you are.
Yeah. Sorry. I'm having allergy issues. These leaves and stuff, it's just terrible. I think I'm going to have to move to Florida or Arizona. They say Arizona's really good. In studio right now is the county executive, Anthony Pacini. Good morning.
Good morning.
First question, do you serve food at the Board of Legislature meetings?
We'll have lunches brought in occasionally. We do.
It is interesting. I don't believe this argument would be had everywhere in America, but in this town, we're focusing on the on.
It always struck me in this thing, and I've been doing this. Obviously, I say this all the time, a long time. But everything that there are so many other things that other my colleagues do around the state that over here is like taboo for whatever reason. Like a car. The car issue.
Right.
Having a car, having a county car. And I don't.
Yeah.
Let me rephrase that. There is one at my disposal. I don't take it home.
Yeah.
I never have for 18 years. But in other counties, that's like everybody looks at me.
It's
like,
common practice.
Why aren't you doing that?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, what do you, I mean, it's literally, I mean, I remember I told a story. I had a guy one time stop me in downtown Utica. True story. I was coming out of the Delta, or what was the Radisson, you know, we refer to, and driving myself, and obviously, I mean, that's the other thing. I mean, in my car, and he was pointing at the car. I thought he was saying something nice about my car, or whatever. And I put the window down. He goes, "Aren't you the county executive?" And I said, "Yes, I am." He goes, "Well, I'm not." You know, he wasn't from around here. He was here on business. Long story short. And he said, "But why are you driving yourself? And whose car is that?" And I'm like, "It's mine." And he says, "I'm from, like, you know," he's down in Rockland and whatever.
Oh, yeah.
He's like
there,
you know, Rockland, Westchester, Orange, Dutchess, etc. And he goes, "They have cars and drivers."
Right.
And
Somebody's.
Yeah, you're in Oneida County.
It's a different world.
A little different. Anyway.
Well, and I do think the
funny story.
Part of it was, well, they ordered from a I wouldn't call it a fine dining restaurant, but they ordered from places in East Utica and places where, you know, steak was on the menu, fried calamari on the menu, and that's what they ordered. And, you know,
That's kind of what we eat here.
It's kind of what we eat. So it is what it is. We're going to complain, and I understand.
I guess raising taxes is not so bad.
Apparently, your tax increase has been overshadowed by a piece of filet mignon. Yeah. All right, two other things. The fact that you still call it Radisson, so do I.
So do I. I know.
I don't.
That's
you know,
bad.
when I say Delta, people are like, "Where's
which
that?"
One? Well, you always say which one is the other.
That's right.
Get confused.
And then the people do get confused when I say I just recently had my eyes checked at Alfredo's. They don't get it.
That's right. They don't get that either.
But if you've been around, you know exactly what we're talking about. All right. Increase in property taxes. Sure. Explain. You've been able to get through this for quite some time without doing this.
Yeah, you know, Tim coming in, Tim congratulating me on a 13-year run, 12 years. I mean, it would have been 13, but we are, you know, we're at a little different time. I think 12 years is a very good run. I hope to get there again someday. I mean, not me, but not for 12 years, but but you know, we are at, you know. A lot of circumstances occurred. You know, the biggest one is revenue, of course. It's like what's coming in and what do we have to spend. And, you know, while spending, you know, we've been able to curb to an extent. You know, we had to make adjustments. I mentioned this yesterday. We had to make adjustments in salaries because we were really in bad shape. It had to be competitive. But, you know, we had two major tornadoes in the last actually within a 12-month period. You know, that was the other thing. It wasn't over 2 years. It was within 12 months. First one happened in July. Second one happened in June. In between, we had some other storms on top of everything else we dealt with.
On top of the huge amount of snow.
On top of a winter that we hadn't seen in years. But the tornadoes and what we did as a result of that. I mean, you know, we put, you know, and Tim, well, you all know this. I mean, with the Community Foundation through them, we were able to put money in every, you know, any taxpayer's hands or residents' hands that had damages. Yeah. I mean, and we're talking millions, $4 million. I mean, that's, you know, and it's growing, and that doesn't count the damages we had, the overtime we had as a result of cleanup, working, you know, with the cities and the other entities, you know, so. You know, those are factors. The other thing is, you know, we're seeing, you know, and I mentioned in my remarks, sales tax has flattened out. I'm not sure, and I don't know what, you know, I don't think anybody knows. You never know. Right. I mean, sales tax is up and down, you know, and that's one of the things everybody thinks it continues on the trajectory upward. It does not.
We are in a very interesting turning point, it seems, with retail.
We are. I mean, and since, you know, I mean, we saw the dip, you know, of course, when 2020, when COVID was at its peak and things went down, but then internet sales, you know, obviously jumped. And right at that time was when New York finally taxed internet sales. And that was our big jump, you know, at the end, what ended up at, you know, towards the end of 20 into 21, 22, that really boosted, you know, all governments in terms of sales tax across the board, across New York State. But then, you know, we started, you know, and you saw that peak, and knowing the trends as we do, we're like, there's no way that can continue. You can't keep growing at 5 and 6%.
So, Tony, one of the things that I wonder about for you is, thank God you did the settlement with the United Nations, because that thing just had to get done. But the revenues from Turning Stone, you know, are you at a point now where you can, with some certainty, kind of figure out what that revenue stream is for you in regards to it, to as far as when you do your budget? I mean, I don't even know what that is as a percentage of what your total budget is.
Well, first of all, it you know, adding that revenue stream was a godsend in a lot of ways, and settling all of that stuff did more than just that. But the revenue stream was key, and initially, you know, if you go back into the history of what it was, the baseline was in year one was like 12.5 million.
Yeah.
I mean, it's 23, 24 million now.
Yeah.
It's doubled in that, and you know, and through the course. Now, it's still growing. I mean, you know, because they're growing. I mean, they're you know, and that's one of the things. It's just not at, you know, it's just but that revenue stream cannot, you know, contain us in the realm of the property tax, you know, zeros or whatever, because it's just not enough when you compare it to sales tax, which is over 100 and 40 million, you know, in total, and then the property tax. So, you know, there's a balance there. I mean, but you know, we do, and you know, we talk regularly with the Oneidas to understand, you know, what are they seeing as the trend, because they, you know, it comes from them. They know what their revenue stream looks like. You know, and you know, we saw a boost because Point Place had a great expansion and a hotel now. I mean, that's a bigger floor and bigger gaming floor, and so there's a boost in that. You know, and so those revenues go up. I did raise that revenue stream a little bit. You know, remember when it comes to revenues like, and you know, like sales tax in particular, and this. I mean, it's the term, the guesstimate, because you're looking at trends. You just can't figure, oh yes, sales tax is going to grow at 3%. You don't know that.
Let me break, and we'll come back. And I want to get further into this. We have some people with some questions, and so the budget proposal is out from the county executive. He's in studio. Stand by. We'll come right back at WIBX.
As of today, the era of cheap fake videos is officially over. OpenAI, the owners of ChatGPT, unleashed tech that nobody's ready for. I'm Kim Commando for LinkedIn. Post a job for free. Find qualified candidates quickly. LinkedIn.com/Kim. Mark this date, October 10th, 2025. This is the date no one can trust any videos from any source. An app called Sora 2 for iPhones only, at least for now, can create perfect, lifelike videos of anything just from a simple prompt. How about Walt Disney, who died in 1966, shaking hands and chatting with President Trump in the Oval Office? Or this one the New York Times thought up. Police body cam footage of a dog being arrested for stealing a ribeye at Costco. Or Mr. Rogers talking to Tupac about respecting each other. The videos created by Sora are astounding. The lighting, camera motion, facial expressions, it's all shockingly realistic. Remember the date and trust no videos. Hey, get my free newsletter now at getkim.com. As a small business owner, you don't have the luxury of clocking out early. Your business is on your mind 24/7. So when you're hiring, you need a partner that grinds just as hard as you do. That hiring partner is LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn makes it easy to post your job for free, share it with your network, and get qualified candidates that you can manage all in one place. Their new feature can help you write job descriptions and then quickly get your job in front of the right people. Either post your job for free or pay to promote. Promoted jobs get 3 times more qualified applicants. At the end of the day, the most important thing to your small business is the quality of candidates. And with LinkedIn, you can feel confident that you're getting the best. Find out why more than 2.5 million small businesses use LinkedIn for hiring today. Find your next great hire on LinkedIn. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Kim. That's linkedin.com/Kim to post your job for free. Terms and conditions apply. Do it today. Post your job for
WIBX 950 and 92.3 FM.
First News with Keeler in the morning on WIBX.
County Executive Anthony Pacini is in here. We're talking about the budget. Okay. Anything else you want people to hang on to when it comes to this property tax increase proposal?
Well, I think it's you know, two things. First of all, it's the 2.9% of the levy increase equates to 1.9, a little over 1.9 million dollars. Now that amount is less than half of 1% of the entire budget. So it's not. I mean, and I know that when you get into millions, and regardless, people don't like increases. I didn't. It's not one we like to do, but that's what it is. The other thing is because of, and this will always happens when we do zeros, is the equalization rates across the towns and the cities, because everybody, either some go up, some go down, very few stay the same.
Yeah.
And the interesting thing is, when we did zeros, I mean, still some areas went up.
Right.
Because equalization is based on assessed value, and it's designed so that areas with higher assessed value and do not unfairly pay a greater burden of the tax of the increase.
Right.
So it's designed to spread it and balance it out. That doesn't mean you and I pay the same.
Right.
It means that based on where you live and where I live, we're equal in terms of what we're paying on our assessments.
So as a result, you really don't have an average for an average homeowner.
Well, I mean, here's the interesting thing: when we did the zeros, and remember, we're talking 26 towns in the 3 cities. When we did zeros, there were like 9 that went down out of 26.
Okay.
Because of the balance.
Yeah.
Did 2.9, 12 went down. I mean, it's
counterintuitive.
Because it's the way the equalization rate is in the different areas.
Yeah.
So, the rate varies, but it averages out. If you had to do an average increase, it's probably about $20, more, on your tax bill. I mean, if you had to go across the board. Remember, we're different because we have to deal with so many jurisdictions.
Yeah.
So, Tony, you bring the budget forward. It goes to the ledge. How does the process go from there in regards to it? They obviously have input.
They
pretty
do.
significant.
It's in their hands. Right now it's in their hands. I propose it. They have it. So they have the next 4 weeks or 6 weeks approximately 4 weeks to review it and to call in the departments, call me in, call whoever. The other electeds go through, different budgets, and they do those hearings. They do different hearings every day over the next few weeks, and then they can make amendments. They can adjust the budget as they see fit, and then vote on it. And if they vote on it, if they reduce anything, I cannot veto it or challenge it.
Okay.
If they increase the budget, I do have the ability to veto it if I disagree with it. And then, of course, they have the ability to override the veto.
Right.
So you either have the opportunity to veto the whole thing or accept the whole. You don't have a chance to be able to.
No, I can veto the increases. I could veto where there are increases. I can veto those particular specific kind of the line.
Did you get any immediate response from any legislators?
No, I think everybody. I presented. I talked to the leadership ahead of time. Always, I always give them the heads up of here's what's coming. Here's what we're doing. And I don't think anybody was really shocked, given that we communicate quite a bit on what's happening, especially, and they know where the sales tax is. They've known what the year looks like. They certainly know that we've had to deal with tornadoes and other things, and a lot of different programming aspects. We obviously what we deal with on public safety and the whole corrections issue that still plagues us in terms of staffing. That and child protective, homelessness, all of those things. I mean, everybody's aware of it. And the board is up to speed, and so they get it now. I mean, I expect them to do their due diligence and look at it and pick it apart, and that's fine. That's what they're supposed to do.
Steve Houck this morning solving the whole problem for all of us. Okay. Owen Mills is who did the...
oh, yes, Owen Mills.
It was Owen Mills Photography.
Owen Mills, okay.
Yes.
You remember that?
Owen Mills.
Olin Mills, yeah. And then Rick in Utica. Tony, you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Tony, what vehicle does the county lease for you, and what is the cost per month?
We don't lease it. It was a vehicle that was bought. It's a I think it's a 2020 or 2021 or 22.
All right.
Didn't the
Tahoe,
state
Chevy Tahoe?
Okay. Didn't the
But
state?
we've had it for I mean, it's
driven for work, but not taken home.
I use it for official things during the course of the day, or if I have to travel to Albany or someplace else, or other.
But
other
I
things.
think I thought the state gave vehicles to every executive in the counties or whatever. Was that?
No.
I must have imagined that.
No.
What was this story? New York Post always does these stories where it's like, you know that the majority leader in the New York State Senate is taking business class trains and flying back and
they've
all
got
of
that
that.
whole thing on the Power Authority with the airplane.
Right.
Yeah, and let me clarify something, because I was on the Power Authority.
Yes.
I was for 7 years or 8 years, 7 or 8 years.
Yeah.
Just to set the record straight, I never rode on the plane.
You were not in the plane.
Or to Epstein's Island.
Whenever I went to meetings.
Did you just bring Epstein in?
I don't even want to go there, Tim. But I never flew on the NYPA plane.
Yeah.
They offered it several times. I refused, and I drove to White Plains for the meetings or wherever else I had to go.
Yeah.
I just didn't do it.
Smart.
I mean, did not. They can look. They'll never find me on that.
Waylon Jennings also said, I think I'll drive.
It's true.
Anything else you want people to know? I'm going to bring in John Decker to wrap up this morning.
I'm good.
Good job.
But I mean, and
we'll see where
I'm always open for as always, next time or whatever.
And let's do it next week. And people may have questions as this comes out, and
Sure.
But at the end of at the end of it all, the United Nation deal has really given us a great deal of comfort.
200 since the deal went into effect in 2014, and we started collecting $233.5 million.
Wow.
To the county of Oneida.
And
to the county of Oneida.
And as they continue with their expansion, which will be next year or the year after?
Point Place is pretty much done. I mean, but next year, or probably early 27, when the hotel is
you'll begin
completed,
to see,
and the convention center. Don't forget that's you don't see that when you're driving in, because that's on the backside. The convention center is really going to be
enormous too.
A big attraction for more and more.
They can now bring in the big these big conventions that we weren't able to do before.
Big business demonstrations and events and such.
Interesting stuff. Thank you.
Thank you.
County Executive Anthony Pacini.
Kids have the craziest ideas about food. Where do they get this stuff? Like eating Brussels sprouts helps you hit home runs. And eating carrots gives you X-ray vision. It's nuts. And I honestly have no idea where my daughter got this notion that broccoli is the official food of professional ballerinas. Kids, the only reason my 4-year-old loves cantaloupe is because he's convinced it comes from the moon.
One small step for man, lots of potassium for mankind.
And the other day when my oldest came up to me and said, "Mom, will eating peas and carrots really help me pull off a fakey frontside ollie with a twist?" I look him in the eye and say, "It can't hurt, honey. It can't hurt."
Moms everywhere are finding creative ways to help their kids eat 5 servings of fruit and vegetables a day. Get ideas, get involved, get going at letsmove.gov. Brought to you by the USDA.
All across New York State, there are signs. Signs of hope, signs of community, signs of recovery. Because all around New York, other signs are coming down. Signs like foreclosure, bank-owned, short sale are disappearing. Because more New Yorkers are saying no to foreclosure. The New York State Attorney General's new Homeowner Protection Program offers free housing counseling and legal services to assist homeowners at risk of foreclosure. To connect with a professional who can help, please call the hotline at 855-HOME-456. That's 855-466-3456, or the 211 New York Helpline, or visit www.aghomehelp.com. Again, that number is 855-HOME-456. More New Yorkers are keeping their homes. That's what we call a great sign.
I started my adventure as an aerospace medical technician.
Flight medic in the Air Force Reserve.
Satellite system operator.
As a space systems operator.
And I'm a pilot for the Air Force Thunderbirds demonstration
We
team.
deliver the world's timeliest environmental intelligence data.
Flying to Afghanistan, bringing wounded warriors back to Germany.
We take care of injured personnel on a daily basis.
And then flying them from Germany back to the States.
As a member of the Thunderbirds, I get to be a part of a team that passes on the message of the United States Air Force Reserve to the U.S. and the world.
It's a very exciting career.
One of the greatest things about the Air Force Reserve is all the different opportunities. The training in the Air Force Reserve is second to none.
It gave me the opportunity to go to college.
The Air Force Reserve actually paid for my education, which allowed me to commission. It was definitely a bonus.
Probably the most exciting thing I've done is support humanitarian relief operations in places like Haiti.
The Reserve gave me the opportunity to learn something totally different from what I did.
Being able to travel.
I enjoy the getaways that I get, and I enjoy the camaraderie and fellowship I share with all my unit mates.
We're really close-knit, we're unique, and the Air Force Reserve gave me all those opportunities, and then even more.
Start your adventure in the Air Force Reserve.
From the Stanley Theater Studio, WIBX Utica, Rome.
W295EI.
WIBX 950 and 92.3 FM, celebrating 100 years.
They just handed out the Nobel Peace Prize. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News, and President Trump did not win it like some of his supporters wanted.
The Norwegian Nobel Committee has decided to award the Nobel Peace Prize for 2025 to Maria Corina Machado.
Machado is being honored for being a Venezuelan opposition activist living in hiding after threats on her life. She'd been disqualified attempting to run for president against Nicolas Maduro, who the U.S. does not recognize as the legitimate president of Venezuela. Instead, there's a $50 million American reward for Maduro's arrest. He's accused of illegal drug trafficking. Now, President Trump had been nominated. A group of families of hostages Hamas took in Gaza put out a statement this morning that no leader has done more for peace than the president as the war in Gaza moves toward a ceasefire.
The Israeli government gave approval to Trump's peace plan just after 1 o'clock in the morning. Israeli Defense Forces are pulling back to a predetermined line. About 53% of the country, of the part of Gaza, will still be under the control of Israeli forces. And then the clock will start for the next 72 hours. That's how much time Hamas will have to release all 48 hostages, dead and alive.
Fox's Steve Harrigan in Tel Aviv. The president will go to the Middle East this weekend. He's been invited to address Israel's parliament Sunday. Today, President Trump goes to Walter Reed Medical Center to get a health checkup and meet some U.S. troops there. The New York Attorney General, who won a civil fraud case last year against then-candidate Trump and his company, Letitia James, is now charged with criminal fraud related to a mortgage application.
These charges are baseless. And the president's own public statements make clear that his only goal is political retribution.
Now, when James first ran for attorney general in 2018, she vowed to target President Trump, calling him illegitimate. The massive fine in the Trump fraud case that she won last year was overturned on appeal. America's listening to Fox News.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why the big wireless companies want you on an unlimited plan? It's because they need you to help cover the costs of the 20-somethings who are using a lot of data every month. Fact is, according to the latest research studies, most people 50 and up, like me, only use 12 gigs or less each month. Don't get bamboozled by big wireless. At Consumer Cellular, pick what suits your needs. Whether it's 1 gig, 5, 10, or unlimited, the point is, pay for exactly what you need and nothing more. We use the same towers as the big guys, but since we don't own and maintain them, we can pass the savings on to you. Our plans start at just $20 a month, and you'll get the best customer service in the business. I want to invite you to join the millions of people who choose something better than big wireless, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
The National Guard deployment to the Chicago area has been put on hold, blocked for at least 2 weeks by a federal judge who found no evidence of rebellion.
She made the correct decision to enter a temporary restraining order.
That's Illinois' Attorney General Kwame Raoul, a Democrat. Hundreds of troops had already arrived, sent by Texas's Republican governor. National Guard troops are being deployed in Memphis, welcomed by Tennessee's Republican governor in a crime crackdown there. And while that gets underway, a deployment will soon end in Washington that President Trump says has made D.C. safer.
More than half the states contributing National Guard troops to the law enforcement initiative in Washington have set target dates for their withdrawal later this fall. The National Guard was activated in D.C. in August after President Trump declared an emergency over crime. The order placed the Metro PD under federal authority for 30 days, then lapsed when Congress did not renew it. But roughly 2,300 Guard members from 8 states and D.C., as well as hundreds of federal law enforcement officers, remained in the city. Over 4,000 arrests have been made since the deployment began. Tom Rigotti, Fox News.
On day 10 now of the government shutdown on Wall Street, stock futures are rising. The day after losses dropped the NASDAQ off a record high. In the baseball playoffs, the Phillies are out.
Hess breaks his bat. Kirkring got to find it. Throws to the plate. Oh, my goodness. He throws it away. And the Dodgers have won.
That error by the pitcher in the bottom of the 11th inning won the game and the series for Los Angeles. The Dodgers beat and eliminated Philadelphia 2-1 on TBS, advancing to the National League Championship Series to play either the Cubs or the Brewers. Chicago forced a final game of that series tomorrow with a 6-0 shutout win. And on Thursday Night Football, an upset. The New York Giants beat the Philadelphia Eagles 34-17. The defending Super Bowl champions have lost 2 straight since a 4-0 start. The Giants are now 2-4. I'm Dave Anthony, and this is Fox News.
Here's the latest from the WIBX newsroom. I'm Doug Callan. Jurors are expected to hear more testimony today in the murder trial of 3 former corrections officers. Yesterday, the court heard from an inmate and nurse practitioner at Marcy Correctional Facility. Both individuals were at the prison when inmate Robert Brooks was allegedly severely beaten by Matthew Gallagher, Nicholas Keefer, and David Kingsley in December of 2024 before Brooks passed away at a nearby hospital in Utica. The trial is likely going to take multiple weeks to complete. New information is being released about an incident in Pulaski that triggered a shelter-in-place alert. Authorities say 58-year-old Mark Van Warmer was involved in a domestic dispute with his son on Wednesday and is accused of choking the victim before pointing a gun at him. Van Warmer left the scene and residents received an alert about an armed man in the community. He was later taken into custody and will face charges. A New Hartford man was arrested on charges that he engaged in sexually explicit text messages with a minor. The United County Sheriff's Office says they arrested 40-year-old Chad Biamonte of the town of New Hartford. He was arrested Thursday and has been charged with endangering the welfare of a child. A fire in Salisbury destroyed a home, but the 2 people inside were able to get out safely. Fire officials say the family was relying on solar to power the home, which sent energy to a panel of lithium-ion batteries. It's believed one of the batteries exploded, causing the intense fire. Officials from Chobani announced updated plans for their 1.4 million square feet food processing plant at Griffiths in Rome in front of the Rome Planning Board on Tuesday. Construction is expected to begin this winter and will conclude next fall. The plant should be up and running for the start of 2027, according to a story in the Daily Sentinel. The 200-year celebration of the Erie Canal continues today and tomorrow. The Seneca Chief is a replica of the first boat to travel the canal from Buffalo to New York City 200 years ago. The first stretch of the canal opened in Rome, traveling to the lock in Utica. Today's celebration continues at Herkimer, Gems Along the Mohawk, and Waterfront Grill. The events scheduled tomorrow will be at Benton's Landing in Little Falls. And Angela Vanderhoof, who spent years as a history teacher and then spent decades as the head of the ARC Oneida Lewis chapter, has passed away. Family members say she died last Thursday peacefully at her home. She was 90 years old. In sports, the big upset. The Giants pulled off a major upset after shocking the Philadelphia Eagles 34-17 last night on Thursday Night Football from MetLife Stadium. Rookies Jackson Dart and Cam Scatabo combined to 5 touchdowns. New York is now 2-4 and will visit the Denver Broncos next week in Week 7. This weekend, the 0-5 Jets play the Denver Broncos in London on Sunday morning. The Bills play in Atlanta at 7:15 p.m. on Monday Night Football. The Rangers collected their first win of the season after shutting out the Sabres 4-0 in Buffalo. New York has 2 points and will visit the Pittsburgh Penguins tomorrow night. The Islanders came up short in their season opener after falling to the Penguins 4-3 in Pittsburgh. New York will bounce back, or they hope to, when it hosts Washington in its home opener tomorrow night. And the New Jersey Devils dropped their first game of the season after falling to the Hurricanes 6-3 in Raleigh. New Jersey hopes to bounce back when it visits Tampa Bay tomorrow night. Major League Baseball playoffs, the Cubs beat the Brewers 6-0, tying that series at 2. The Dodgers clinched the division series by beating the Phillies 2-1. College football, following a difficult couple of weeks, Syracuse at 3-3 will host Pittsburgh. The game is set for 7:30 p.m. tomorrow. Utica University, following a tough loss to ranked Cortland last week, will host Morrisville State Saturday at noon. Hamilton College hosting Trinity on Saturday at 1 in Clinton. Colgate football hosting Richmond on Saturday at 1 in Hamilton. Hardwick will be at home in Oneonta on Saturday, hosting St. John Fisher University at 1 p.m. And the Utica Comets open tonight at home. The Comets host Cleveland at 7 p.m. at the Adirondack Bank Center, and then again tomorrow at the Odd, 3 p.m. matinee. Tickets are available at uticacomets.com or at the box office. That's the latest. I'm Doug Callan for WIBX 950 and 92.3 FM.
Cold morning, freeze warnings will go away. Temperatures even dipping into the upper teens in the northern Adirondacks.